everybody. Good morning!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Gosh, we're very blue today, aren't we? Blue quilt, blue jacket, almost blue top. I'm in blue. It's a very blue day, a blue sunshine day. Lovely to see you all this morning. We have got a fabulous day for you. We've got all sorts. Actually, I think we're almost covering every one of our sewing genres, from dressmaking to quilting to cushion making, all sorts. So a great day. But I think we ought to start with the early bird because this is one of my favourite products. I get through them like you wouldn't believe. So it's always nice to see when we have it as an early bird. So this is your friction pen. Now, obviously, for you, those of you who are with us all the time, you know exactly what it's a heat erasable pen. Take my glasses out of the way. It's a heat erasable pen. So these weren't actually invented for sewing. They were invented for people when they wanted to just be able to rub things out easily. But we use them all the time for sewing because you can draw on your fabric, you can do your embroidery lines, you can mark all your dressmaking things, you can mark seam allowances, hem allowances, and then you just iron over it and it disappears. They are, honestly, this is my best friend. Makes such a difference. I mark all my quilts with it. I do all my embroidery transfers and I use it all the time for marking things. Now, normal price for this, $3.99. This is the one that I use. They come in different thicknesses. The broad one is the one that I like. The fine one is better for very fine lines. For general usage, this is the one for you. Now, this has never been reduced. Well, that's exciting. Shame it's not blue to match our blue day, isn't it? But it's black, this one. $2.89. Now, I chose this one specially to use in my first Amber Makes Hour because I use it for all of the markings. So it's really worth getting. When they run out, it's very annoying and it's always worth having. I usually buy mine in packs of 5, so I've got extras. You can get them in all different colours, but the black is great because it shows up on most things except for black fabrics, obviously. £2.89 instead of $3.99. What a bargain. That means if you get it in your basket, you get it checked out, your P&P's done for the day. After that, it's free, isn't it? Because we only charge you one P&P a day, so once you've paid it, boom, everything else is free. Well, you obviously have to still pay for the product, but, you know, the P&P's done, isn't it? But you will use this for all sorts of things. You can rub it out on the end because it does work by friction. So it's not a rubber, but if you actually rub like that with it, you can get rid of it. If you don't want to use an iron to remove it, because maybe you've marked on a fabric that's too delicate to iron or will melt, you can just use a hairdryer. Even better. Absolutely wonderful. Honestly, don't know where I'd be without these. Marking quilt is fantastic. You can draw, even if you're doing like cross-hatched or horizontal or vertical lines, you can draw all your lines on it, quilt along them, and then simply iron them away. So £2.89 instead of $3.99. Save yourself 90p before you start. Get yourself a few of them because if you've never used them before, you will wonder how you've coped without them. If you do, you will know how brilliant it is. I always say to people, do test it on your fabric first to make sure it comes out. I've never had a fabric that it hasn't come out of, but that's not to say it won't, but I use it all the time for cotton fabric, absolutely fine. Do test it first, but it really is worth it. Treat yourself. If you've never used one, you will love it. Absolutely perfect. Save £1.10. Did I say save 90p? Oh, do you know, yeah, do you know what the problem is? I've been on holiday. I've just come back from holiday, and do you know what? I think my brain is still on an aeroplane somewhere. Honestly, my maths has gone. I said save 90. Save £1.10. Save £1.10. I've just added an extra 20p to that. Gosh, dear. My maths is terrible this morning, isn't it? I think I'm still a bit jet lagged. That's terrible. £2.89 instead of $3.99. Buy what? Oh yes. So if you buy 3, I hadn't thought of that, you get 1 free. Buy 3, get 1 free. That's probably why they don't do that, because you can't say buy 3, get 1 free. That's really hard, isn't it? That's why they do 3. Anyway, buy 3, get 1 free. Save £1.10. Anyway, I will leave that with you because it is a fabulous, fabulous product. It's nice to see an early bird on something that we use all the time. Right, shall we have a look at what's coming up on today's show? Here's the menu coming up. So, We're going to start off with part 4 of my Amber Makes Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. And this month, I am treating you to... Oh, gosh, I wonder where they've gone. Just realised that. Oh, they are. They're in my book. Sorry, I just gave those to Ollie to photograph, and I suddenly wondered where they were. This month, it's Dresden Plate. I've got 3 different Dresden plates for you. Obviously, if you are a regular collector, they are available all ready to get. You can get either the China Blues or the Country Garden colourway. If you haven't seen the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month, I will talk you through it in a moment, and I'll show you the quilts. You can make the whole quilt over a year. You make 3 blocks every month, and then in total you'll have 36 blocks, and you will have a beautiful work of art at the end of it. You just need to choose which colourway, or like some of you are doing, you're alternating them and mixing the colourways, which I'd never thought of. Anyway, number 4, and also we've got brand new charm squares with this one. I'll show you those when we do the show. 9 o'clock, we've got Sandra from Sanntangle doing views from a country house stencil and cushions. Look at these. They're gorgeous. Now, Sandra's designed them. She's designed the fabric. We've got kits that have got the pattern and all the specially designed fabric in it. We've also then got the country house stencil. This is genius. I'm dying to see how this works. You get the stencil with all these different shapes on, and using all those different shapes, you can make these amazing things. You just trace all around them, and then you can use them to applique or to embroider. So the 9 o'clock hour is all about the cushions and this beautiful stencil. So that looks like you've got to be really clever at drawing. But according to Sandra, you don't. You use the stencils, and it does it all for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works. At 10 o'clock, Holly Dennett will be with us. Brand new pattern. Love this one. It's called the Protea Capsule Wardrobe Set. Now, what's fantastic about this pattern, for just one pattern, you can make 2 different blouses, 2 different dresses, and a skirt. This is one of the blouses. Let me show you. This is one of the blouses that Holly's already made, and she's going to demonstrate how to make the dress. So you can make one. I've never seen a pattern where you get 2 blouses, 2 dresses, and a skirt. So it really is your capsule wardrobe. We've also got loads and loads of different fabrics that are all absolutely perfect, have been specially selected to use with these patterns. So you can buy just the pattern and use your own fabric, or if you want to use our bundles of fabric, we've got all of that for you. It just makes dressmaking easy, doesn't it? Because quite often when we find a pattern or we find the fabric, we can't get the 2 together and we can't find the right fabric. So today we're going to make dressmaking easy for you, and extremely affordable because you're getting 6 patterns for the price of 1. That's at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Sandra will be back with her Sanntangle Bags. She's got a brand new bag for us. This is it here. Isn't that lovely? That is like you can get everything in this bag. It's brilliant, and it's got zips inside, it's zip pockets, beautiful. And we're also bringing back some of Sandra's other bags, like the crossbody bag here. That pattern makes 2 different sizes of crossbody bag. And we've also got kits that have the fabric that's designed by Sandra that will go exactly with the pattern. So again, we're making bag making easy. Hey, that's what it's about today. This is We Make It Easy for You day today, because we've chosen the fabrics, we've put them together, all they've been designed specifically. All you have to do is make it. Saves you having to shop around and find everything else. 12 o'clock, Holly will be back with me with the Hovea Jacket and Coat pattern. Again, 6 different coats in this one pattern. Now, we all know how these quilted coats are all the rage. Now, with this pattern, you make that quilted patchwork jacket you've always wanted to make. You can quilt your own fabric. You can use just a lightweight fabric and line it, or you can use, like Holly's done here, pre-quilted fabric. Pre-quilted fabric. So that's the day. It's called We're Going to Make Sewing Easy for You. And 2 o'clock, we've got Spree Extra Stitch at 2 o'clock with Sandra. What a full day. So let's talk about the Sampler Quilt Block of the Month. I'm just going to move my ladies out of the way because my ladies are in the way of my quilt. So I'll just move them out of the way for now. Now, this is the Sampler Quilt. So if you've been following since February when I started this, you will know exactly how it works. Every month I have chosen a traditional block. So whether it's a Dresden plate or a sailboat or a schoolhouse, I've chosen a traditional block. Gosh, it's so loud. I need to turn myself down. It's me. I feel like I'm shouting. Oh, that's better. My ears were so loud, I feel like I was shouting at myself. I've chosen a different traditional block each month and then done 3 different variants of them. Sometimes they're just different colourways. Mostly they're different designs but on the same theme. So every month you make the 3 blocks and then at the end of the year you've got 36 blocks in total. The point of a sampler quilt is it's for you to practice and perfect your quilting techniques using different styles, and then it is a fabulous showcase of your work. So we've done 1, 2 and 3, and those those blocks are already there. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live and scroll down from there, you will see all of the other kits if you haven't got those already. This month is the Dresden Plate. So all you need to do is choose whether you want China Blues, which is the one behind me here. This is, so it's all shaped, mainly blues with a little bit of green and grey. I designed the blocks, and then Amy took my blocks, recoloured them, designed the fabric specifically. These are brand new fabric designs we've never had before. She designed them so that they would mix and match and go together and blend. There are 13 different prints. You don't use all of them in every block, but across the quilt you will use them all. Then at the end of the 12 months, we will have a panel that will have all the sashing and the binding and the little squares so that you can join the whole thing together. So that's China Blues, and Country Garden is just the pretty one. It's all shades of lilac and greens and mustards and yellows. This has been the most popular one today. Sometimes China Blue, then they catch up. So let me show you how it works. I'll start with the China Blues. Oh, you've put that one in. That's fine. Let me show you what they are. I'll take them out of my block keeper to start with. We'll talk about the block keeper in a moment. So these are the Dresden plates. Let me start at the beginning, because when I design these, I always do them in sort of levels of easy, intermediate and more advanced. But what happens is if you start with the easiest one, then everything is easier. So this is the 16 blade Dresden plate. So 16 blades adds the 60, this with a large centre. So this is the simplest one to do. So once you've done this one and you've practiced the technique, after that it makes more sense. So that's your 16 in Country Garden. Got to make sure they've got these in order. Then you make a 20 blade block. So you can see, because Amy has designed the fabric specifically for this, how they blend beautifully together. And she's chosen them and added extra prints and patterns so that they work across the whole quilt. And then this is the 24 blade block. So once you've learned how to do this, the instructions give you full details and templates. You can then keep those instructions and use your own fabrics to make more of them. So maybe you want to make a whole quilt with Dresden plate. It's almost like you've got your own block library at the end of it. So that's the Country Garden one. And this is what you get. So in your kit, you will get, I'll hold it up and then I'll show you on the desk, this whole panel. So as you can see, you've got big squares and rectangles of all the different prints you'll need. You've got more than you need here because I work out how much you need and then I add at least an inch all round, so you've got sort of cutting details. So it's so simple to do. So when you get this, you'll see on here that this one says Fabric 1. Fabric 4, Fabric 5, they're all labelled, and then you use the instructions to cut them out. And then you get also, with the Country Garden, you will get 1/2 metre of ivory. This is our Rose and Hubble. Every Country Garden one will have the block and it will have the ivory. So you'll always get 1/2 metre of ivory, and it's actually more than you need. So by the time you get halfway through, you'll have loads of fabric left over. It just means that I can guarantee then, by having all of these printed and using the ivory fabric, that your whole quilt at the end of the year will all match. And you get instructions. It's a very, very detailed instruction so that you cannot go wrong. 1/3 of the stock has gone already. And loads in baskets. So full instructions. There is a QR code here that you can put your phone over and scan, but there's also the website detail. That takes you to our Amber Makes website, where I have filmed a full video tutorial. So if you are brand new to this, if you think, well, I'm rubbish, I can never understand instructions, it's really hard, or most of it you understand and there's a bit you're not clear on, watch the video. Amy has put it into sections and we filmed it in a way so that you can skip forward to the bits you need. If you want to watch the video while you're waiting for your kit, just go to the Amber Makes section website and go onto the tutorial section. You can watch the video and you can be all ready. So all the instructions are here. We've put diagrams in this because I think with quilting, diagrams are easier to understand than photographs. So Amy's done them all and she's coloured them all in with the right print so it all makes sense. So you've got all of the diagrams. Then we've got pictures of the blocks. Half of the stock is now gone. And there's the 24 blade. And then at the back, you've got the templates. So for most of the blocks, we don't have templates. They're just cutting out. For Dresden Plate, you need a template. So we've got the 16, 20, 24, and you've got the circles. So that's what you'll get when you do the country garden. Just move that out of the way. Now, if you want to do China Blues has just caught up. Let me get them in order. So this is your 16 blade here. So again, you've got, and you'll see, and obviously if you've been collecting, these fabrics will now start repeating. And that's how, when you make a sampler quilt, if you can get all the fabrics to coordinate, and I know we all have problems trying to do that, but luckily Amy's brilliant at colour and print design, so she does all of that. I just colour them in and she does all the clever stuff of getting all the prints to go together and designing the right scale as well. So there's the 16 blade. This is the 20 blade. And then this is the 24 blade. So you can choose whether you do China. I know some people are collecting both because they're going to make both quilts. But the good thing about the Dresden Plate is once you understand how it works and how to make the blades, it's really simple to do 16, 20, 24. So that's the China Blues one. Let me just show you the panel. I'll put it on the desk. I mean, you'll notice as you collect these that some panels are bigger than others, but you will always have enough fabric. So fabric 1, you've got 4, you've got that lovely stripy fabric. So you can see on the China Blues, it's mostly blues, but then Amy put some greens in and a few greys. Actually, I don't think the grey features on this one. You see that in other months, because not all 13 fabrics feature in all of them. So that's all the greens and the blues. And you will also get with this one, 1/2 metre of white Rose and Hubble quilting fabric so that you can guarantee everything goes together. You will get exactly the same instructions. I think, and what I've tried to do is I alternate. In the video, 1 month I do China Blues, the next month I demonstrate with Country Garden. But it doesn't matter really because the prints are exactly the same, it's just that the colours are different. So it doesn't really matter when you look at the diagrams which one you're doing because the colours, the prints are the same even though the colours are different, and we've put full block diagrams in for you. So it's really simple. This is the perfect way for you to be able to learn how to quilt. Across the whole year you will learn half square triangles, making them in 2s, 4s and 8s. You'll learn flying geese, we're learning Dresden Plate, and each month we'll be adding to it. So by the end, not only will you have a beautiful quilt, you will be an expert patchwork and quilter. And if you're a complete beginner, absolutely no problem. There's also a Facebook group that you can join we talk about on the back of instructions. So if you want to join our Facebook group and you need any extra help, then we can we can help you with that as well. Now, what we've done as well, because obviously all of these blocks, we thought we'd do some charm square panels. So what we did, we've done charm square panels for months 1, 2 and 3. So this is our new one today. This is months 4, 5 and 6. Now a lot of people have collected these. So brand new today, if you've collected 1, 2 and 3, this is 4, 5 and 6. So you can use these to make the block keeper, which is here, and I'll talk about that in a moment. That keeps all your blocks in. Or if you collect them, And I'm going to do this at the end because what you've got on here is you've got, I think, 3 of each of the blocks from months 4, 5 and 6. So you could use them to make a mini quilt, which I will do at the end. And if you collected several of them, you can make a really big quilt. So this is blocks 4, 5 and 6. So you've got the Dresden Plate on here that's this month. You've got the sailboat that's coming up next month. You've got the honeymoon block that comes up the month after. And then Amy has also put in charm squares of the prints themselves. So you can use them for all sorts. I think they'd make the most fabulous quilted patchwork jacket. Can you imagine joining all of those together? They would look gorgeous. So that's the country garden, and that is months 4, 5 and 6. But I love that they're exactly to scale. They're just miniature versions of the blocks. They're so cute. So if I show you, like, for example, this block, that's that one, but in miniature. So it would be beautiful to make the whole quilt, but in miniature as well. Or make an even bigger quilt. If you bought several of these, you could make a miniature quilt, but a miniature block quilt, but bigger. So that's country garden. And then we have the same in China blues. So this is months 4, 5 and 6. If you want months 1, 2 and 3, the other charm square block, we have that. We sold out of it last month, but we've had it reprinted. So if you've missed out on that in 1, 2 and 3, then you can get that. So $14.99, you'll get 40 5-inch squares. You'll also get some gift tags. Why not? They're quite pretty, aren't they? And these are all of them. So sailboat block, honeymoon block, Dresden plate. We've got all of the different ones. So there we go. The little boat. I'll show you that because that's coming up next month and I've got that one with me to show you, but I'll show you that at the end. So that's 4, 5 and 6. Now you can use those. So before I demo, I just want to talk about the block keeper. So a lot of people said to me, what am I going to keep my blocks in? So I designed, here we go. I designed the block keeper. So with this, it isn't a kit, it's just the instructions. Now, what you need to do, I mean, this with charm squares. You can use any charm squares to make the block keeper, but obviously I've made it using the charm squares from China Blues 1, 2 and 3 in this one. You could use the charm squares. You could buy the 1, 2 and 3, 4 and 5, 6. You could mix them together. So the way it works is you've got 9 on the front. You've got 9 on the back. You use another fabric. I've just used a plain blue there. I've used some of the blocks to go down the spine and some of the charm squares to go into the corners. And then you open it up. There's a pocket inside so you can keep your instructions in here. Because remember I said that this is like a quilt library. So if you put all of your instructions in the pockets, and then I've put a dividing line in, then if you ever think, oh, well, actually, I'd quite like to do a Dresden plate quilt, you've got all of those in there. So they all live in there. And then I've used brushed cotton. You can buy it by the metre, or you can, like I did, buy a brushed cotton sheet because you get a lot of fabric for your money. And then in the pages, you can put all your blocks. So these are all my block ones. And because the brushed cotton, because of the brushness of the brushed cotton, it's slightly clingy, so it holds everything in place. So this is block 2. I've got all 6 because I've got the blues and the country, China blues and the country garden. That's your carpenter's star. Block 3 is the thread spools. So these are all the thread spool blocks. And it's just a great way of keeping all of your blocks nice and neat. Carol says, I bought the first 3-month blocks a few weeks ago and I've done 6 of the 9. I've learned so much from Carol. Well done, Carol. 6 of the 9. Well, you need to get the next lot. Very easy to follow details. I've been successful with putting the blocks together. Country garden prints look really good. Oh, thank you, Susan. Last month I bought all 3 block of the months and the book, and I've made the book, but only just started cutting up the panels, and I've just bought 4. Thank you, Jenny. Oh, that's brilliant. And then, so this is how it works, and then there's enough pages to put all of them in. And obviously you can keep bits of fabric in there, you can keep blocks. It's not just for this quilt. You can use this for any quilt. And then once you've got all your blocks inside, you cover it up with these and it stops them falling out. Some people I know have put a pocket on the back as well. In the instructions, it explains exactly what you need. If you want to know what extra fabrics you'll need, because you obviously need some plain cotton. I've used a foam interfacing, like a Glycerin Styleville or a Beausoleil form. You could use wadding, it just depends. I wanted mine quite structured because obviously I'm bringing mine in and out of the studio all the time, but you can just use wadding. If you go onto the website, onto sewingstreet.com, watch live and scroll down, if you see the product details for these instructions, I have listed there everything that you need extra to buy this, because obviously this is instructions on its own. And also, obviously, like with all of our quilts, there is a full video tutorial for making this as well. So easy peasy. Is this one limited? No. So it's just quite a nice thing to make. And do you know what? Even if you don't want to make it in these charm squares, because it's just instructions, you can just cut up 5. But it is nice to have it matching, isn't it? Or you could buy the 4, 5, 6 panel, and then you could alternate them. You can have all sorts on there. So there we go. Now, all of the previous ones, we do have all of them. But I thought, yes, but Ben says we need to do some demo first. Because he's a man. Are you a man of the people, Ben? And yeah, I am a man of the people. What does that mean? So I'm going to show you how to make them. I will go through all of the other blocks because we have, but do you know what? They're all on the website. If you go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live, it will look like this. Scroll down, coming up on today's show, they are all there. So if you haven't bought them all yet, then you can go back, because the ones that have sold out every month, I make them reprint them. And the whole point of using a Rose and Hubble fabric for the background is that I can guarantee that we can always have the same printing, the same fabric. So every time we run out, because I know a lot of people at the beginning said, oh, I don't want to get involved in this. If I get to the end and then I can't get block 1 or whatever, don't worry, we always get them reprinted. But obviously, if you want to join us now, then you have to do it this way. Right, let me show you how it works. I have cut out lots of bits. So, right, this is Country Garden. Country Garden is the most limited at the moment. So, templates. Now, when you get your instructions, like here, this will all be explained in the instructions. And obviously, there is a tutorial which will show you how it all works. You need to trace the templates. So, what you can do, there are 2 ways of doing this. You can just use a normal piece of paper to trace them, like this. And in fact, if you put a piece of plain paper over there, you'll be able to see through. Make sure you print that you trace the dotted line, because that's an important centre line, because you can see those lines are angular and the straight line's very important. And I've just labelled mine 1620. The other thing that you can do is use freezer paper, because freezer paper you can iron to your fabric. So that's up to you. We have got freezer paper. I have put it onto the... we have got it available today. Obviously, you're not going to need a whole roll, but it's brilliant stuff. I'll show you why in a minute. But if you want the freezer paper, you can trace. And also, the freezer paper you can see through to trace as well. Look, you can see with that one, you can actually see the lines through. So if you want freezer paper. So what you do is you start off and do 1 block at a time. So I have traced my number 16. Then what it will say is cut out the piece of fabric. It tells you in the instructions exactly what to cut out. So it says from fabric 1, cut these pieces. From fabric 2, cut these pieces. Make sure when you cut your pieces that you label them. I know some of you have photocopied these, so you can just cut this out. You can just write it on a scrap of paper, because it's really important you remember what's what. Because once you've cut the fabric out from fabric 1, 2, 3, 4, you won't remember what the fabric numbers are. So make sure you label them. So as you can see, I printed mine out. I wrote it out just so that you could see it big, but you can just write it down. So 16 blade, Dresden Plate Block, blade A. So this is the piece of fabric that I need from it. And then you take your template. Now, there's 2 ways of doing this. The fabric is cut, so it's exactly the same height as this. So if you are, because you need to cut 4 of these. So a couple of ways of doing it. I won't use that brand new friction pen, tempting as it is. you can draw along the lines. So what you do is you draw along this line, just place it about 1/4 of an inch from the side, and then you draw along that line. You can then cut along those lines using a pair of scissors. Or if you take a cutting mat, what you can do is not draw along them, but just place it on there, and then take a rotary cutter and a ruler. Because you can see it's the same height. And then line up your ruler and cut along it. And then what you do is you just turn it round and cut the other one. Like this. So you need to cut 4 of these. Now, let me show you if you want, so there's one, I'll just put that there so I don't forget, and then the label I will put on top of that. If you want to go down the freezer paper route, I need to just become an ironing board, so I'll just turn myself over. If you've done it with freezer paper, so when you do the next one, obviously that one was that way up. You just turn it round, and obviously the angle's the same, so there's very little wastage. The freezer paper has got like a silicone on the back of it. So if you line that up, it's sort of a waxy, it sticks but leaves no residue and is easily removed, and you can use it several times. So just press that on. So this is why freezer paper is brilliant. You can use it for all sorts. And now look, it's stuck on. So if I want to cut it with a pair of scissors, I can do this. Or I could have used a rotary cutter. Once you've done it, you've cut it, it then simply peels off and it leaves no residue at all. So if I do it the other, and you can do it several times as well. So you might think, but if you don't want to use this and you just want to use the paper template, then do it like I did. So maybe you can, I think this is just simpler if you find it hard to hold the paper in place, or just because if you find it a bit fiddly. If you've got freezer paper, then go with it. I'll take that off. So there's 3. And then, but if I wanted to do, this is the paper version. Again, so I'm going to do number 4, line up these. Now, when you're only cutting 4, you can just line them up. With one of them, I think it's the 24 blade block, you need to cut 12 of these. After a while, you may find that it's started to shift a bit, but all you need to do, so if you find that that line isn't lining up, just move it over a little bit. There's enough fabric, you can see this is left over because I've given you extra allowance, and you can recut that side. So just check as you're going along, because sometimes just if you haven't cut it perfectly accurately, that might happen. So there we go, there's all of those. So I'll keep my templates. And so you see you do have a bit of extra that you won't need. There's my 4 Dresden Plate, 16 blade Dresden Plate Block A, and I'm going to pin that back on there, because then I know what I've got. Let's just move my iron out of the way. Right, you then need to, because we do all our cutting out at the beginning, you need to cut the centre circles. Now, with the 16 blade block, they have a big centre circle, you can see on here. With the 20 and the 24, they have little ones. So with this, you will have a piece of fabric, Dresden Plate Block centre, and you've got to cut 2 circles for the centres. So you can cut it in half to make 2. I've folded mine already so I can see the crease down the centre. So I'll cut that piece in half. And then put them right sides facing, just line them up. And again, I've got, here's one, this is just normal paper, so I can pin that on and cut round it. Or I can use my freezer paper. So it's entirely up to you, but I wanted to do it so that you didn't have to buy anything special. But it's sometimes quite nice to learn these techniques, because you might find that there's something you're doing in the future, or if you're decide you want to make a whole quilt of Dresden plates, it's worth doing this with the freezer paper. The good thing about it is, sometimes when you pin pieces of fabric on, and it's a big piece of paper like this, it can wrinkle a bit. Now I am going to pin that there just because I've got the 2 layers together. So I'll put a couple of pins in, but that's all. Just because I've got the 2 layers. Or you could do them, if you don't want to do them together, you can do them separately, and then all you've got to do is cut it out. So this makes it very simple, because I know a lot of people think, oh, I don't want to do templates, but you can't do Dresden plate without templates, or you can buy specialist Dresden plate rulers, but I didn't want you to have to buy one of those, but you do need a template really. And anyway, you've then got those templates you could use over and over again. So there's my circles. I'll just take the pins out. And you can use this freezer paper template many times. I've used them about 10 times before the sort of silicone goes. So there's my 2 circles that will be perfect. Right, I'll put them there. Right, then let me just see my next one. So what I've done is I've cut out and made the others, because with the 16 blade block, you've got 4 of these, and there's 4 of these, and you make 4 of each, so that's 16 in total. So I'm going to show you how to make a blade. So we'll start off with A. So what you need to do, take your A blade and fold it in half. Like this, right sides facing. Hang on, let me just get my iron. And press it. And do that with all of them. So you can, if you like, you can do all the A's at once just to practice it. Or once you get better at it, you can do all of these blades for the whole, all the A's and all the B's, and do the process all together. But the pressing is really important, because this central crease we're going to be using to get this perfect. Oh, it's got me clean. I know my board is a bit iron damaged. Oh, we're going to have a clean one. Thank you, Levi. Look at that. Look at that, as if by magic. Look at that. So, very important to do this. So you can see, look, even if you're a complete beginner to this, simple. So far, we've just cut out some piece of fabric. Now we've pressed them. What we're going to do now is we're going to sew them together across the top. Okay, just across the top. So I'm going to sew down here. I think the iron might be in the way. Now, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Stitch length, I've put mine to about 2.4. And I'm going to sew across the top. And I am going to reverse stitch at the beginning, just because I don't want it to come undone. And then I'm going to do a little reverse stitch at the end. Now, you can then finish that, and that's done. But if you want to do them all together, then let's chain piece them, because it's just a bit easier. So for chain piecing, stop stitching at the end, pop the next one under, leave a little bit of a gap, otherwise they might overlap. I mean, like, I'm talking about sort of 1/4 inch, and just keep sewing. You can then reverse at the... You save time and thread, because you're not having to cut by doing this. So you can just do one at a time. You can do the 4 of the same fabric, or you could do all 16. Because I think Dresden plate looks really clever, but it's not difficult. It looks cleverer than it is. If you've chain pieced them, then all you need to do is just cut them apart. Now, the most important thing with this is you need to cut off. See where the fold is? You need to just cut that off at an angle. So not 45 degrees, a little bit more than that. You're wanting to reduce the bulk. So where the fold is, cut it off at a nice angle like that. And then it will just help it to get a nicer point. So trim them all like that. Right, now what we're going to do, this is where your centre crease comes in, is where that centre crease is, we're just going to open up that seam. Like that. You can I would open it with your fingers for now. Place that seam on that centre crease. The only reason to do this is just to make sure that you're pressing it so it's central. There we go. So just a little press on all of them. What I found was the easiest way to do this is fold them all like this. Fold it with your fingers so you're just turning over the top. It's just a bit easier for pressing it open later. Ooh, there we go. And then it's much easier to open up. Don't just press it down a little bit just to make sure it's in the centre. We're going to turn it right sides out in a minute. So you don't want to make really strong creases. What you want to do is make sure that the seam is pressed open, but it's also facing the centre. And that's why there's the centre line on the template, because then you can make sure that the centre line is running straight down the fabric. Right, when that's done, turn it right sides out. Now that little point, it's very important that that has a nice point. So you need something like a turning tool. My favourite thing is this sticks from my turning tubes, these things. These sticks are brilliant for this. So you want to just push it out, but you don't want to pierce the fabric. So hold your turning tool still and push the fabric onto it. So rather than pushing the tool into the fabric, push the fabric onto the tool. So you see these blades are really simple to make because all you've done is sewn the top together. There we go. And the great thing about doing it like this as a production line is you get really quick at it. Now, because you press that seam open and flat, all you have to do is line up the seam with that centre crease and press it into place. And then give that a press. I'll do all of them in one go and then I'll show you how I'm going to fix them. So there's all of them. Now, it's really important that if you take time with all of these stages, then you'll get a perfect look. So there's all 4 of them. What I do now, rather than use steam, I'm going to spray them with some water. This is just water in my bottle. And that, once it's done, if you give that a press now, I think you get a better, more crisper finish than using steam. And sometimes the steam can distort it. You don't have to, you can use steam, you can just press them, but I find you get a better finish with them. And now that's all of my A blades finished. And then all you have to do, I've done mine in advance, is you have to make B, C and D blades the same. The others I've already joined together, so I've made 4 Bs, 4 Cs and 4 Ds, all exactly the same. And there's my 4 As. So we're now going to join them together. So what you do next is you make a quarter and you put them in order. So I'm going to take an A and a B. And obviously if you've kept the labels on them, then you know which is which. So take an A and a B. There's all diagrams in the instructions that show exactly the order to put them in. And place them like this so that you know that B is to the right of the A. And place it right sides facing. What's the most important thing is this top edge. Make sure the top edge is pinned together, is matching. If for some reason you haven't cut it or sewn it or pressed it right, if the bottom edges don't match up exactly, don't worry, they're going to be covered by that big circle. It's this bit that's important. Now I'm going to sew it together, but rather than sewing at the top, you can sometimes, because of your reverse stitching or it getting pulled slightly, you want a nice neat edge. So the best thing to do is start stitching about 1/4 inch down, stitch up and back again. I'll show you on the machine. And you get a better finish than if you start at the top and reverse stitch. So just, I'll take the pin out. So I'm going to start, as you can see, 1/4 inch down. I'll just do 1 stitch forwards and then go back and then go down. And then you just get a better finish than if you start at the top and then reverse stitch at the bottom and finish. So that's A and B. Just trim off that thread end because you don't want that coming out. It just means that you don't have your thread ends at the top because they're starting further down. Then press the seam and then press it to one side. It's really important with the Dresden plate that all the seams face the same direction. So I'm going to press them all over towards the right. So you can see I've just pressed that. If I show you it over, you can see they're all pressed to one side. So that's A and B. And then you sew C and D together. So obviously you sew D to the right of C. Now, it's your Dresden plate block. You can sew them together in whatever order you want. It's just if you follow this order, then they will be even. But you can make your own pattern. You could do all of the colours of one together, all the A's together, all the B's together. You know, it's entirely up to you. This is just, if you follow this, then you'll have them in the order that I did them in, but you can play with it and do whatever order you like. So that's C and D. I'll give that a quick press. And remember, I'm always going to press the seams over towards the right. I'll just trim off that thread end. And the good thing about doing just one block like this is it doesn't take too long, but so therefore you can take your time. You're not doing a whole quilt, you're just doing a block, so you can take a bit of time to get it right. So now we've done A, B, C and D, we're going to sew B to C. So when you're doing your whole block, if you want to do it like a production line, you can do all of these quarters at the same time. So you can do all of the A's and B's, all the C's and D's, or you can make one quarter at a time. It's entirely up to you. But you will have learned the technique with just the 16 blades. So when you come to do the 20 and the 24, the process is exactly the same. The pieces of fabric are just smaller and you've got more of them. But the actual technique is the same. So you'll find once you get to the 20 and the 24, you'll find them an absolute breeze. So now we have a Dresden quarter. There we go. Right, I'm going to just show you the other blocks because some of them are close to selling back. And if I've got time, I'll show you how to join them all together. But do you know what? The video tutorial is just, if not more detailed than that, and you can probably see closer up anyway. But that's the most important thing. Right, so let's start. I'm going to just show you all of the blocks before. So should we start with the first one? Which is the flower blocks. So I'll show you what they look like. They're on here somewhere. There's one. That's the daisy. And there's another one. There's the blossom. So these are the flower blocks. So I'll go to my quilt block keeper. We're going to do country garden first. So what you get with this one, flower blocks, there are three completely different flowers. So you've got the daisy block, you've got the sunflower block, and you've got the blossom block. So you can see this one's a bit smaller, so they get more, not more difficult, but more complex, as in more pieces. But you can, once you've done this, remember, keep the patterns. Wouldn't this look amazing to do a whole sunflower quilt, and you could use yellows and browns for it properly. So that's the country garden in the flowers, the flower blocks in the country garden. And I'm just finding, that's the flower blocks. Got to find the right panel, is that one it? Probably, yes. So this is the panel. So I hold it up because it's probably easier to see if it's held up. So, I mean, they all look the same. Well, they don't all look the same, but they've all got, you know, the pieces of fabric are all labelled. They've all got numbers on them. And what's great about them is things like this fabric here, you only need a small piece of. So rather than us giving you like 1/2 metre or a fat quarter, you've just got the bit you need with a little bit of extra. So that's the country garden. These are the instructions that you will get. Full instructions, very detailed, all the cutting out, lots and lots of coloured diagrams using... Right, the China Blues is about to sell out of this flower block, so if you want that, you need to be quick. But Amy has drawn the illustrations using the same print, so it just makes it easier, doesn't it? And you've also got both colourways. Again, with all of them full video tutorial, which you can go and watch now so that you can see it all, you can learn it all before you get it. Again, with the Country Garden, you will get your 1/2 metre of ivory. So ivory always comes with Country Garden, white always comes with China Blues. So that's the Country Garden. If you want to do the flower blocks in China Blues, that's what the daisy looks like. That's what the sunflower looks like. I love that one. I think because it's really nice that Amy's put the green in because you've got leaves. Pardon? Yeah, no, UX8. And the blossom. There we go. So that's obviously you will get the same instructions with that, and then you will get the panel, which is the China Blues one. If you want to do month 2 was Carpenter's Star. So you'll notice after a while that when I chose these blocks, some are pictorial, like flowers or thread spools or schoolhouses, and some are sort of traditional, more angular blocks. And I've tried to alternate them. From Jenny. Last month, I bought all 3 block of the months and the book. I've made the book, but I only just started up the panels, and I just bought number 4. Brilliant, brilliant. Yes, do make the block keeper because it does keep it all neat. So this is in Country Garden, Carpenter's Star. So we have got the same number left in stock as we've got in basket. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. So this is Carpenter's Star. With this one, the block is identical. It's just we've alternated how we've used the fabrics. With the first one you make, it uses less fabrics, and with the last one you make, it uses more fabrics, but it's exactly the same. Again, this is a great block to use for a whole quilt. So that's Carpenter's Star in Country Garden. This is Carpenter's Star in China Blues. Remember, with all of them, you will get, with the Carpenter's Star, you will get the full instructions with lots and lots of coloured diagrams. So you can make it just using the instructions. You don't need to use the video tutorial. I just know a lot of you like to be able to watch all of it or part of it to help it make sense. That's what you'll get with that one. And obviously you will get the printed panel, which has exactly the fabrics you need, and the 1/2 metre of white if it's China Blues, or ivory if it's Country Garden. So this is Carpenter's Star in blues. And can you see it on the quilt? There we are. There's one at the top. But you can see when you look at the whole quilt, you can see how all of these fabrics are now coming together. So because you don't get all 13 fabrics with every block, but it all starts to hang together. Right, and then the last one, number 3, is thread spool. So again, we've gone pictorial again. So we'll start with Country Garden. And this is the simplest one. So there's your thread spool with all, actually I think that's upside down. You can do it whichever way up you like, but look at the colours graduate down. So that's your thread spool. And then you've got the thread spool block where I have got all these upside down, where you've got them stacked. And then there's the thread spool where they're tumbling. So they just twist round. So that's the Country Garden thread spools. If you want to make Country Garden in China Blues, this is the large one. This is the one you start with, so that's the one that's much simpler, so you understand the process of this is really simple, snowballing corners and joining strips together. This is the stacked one. Again, it's exactly the same as the big one, they're just smaller. So once you've learnt the big one, that's easy. And then that's the tumbling one. So those are all of 1, 2, and 3. We do also have the charm squares, which we sold out of last time, but we've got them back. So this is 1, 2, and 3. So if you've bought the charm squares for 4, 5, and 6, then get 1, 2, and 3 as well, and you can start collecting them. You can use them to make your block keeper. You can use them for your own projects. You could keep them and make a mini quilt. You could even, if you wanted to really make your big quilt fancy, you could buy these and you could sew these together and put them around the border of the quilt afterwards, because that would be quite cool. So that's Country Garden blocks 1, 2, and 3. And then we've got China Blues. 1, 2 and 3. So again, so you can see now that how it's building up. There's the flowers, there's the carpenter's star. Here's the thread spools and a few of the actual prints that are used in them as well. So that's that one. So what's new today? So just to recap. So if we start with the Dresden plates. Dresden Plate Country Garden. About less than 100 of these left. And we had loads more than that, loads more. And we have got 156 people who've got this in baskets. So if everyone buys, well, not everyone can buy them because we haven't got enough. There's your 16 blade. There's the 20 blade. There's the 24 blade. You will get full instructions, which I've lost. No, I haven't. There we go. Full instructions for them. And you will get the panel that has all the fabric, as you've seen before, that's all printed on it using all the right prints. It's the only way to get it full of, if you want a fully matching quilt at the end, then this is the way to do it, and then you get the ivory. Or you can do like some people have said, I've bought number 1 in China Blues, number 2 in Country Garden, and they're alternating them. So that's the Dresden plate in Country Garden, and then this is the Dresden plate in China Blues. So there's the 16 block, there's the 20 blade block, and there's the 24 blade block. Again, full instructions, the printed panel. I mean, I think $22.99, you're getting half a metre of the plain Rose and Hubble. You're getting that big printed panel and the instructions and the video tutorial. Next month. Yes, next month. Do you want to see next month? Sneak peek, since I've finished it. So next month is all about the sailboat. Because I've tried to make them slightly seasonal where I can. So because next month is June sea, sort of seasonal. So you've got a simple triangular sailboat. And then you get this one that's got a little pinwheel on the flag. It's really cute. And then, because this is such a traditional block, but I've just done it, this is the most traditional. I've just tried to do a little twist. And then you get a stripy sail one, and this one has a flag. That's your Country Garden sailboats. The China Blue sailboats. This is it in Country Garden with its little triangular sails, its pretty blue boat on the green sea. There's the pinwheel sail. And then, so this is where the sort of the plainer fabrics, the browns in the Country Garden and the grey in the China Blues come in. Perfect for the mast. Wouldn't it be nice if the sea was flowery? And then this is the stripy sails one. So this is all about snowballing corners, just cutting off edges. Quite a simple one to do, but a nice sort of constructed pictorial block. So that is coming up next month, and the date that is on is, and I can't remember, I think it's June the 13th, about then. Oh, he's going to have a look. Ben's going to have a look for me. If you want the quilt block keeper, don't forget. June the 12th, I was nearly there. June the 12th is when we'll be doing the next one, which is the sailboat. But don't worry if you don't remember. We put it on all our Amber Makes socials. We'll be talking about it all the time. If you want the quilt block keeper instructions, we've only got the instructions for them because I want you to be able to choose your own charm squares. We have less than 30 of these left. I haven't made them as a kit because you can just buy the charm square panel and then you can use your own fabric or wadding or whatever you want. Get yourself a sheet for the brush cotton. It's a much more affordable way to do it. Anyway, I think that's it. All of the, thank you so much for everyone who's bought them today. Oh yeah, don't forget we have the new charm squares today as well. This is the Country Garden. Shall I hold these up? This is the Country Garden charm squares. So remember 4, 5 and 6. There we go. That's the, and then we've got the blues. Where's that, the blues? Yes. I thought I'd lost it then, do you know? But you can see the charm squares are exactly the same as the panel. Same fabric, same printing, same everything. So they match beautifully. I'm going to make a jacket of mine. I think that would look real cool, wouldn't it? Right, anyway, we're going to thank you so much for for any questions you've got, just message us on our Facebook group. We're going to go for a quick break, and what? We've got what? Oh. So, yes, I'd forgotten about that. We'll be with Sandra from Sanntangle in just a few moments' time. And we've got price crashes, just saying. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a cup of tea, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, deliver the hottest manager's specials. Mission accomplished, agents. This message will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and to Sandra. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Again, I don't know, do you know, we hadn't worked together ever.
No,
And then we did.
Yeah, we must work so well
Yeah,
together. They thought, that's it.
I think it's because we're the same height.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I have got heels on today, though, that's why.
Because normally I feel really short. But I feel
we're
like
good. Yeah,
just normal. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got 2 brand new things.
We have absolutely different things.
Now, one of them, the
I know you're quite excited
I
about.
can't work. I have no idea
How does this work?
how this works. It's the stencils.
Yes.
And you can make this amazing thing because I really can't draw. I'm rubbish at drawing. As you can see, Sandra really can draw. As you can see from her sketch.
You know what, though? I know I say this a lot. I was told by my art teacher I can't draw.
Well, she obviously didn't see these.
You know, and I think I get a little bit stubborn. And the whole point of doing these is, I mean, I haven't brought stencils for a while to Sewing Street because, of course, we do all the fabrics and things
Yes.
now. But this one just lends itself so well to embroidery.
Yeah,
if
and
that's
a
what you
plique.
wanna
It's
do, and
brilliant, isn't
appliques
it?
and things. So I just had
So
to
let's
bring
show
it.
you what you get, because then
do you
you'll
get? Yeah,
then you'll wonder.
Don't get the pictures, you just sort of trace
So
down this.
when you buy the pack, $24.99, this is what you get.
Yeah.
But oh right,
No,
yes,
no,
and
we've
it's not because we're
dropped a
going
little
to
bit for
have a
you.
little bit of a price crash on this one. Let's do that first. Let's do that. Let's save some money before we tell you what you're buying. $21.49, amazing.
I know.
$21.49.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
And if
isn't
you
it?
brought those friction pens earlier,
Yeah.
you're going to need them.
Yes, remember the friction pen is £1.10 off, and you're going to need that for this.
You're going to need that for this.
So £21.49, that is a £3.50. £3.50. God, my
I know,
maths is rubbish this morning.
absolutely.
£3.50 saving. So this is what you get. So in here, there's the pictures of what you can be.
Of
now
course,
I still
yeah.
can't work out how this works, but
So,
we're
yeah,
going to show.
let's look at the shapes.
And then you get shapes. So there's kind of like some hexagons and ovals.
Yeah, you've
and
got a heptagon, a nonagon, an oval, and a rectangle with curved edges.
And
You've got the inner and the outers.
And then so that's like the inner, and then that's the outer. Plus some
little
other
basic
shapes.
kind of shapes too, and that's comes as separate because it means you can handle it easier. And
Right, so you get these 2 stencils.
Yes.
And you get an instruction booklet.
This is where it happens. Yes, you get the
No
pictures
idea
and the
how
writing,
this works.
and I go through every single step on how you create these wonderful pictures.
It is amazing. And then show me what you've made with them.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I haven't made these. My friend Leslie has.
Okay, show me what your friend
So,
Leslie has made with
if we
these.
look, so this is the images. This is what you can actually draw.
Right.
And they do
And that's
come-
all. And look, if you see in here, there's loads of very detailed
loads, yeah.
instructions.
They are actually from the Lake District because I was there with Stuart Hillard on
Okay.
a retreat not that long ago. Look at this.
Wow.
So there's the instructions, but look.
And
you
that's
can
what it looks like
embroider
when
it.
it's embroidered.
Look at the little garden.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And then look at, let's have a look. Have we got the one with the little lake, the little water feature?
Yes.
So this
And
has
that's
been
what it looks
appliqued.
like. So you can do a bit of applique, a
Do
bit of
everything.
embroidery.
Absolutely, and this is all the fabrics that I actually designed to create the quilts that I made with Stuart.
Oh, I see.
Which is what's on the show today. So all these fabrics, it kind of featured in here. This looks
Yeah,
very
that's true.
lacy, doesn't it?
It's
It's all
amazing.
featured in. And I mean, that's why I brought this one. It just lends itself so well. And the little things
It
you
really
can
does.
do, it's
Well, yeah, so you
beautiful.
can use these as like a little
course.
feature on something else. You can use them
Absolutely.
as a little picture,
This is it.
a card.
You could make a quilt, couldn't you? You
A
could have all
quilt.
these in little blocks. Which
So
you know,
for
got different shapes.
$21.49, you're getting the stencil, and Sandra is
know.
going to show it because I've no idea how this works. You get these
You-
2
you can do this.
stencils,
You can do
and then
this.
look at the instruction booklet. It really is step by step. It's like I'm trying to think what those. Remember what's that art show? What was his
Oh,
name?
Take Art. was
Take
it? Yeah.
Art,
What was
yeah.
his name? I can't remember his
Tony
name.
Hart.
Tony Hart.
Yeah, Tony
that's it,
Hart. Do you
yeah,
remember?
Morph.
He used to start
I've got-
off with things like this.
Yeah, see, I've got Dobby. He had Morph.
Yeah, more exactly.
Yeah, Dobby, he's sat at, look, he's messing in somebody's bag. I don't know what he's doing.
He's pinching someone's purse, I think.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. I'll check his pockets before we leave.
But he used to like start off with this, didn't he? You'll all remember.
absolutely.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh, I could do that.
Yeah.
And then he would just draw, and then that's what would happen.
Yes.
So this is how you
possible.
do it. You do exactly the same. You start off with the shape.
Yeah.
And look at all the pages and pages of step by step. So you too can draw.
Yes, absolutely. Look at my sheep. That's a little French knot in its own right.
That is
isn't
a
it?
little, it's gorgeous. And then you create these little vignettes.
Absolutely,
Vignettes.
because they're so sort of English, because it
Yes.
was in the country. And I remember this one in particular, it was 6:30 in the morning, and I was stood outside of the main house with my cup of tea in hand and my sketchbook, and that's what I drew.
Wow.
Literally from sketch. So looking at that one.
Right, and so
this
these
one,
are the sketches you drew.
There it is, look. I mean, it's a little bit of an artistic license there because the wall was actually solid. So I've had it so it's, you know, you can see through. So you can see this little fence. But everything within there, I mean, it's perfectly embroiderable, applique. This is the house that we did the class. The classroom was this way to the left.
Oh, wow.
Little features, so there's little forest and things around. I had a little bit of a delve and
Amazing.
these came up. So that's
And then
what's
all
gone
of
into
this
the
has
instructions.
come
From that, absolutely.
I love this. So £21.49. Save yourself £3.50. Absolutely loads of you got this basket. So how do
want
we
to
do
see?
it
Shall
then?
I go over?
Yeah, I'm.
You coming over?
I am because I can't.
Okay.
I can't work out how
right.
you do this.
Right, first things first then. Okay, I've got some just white cotton fabric, so you can use. Honestly, you can use anything. If a pen will go on it,
Right.
it's fine. What you always have to test though, will your pen, if you're going to use a fine liner and it's permanent, just check it's not going to bleed.
Okay.
My pens
Yes.
don't, and they're washable up to 40 degrees.
Right.
So I know we've got some of my fine liners today, but you do need a friction pen. A friction pen acts almost like a pencil. You can't rub a pen out, can you? But you can that. And I've
Okay.
got a little bit of freezer paper here. I know you've been talking about
Love
this earlier.
freezer paper,
It's
it's
like we
brilliant,
all planned it, isn't it?
It is. It's genius
You don't
stuff.
have to use it, but you know, the nice thing, it just gives you a bit of structure if you want to. So
Yeah, see, this is great. So you can use freezer paper like I was doing
Yeah.
for templates, but with this you're using
yeah,
it to give it structure.
exactly. I mean, I don't mind. I'm so used to drawing on fabric, and this is
Yeah, but I
quilting
do. So
weight.
my
It's
son the
quite
other day
nice.
wanted to draw something on his T-shirt, and it just kept pulling. And I said, I know, I've got it. I said,
Exactly.
press freezer paper on the back.
That's exactly right, and it's easy to
And
do.
then
And it just
and
peels off.
I had this big piece, and after I said, what did you do? I'll have that back because you can use
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Throw it out. He didn't
Did you
realise
send him to the bin?
I know, he didn't know it was reusable. So it's freezer paper is brilliant for a temporary stabiliser.
It is, absolutely. So I'm not going to worry about that because you want to see me draw it.
Okay.
Which one do we draw?
Oh, the house.
The house.
The
okay.
house.
All right, so you'll notice here that I have got them in the different shapes. You can do them in any shape you like. The house sort of lends itself to this one, but if you wanted to do it in the oval, there's nothing stopping you doing that. You can do whatever you want to do. So here we go. Now, why these? It means because you can draw round, you can draw in, or you can mask them off and use them as templates. They're really good, strong mylar.
Okay.
So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why
they're
I've given
like
you both.
acrylic or
It's mylar. It's
Mylar.
350 micron mylar. So it will.
What's mylar you said?
Mylar. It's plastic. It's a polymer,
Right.
but it gives you structure. So it will actually hold it down. If in papercraft, if you put this through a die cutting machine, you could actually emboss it and things like that.
Oh, okay.
But
So
you
it's
can
like a
ink through it
thick.
if you want, yeah. Because we
thick.
still ink on fabric. If you want to ink
Yes.
through it,
Okay.
So you've got masks that you can ink through and stuff like that. So that's good. So here we go then.
This make a great mobile phone cover, wouldn't
Well,
it?
it would, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Depends what phone you've got, I think. So here we go, look. Friction pen, you notice. I'm using a friction pen because I don't necessarily want this to be permanent.
Okay.
I can go in and embroider it and then iron it away. Or
Yes,
head right
yes.
away, which you taught me last time.
Yeah.
So here we go. So let's have, I want to just sort of show you the instructions. Now, I haven't numbered mine, but you can see at the back, don't need to number the shapes, but I have numbered these little ones.
Okay.
Just means that if I refer to them in the book, I don't have to say it's that circle to the top
Right,
left.
just have a
It's
look at that and
number
then you
one.
know
That's
which one it is.
exactly right.
Okay.
So here we go. It tells me, I've already done it. Draw around the rectangular shape, middle of your paper or your fabric, mark a centre line on the piece and draw shape 10, about a centimetre under the horizontal line. So that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So if I have a look-see, look, shape 10 is that rectangle there.
Right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Having said that, if you wanted to, you could just think, right, okay, I'm just going to draw it. Now, how do I get a horizontal line? Because I've got a straight. If I line up the edge,
Yes, you don't need a special ruler or anything.
horizontal line. Now, it says about 1 centimetre underneath, about. Okay?
About?
So, yeah, centimetre,
You
half
could
an
measure
inch.
that, or
you
you can
could
just
if you
judge it.
really wanted to, because what I'm going to do is put my first little bit in there. There we go. Okay? So how do I get
Brilliant.
my other windows? Because this is what we're doing. We're doing the windows and the frame at the same time. Another one there. And here we go. Another one there. Yeah. So I'm going to draw around it now. And you think, okay, don't want to do that freehand. You've got this lovely little rectangle here. Let's put those lines in. And then that one in there. And then that one in there.
And this is all in the instructions.
That's it. Yeah, look, here we look. That looks exactly like
Yeah, it does.
that on step 3. Step 4, look, I've got this little bit coming around. So here we go. I've got an extra line.
Half of the stock's
Here.
gone now, and the other half is in basket. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out.
I'm going to kind of freehand round that curve, and then I'm going to pull that one out there. Look, so I've got it level. Let's put those in.
Yeah, because with windows, it's very precise, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
But this is brilliant.
Absolutely, but
Because
you
you've
can
got all the
see
lines.
you've got all the lines. So then again, I'm just looking at the pictures now. I've got a bit of a, let's have a look. A bit of a ledge here, so let's go there, look, like that. Another one in there. Little ledge, like that. Oh, that went a bit wonky, but that's okay, because I'm using a friction pen, so I can rub it out or iron it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've kind of got that bottom bit. That's pretty quick, that was,
That is
wasn't it?
amazing.
Let's put us a little bit of a sort of shape here, halfway. So I've split it into 2. And I'm going to sort of think, right, okay, that's about halfway, isn't it, between there and there?
Yeah, yeah.
And that is, do you notice I'm saying about? I'm not measuring. You don't have to.
Just
Don't
about.
worry
Well, I
about
guess
it.
when it's a small area like that, you can see
Yeah,
what's half. If it
absolutely.
was massive, it would be hard to
That's true. Now, I only need the top half of that. And you see I've used
How
that
did you
bit.
work out what shapes you needed on this?
That's I know it's going to sound really, that's what I do.
Well, yeah, how did
That's
you
what I
work that
do.
out?
I've always taught, and writing instructions is something I do, and being able to draw and then giving other people that opportunity.
But the thing is, these aren't just shapes for one thing. They're shapes for lots of things.
They are, absolutely, yeah. Well, what I do, I draw them first. I draw the image first, as you've seen in my sketch.
Yeah.
And then from there, I'll say, right, okay, how do I get somebody else to draw this?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the main thing. And then I find the basic shapes and I split it up. Then I recreate the stencils from my basic shapes. So these ones are actually circles. Sometimes in my stencils, you might find an odd-looking shape.
Right,
but
okay.
It's meant
but
to
it's
be
amazing
that
that
way.
you've actually got so few shapes
Yes, yeah.
that will go across all of them.
Yeah, it's all about trying to make it as easy as I
Yeah,
can.
it's genius.
You don't have to be an artist.
I did say at the beginning of the day, this is all about, today is all about us making it easy for you.
Exactly.
So we've got, like in
what
the
we
next
want.
hour, we've got a dressmaking pattern with all the fabric bundles because that makes it easy.
It certainly does.
And then this makes it easy for people to do embroidery or applique.
Exactly, yeah. So going around here, you see I'm following the shape. There we go, same with this one, following the shape round. You see I've got no stabiliser behind, but it's actually working fine.
Yeah.
And then, okay, we need to sort of split up and create something in the windows. So let's have a look. See where I put that line, where I got that curve? Let's put that line in there, like so. And then we're going to split this into 3 sections. So, again, by eye. Yeah. If I use the edge again, so I get it level. Get one there. Imagine what, you know, all the different stitches you could use with this.
Well, and the great thing is because it's not just the transfer to do one, you can then adapt it slightly to fit what you want. If you want a different shape and you want more windows. Because the problem with having just one transfer is it is what it is then.
Yes.
Whereas this you can really adapt.
Watch this, I'm going to cross it over, look. There.
It looks like a tea shop in Bath.
Yes.
We have lots of tea
This
shops
is it.
that look
See,
like that.
you could use this and you could sort of have your own version or think, you know what, I like it this way or I like it that way and I want it to look like a place I stayed. So you can adapt it to sort of suit what you want it to be. There we go. And then again, let's do lines. Now again, I'm going pretty quick on this, honestly. But you can see that I've kind of got the main bit. There was a little cross shape here. So let's put that in. And anybody recognise the house? Anybody know where it is in the Lake District?
No, no idea. I've only been a couple of times.
It's Higham Hall.
Higham Hall?
So you can Google it now and check the side of the building. A few little lines.
I mean, this is amazing because although obviously you can draw, but I can see how people like me who can't draw would be able to draw around this template.
Honestly, it's completely achievable. If you have a look on that.
And it's all in there. It's not like you've got to remember all of this.
It's all here. I mean, look, here
there.
it is. And I'm still on page 1. Look, there's my curves I drew.
Yeah.
There's the window, breaking it up, putting the panes in, putting the little bit of brickwork in.
Oh,
See, I've got now
think
little bits
this would
going on
make me
here.
feel really proud as well that I'd done this.
Do you know, you need to go onto the Sanntangle Facebook page because there's so many different things on there and so much inspiration of other people.
Of what other
It's
people
not
have
just
done.
me drawing it, it's how other people have drawn them.
Okay, but you're facilitating that.
I am, yes. I'm giving you the
Facilitating
structure.
People like me.
And the
draw.
support, and then you're drawing it. And this is what I want you to do. I don't want to give you something you're just going to copy and it be exactly the same. If that was the case, then I'd give you something to draw around. That's
Yeah,
not
but I
what we
guess
want.
this is nice because then you can, if you want to draw these on, you can. Or you see, I think I would like start off. I think, well, I'll leave it like that. Then I might add the other things in.
And then you do
depending
your
on
own thing.
How adventurous I'm
yeah.
feeling.
There we are. Got a little line here.
This is
look.
magic, isn't it? And this
Line
just started
here.
with a few mobile phone shapes.
Yeah, so you can come out, look, you can come out the lines. And let's put some,
brave.
like 3 little bubbles, which are perfect French knots, aren't they?
Yes.
So whatever you want to kind of add in there, you know, the little leaves with thinking chain stitches, that kind of stuff. But I didn't want to sort of spend all my time sewing today. You know what you're doing. If you hand stitch and you want to sort of do
And
that.
you see, you could do this, I'm thinking on paper, and then if you wanted it big, you just stick it under your photocopier and enlarge it, couldn't you? You could have a bigger one then.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Because what you've got to remember as well is this is unique artwork.
Yeah.
So if you're doing this and you're putting it on a quilt or on a cushion, it's your artwork because you've not directly traced it from mine. You've drawn it. I've given you the structure. So the angel policy then
It is just
is
Tony
yours. You
Hart,
can
honestly.
sell it. There you go. Look, I'm putting my little bits in. Now you notice I tend to draw things freehand. You can use your little ruler and you come in and do this perfectly level.
Yeah, but I guess once you've got those main structures, then
Exactly.
drawing something inside
It's
freehand
easier.
isn't as bad, is it?
And of course, you think mental health awareness. Drawing
I think,
something
yeah,
like
it's better
this.
that it is. I think you need the main bits that they're correct,
Yep.
but then it gives it a much nicer.
Yeah, it does. It gives it a bit of a
handmade.
quirkiness about it. And then it depends what you want to do with it. And, you know, you could colour these in with ink tents. You could go back in with fine liner and keep all that if you
Oh, yeah,
wanted
that's
to.
true, yeah.
And, I mean, I've drawn it all in friction. I would probably draw most of it in friction and then I would have come in and drawn.
Yeah, and I
coloured
guess you
it.
could draw the whole thing and then
Yeah.
just embellish it a bit.
Exactly. But if you're going to embroider it, then I would go all in friction pen. I mean, how quick was that?
That's amazing.
I mean, I know I've drawn it a couple of
You
times.
know, yeah, but all the
you know
same,
what?
you did show us
yeah,
how to do it.
It's gone literally from start to finish.
Wow, and so with the
that's your image.
stencil, so
Yeah.
you get this, I love the steps.
Steps. Look at the little poppies and things.
I know,
like
that's
little
brilliant,
bits
isn't
and
it?
pieces.
So you get the steps, you get the
Yeah.
stones and
little
the
water feature.
The
yeah.
little water
The stones
feature.
come from an oval.
You get
Crazy.
the house.
House, which we've just. I mean, look how similar that is. You're going to get exactly the same effect. Let's put a couple of little lines. There you go.
Brilliant. And then, then you get the view.
Yeah,
of the
yeah, the
wall.
little sheep and the and the trees.
And then you get this lovely window view. Up
Do
some
yeah? I
steps.
mean, this little rose could be a motif in its own right if you wanted to.
How do you do
Take
the
that off.
rose?
Do you want to see?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Go on then.
How do you do the rose?
Now the rose, you think, oh, you're going to do a circle? No.
Definitely a circle. Remember, we've only got 14 of these left now. So if you want one of these, you need to be quick.
Okay.
That is a rose.
That's a rose, so it starts. Let me show you.
Oh, because obviously there isn't a picture of how to do it.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's just check it's. Here we go. So look, I start on number 26 here, and it's a little swirl in the middle. Little swirl in the middle. Okay.
Okay.
And then from actually, let's do it with my fine liner, because then you'll see. You see, I've got this is my framework.
Right. So that's you doing a friction pen.
That's what you're
going to
do because you don't want to keep that. So I've done a little swirl, and then on the outside here, I'm going to do a wavy line. come back. And then another wavy line. And then another wavy line.
Okay.
You notice that my lines, they're not joining each other, they're kind of overlapping.
Yes.
As I work my way around. And along.
It's a log cabin.
Yeah, look at this. Going to go a bit bigger.
Okay.
Now, the whole point of that shape is that it's going to keep us sort of contained.
Yeah, otherwise you don't.
Otherwise,
yeah, no, mine, I'd have a very lopsided rose, but that
Yeah.
contains you,
There
doesn't
you go.
it?
Little line coming out.
And I guess you could use that with the big hexagon, couldn't you?
You
For a
could,
massive rose.
absolutely. And if you wanted to use any of the other shapes, you can do so. So let's put a couple more little leaves there. See the curved lines. Again, you could do this in friction pen and draw around it. Okay, let's put a couple little lines in there. Just, give it a little bit of detail. Is that iron on, Rex? We'll just get rid of this.
No, but it will be in a moment.
Oh, fantastic. So there we go, little V's. Look at this, little V's. There we go. So this is our little sort of flower. So if we now put that underneath the iron, there we go. We don't need the, keep the drawing, you don't matter, you can draw it again.
I know, but you can ages drawing that. I'm not going to iron over it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you're going to do, the construction, the little bit that you use
There
to
we
help you, isn't there anymore. So you've actually got
Can't see
something
that hexagon, that's
you've
magic.
literally hand-drawn. So there's a difference, of course, that's completely permanent now.
Wow.
That will not wash
So
out.
the fine liners we've got on the screen at the moment,
Yeah.
so that's these black.
These black ones, yeah, you get 3 in a pack.
And they're all the same.
They're all the same.
right?
They're an 03 size, which means these are the ones I use all the time. They're a nice thickness. They're
Yeah.
not too fine.
Yeah.
I find sometimes with a real fine one, like an 02 or something, you can sometimes you can get it a little bit clogged up with fabric. This glides beautifully.
Oh yeah,
works
no,
well
it really
on wood
does.
fabrics, and it works well on.
Yeah, because that's not dragging at all.
No, not at all. It's
all
lovely, isn't it?
bleeding.
No, it's
That's
lovely, isn't it?
beautiful.
So they're really nice ones. Up to 40 degrees, you can wash them. So don't draw on your clothes and things.
Yeah, but brilliant for labelling stuff.
Labels, absolutely, yes, they are brilliant.
Brilliant for labelling stuff.
So yeah, so that's it. So whatever you want to do with your embroidery. I mean, I told you didn't believe me. Look at it.
No, that's really good.
Look at
Really,
it.
really
From
good.
those shapes, how does that happen?
Wow. So in
Absolutely.
in your kit, you will get the instruction booklet with all the coloured pictures. So it does really help to see how the
it
finished
does.
thing.
Yeah.
Full, very, very detailed instructions all the way through, and then all of the templates you need. All of these different templates.
Really useful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all of that. Wow. Now, we've only got 10 of those left, so if you want one of these, you need to get checked out. Let's talk cushions.
I knew they'd love that one.
I love that one. I think it's brilliant. So, the cushions.
Cushions.
Should we go over here?
Yes. This was an inspiration. Shall I come over?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Come and play.
This was another inspiration because these are the fabrics that I used on the retreat.
Oh, okay.
I've mixed a couple of other bits and pieces in, but you can kind of get that feel when you look at all the different fabrics. You've got that kind of Lake District kind of vibe going on.
Yeah, there is, isn't
the
there?
real softness and the little hints of the hall.
So the kit for this, you make 2 cushions.
You can get 2 cushions, and it's not just the front.
Right,
Yeah,
so
enough
in
to
the
make
kit,
the back as
you've
well.
got all the fabric to make the front and the back of both cushions,
Yes.
and obviously the pattern.
Yes.
Very important. But $38.46, which I think is a great price, to be honest, for 2 cushions, all the fabric and all the instructions and everything. But we're going to reduce that just because we're kind.
I know.
Just because we're kind. So we're going to reduce that to $29.99 instead of $38.46.
But you know, it's because we print our own, we don't have a middle person.
Yes.
So I can decide what I'm
You
going to
can
do.
decide.
Do
So
the
that's
design,
an
print it, so it's all in-house.
£8.47 saving. Let me show you what you get in the kit, and then we can talk about the cushions. There's a lot of fabric in here.
There is.
So, full instructions.
Yes. In colour.
In colour, exactly how to make them.
And I have gone down. If you've never done this before, I have broken everything down.
Right,
so you
to
can
make
see
it really simple.
Yeah. And there are 2 different blocks in there. And notice I've said block 1, because there are going to be a few more coming. So absolutely, yes.
Yes, so this is block 1. Collect it.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Ready for block 2. Because
Exciting.
remember, you don't have to make these into a cushion.
Well, no, that's the idea. I am addicted to quilts.
So it
As
could
we
be a
talked
quilt,
last
couldn't
time.
it?
So I'm thinking, yeah, I've got my cushions, so I'm going to actually make blocks and save them.
Brilliant.
And start putting
so
them together.
in here, you get all of the fabrics. You get this lovely lilac. And these are all designed by you.
They are, yeah.
And
yeah.
printed by you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you
you've
sort
got
of
the-
see me draw little leaves and things like that.
I know, it's just gorgeous,
These
isn't
flowers.
it? And I think there's something really special about designing fabric specifically for pattern, because then you get exactly the scale.
Exactly what you want,
The
because
tone.
you do, and you don't have to sort of spend hours picking and matching. I know that what I'm doing.
You know it's going to go together.
It's
It's got
gonna
a
go.
beautiful coral.
Yes. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? It's very vintage. You
It
can
is
sort of see.
lovely.
You can imagine the Lake District.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. So those are all the fabrics, and you've got a lot of fabric in here.
Yeah. Now this one, you get like 300. I say 300 mils, so it's about 3/4, about a third of a metre, something like
Right.
that. For each one, what I've done with this one, I've given you more because this is for the back.
Right,
As well, so you
okay.
get your 5 colours. But then you've got your backing in that one as well.
Oh, okay.
I did a different one there because
But that's
I
for
didn't
your
print enough
backing.
off when I went home to make it. So it's slightly different, but you get the grey for the backing as
So
well.
you've got, in these kits, you've got everything to make 2 whole cushions. You could keep them to use them as blocks, up to you. And all of the fabric and instructions, and you are saving £8.47.
Absolutely. And then because I've given you the same amount of fabric for each one, if you decided, say, you wanted the grey in the middle,
Oh, of course,
or you wanted
yes.
the green and things, you could mix it and do your own
Yeah,
version.
that's quite nice,
I
actually,
like
isn't
that.
it?
I like giving you that choice. I want to give you the structure, but I don't want to say you have to do it
Yeah.
this way. It's if you want to do
And that's
something
quite good,
different.
yes, when you do that and you get
Yeah.
the same amount of fabrics, then
Yeah,
it's easy
yeah.
for you to choose.
there
Or
for
you
you.
could just copy this exactly.
If you want to, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, if we've also got another thing, so if you just want the fabric bundle, because you love the fabrics, or you don't want to make the cushions, or maybe you want to make more cushions, we have got just the fabric bundle without the instructions. So if you wanted to make more and you didn't want to buy 2 packs and then you'd have 2 set of instructions, we have got just the fabric.
Yeah. Now, this is quite nice because if you wanted to turn that one into a quilt,
Yes.
you've got the fabric. See where my thinking is?
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
I've been
that's
doing
true.
the same. So you get half a metre of each one.
So
here.
you actually get more fabric
You
in
do,
this.
yeah. So you are going to make. You're going to.
So it should be $49.95, $33.96 for all of these. So you've actually got more fabric in this than the other one. But if you did want to make more cushions, or you wanted to make more blocks, or if you just love the fabrics and you want to do something else with them, again, we have got a saving with that one as well. That's really good. That's a big saving as well.
Yeah. I want you to use them. You know, I want you to sort of have. A
Yeah,
look at
I know,
them
but
and
they are
things.
beautiful.
They're really nice to work with.
And they're
it's
all-
just so subtle, but they're not subtle. If you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but they're lovely
Yeah,
colours, aren't
nice
they?
together, nice.
I love this because it's a real sort of deep sort of raspberry coral.
It is, yeah. Imagine walking through a hall and you're
Yes.
seeing that kind of on the, in the tapestries and
Yes,
things
it's
like that.
absolutely
It's nice to
beautiful.
know, I think, where it comes from.
Yes, and what you've been inspired by, and the
absolutely.
shades are just perfect, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
So $33.96 for that. So that does make a perfect partner with the kit as well. Now we've also got a bundle
yes.
of just the grey fabric.
I know. I had to bring these because they're just lovely.
These are gorgeous. So if you love the greys, our neutrals are so in.
Yeah.
We're matching the price of that one. So 2.5 metres. Basically, you're getting half a metre for free. $33.96 instead of $49.95. So these beautiful shades of grey.
These are symbols. Creativity, prosperity.
Oh, are they?
Infinite love, gratitude.
Oh, lovely. Look at these.
Honesty. So it's got quite a lot of positivity in it. Just as the...
Gorgeous.
You don't know. It doesn't... It's no words, but... Yeah.
It's just there, isn't
Yeah,
it?
there's that lovely...
That's beautiful. I love this. Look at this one.
See, that's giving you a little bit of a shock in there as well.
Yeah,
that
let me
little bit
open
of
that one
real
up.
Dark grey.
So that's what it looks like as half a metre.
Look at that.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. This is the one that Leslie used for the rocks because it does look very lacy.
It does,
So you
doesn't
can
it?
sort of fussy cut and take little bits from it. You can go really dark or really pale. It's just beautiful. And all this has been hand drawn.
Wow.
Every little bit of it. You know, the triangles, the little...
Yeah, but
bubbles,
you
the
can tell, can't
swirls.
you? Because it's got such a lot of detail and
Yeah,
definition
all
in
hand
it.
drawn, that one.
Beautiful.
Fold that.
Yes.
I'm keeping you tidy.
Keep me tidy, keep me tidy. This is lovely because it's quite a bluey grey.
It is, yes. It's all on it's like feathers. And there is actually on my YouTube page, you've got a feather. You can actually learn how to draw this particular design because it's one that I did as a live video. So if you like it and you want to have a go at drawing it,
then you can go to Sandra's YouTube. And then you've got the scroll one as well. So all of those, you're getting half a metre of each of those. Beautiful neutrals. And it's really nice that, you know, this one's got a bit more black in it. This has got a little bit of greeny blue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grey.
It's just really nice,
Just
isn't it?
pretty. $33.96 for 2.5 metres. And you're getting half a metre free, which is amazing. And then the final bundle is the purples.
Go.
Let me have a look.
You're going to let me come back?
I know, these are gorgeous, aren't they?
Look at
I love these. I'll keep them there. They're all half a metre, but you can see them better if I keep them. It's not. Sometimes with these, when you're buying a whole bundle, it's nice to see them together, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
So you can see how they go.
Yeah. So you've got some slightly a little bit darker. Then they're all based on the same colour palette, but you've got different
Yeah,
shades.
but it's nice to have those different shades.
is,
And
yes.
this is one. That one is in the cushion bundle.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then a darker one as well. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, I know lilacs and purples are such popular colours.
They are, and they just work with everything, don't they?
And these are 100% quilting weight cotton.
They are nice and fresh.
They are, yes, well, they're just
So you have to
beautiful.
touch, don't you?
I know, I don't want to touch them. I don't know. They're just so lovely. They're fresh, aren't they?
They are.
And you could pair them. You could put just like a plain white with them. Would look really lovely.
Yeah,
wouldn't
absolutely. Yeah, or a pop
Gorgeous.
of something would be lovely. Pop of this, and we'll look.
Oh yeah. Whoa. And if you want just the pale grey swirls.
Yeah, this one is it's not something I've done before because, you know, I mean, I can't print white on white, but this is as close as I get to white.
Yes,
on
I see what
white.
you. But
you
it
know
looks.
what I mean?
It looks like white on white,
It's
doesn't
just
it?
beautiful.
It really
and
is.
It doesn't take away from what you're doing with the rest of your quilt or whatever you're doing.
Now,
It
if
gives it
people
some
order
interest.
more than half a metre, will it come as a whole?
It'll
thing?
come as a whole piece.
Right,
Yeah,
brilliant.
we'll print to order.
Because it would
this
be
one.
lovely to have, like, use this for borders on a quilt or for a
Exactly.
back or something.
This is
because
it, see, it's-
rather than having plain, it just gives you that bit of
Got something, yeah, and you see this has all been shaded with a pencil originally.
Oh, I see.
So you can kind of see how that's worked. So really nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I love that. Right, we'll just go through the cushion kit one more time before.
All right, shall I go get ready for the demo?
Yes, okay, I'll just do the kit. So this is the cushion kit. Remember, there's enough fabric in here to make 2 cushions, including the backs. Or, as this is block 1, if you wanted to make them as blocks to use for a quilt or something else, then you've got enough fabric to make 2 blocks. If you love it and you want to make more, then do buy the fabric pack as well. But in the kit, you will get all of these fabrics, all 5, and there's enough to do it. And the instructions, there's lots and lots of information, full colour photos of exactly how to construct them. And they are gorgeous. They're very unique and quite striking. They're a real sort of talking piece in your home. But all collect them and make a quilt. I think they're absolutely beautiful. Right, Sandra, how do we make them?
Okay, now I want you to sort of chill out and relax before we even do this. You think, oh my God, I can't do this, I can't do this. Everything's explained for you. From the first page, I've even listed which fabrics you're going to use for what. Having said that, if you've decided that you want to use this one for instead, swap them round, what I would do is a little bit of scrap, and I'd sort of like stick a little swatch in there, in with a little bit of tape, so you remember which one is which. Just the way I did it, you see here, look, this is my excess piece. I've actually literally written on the edge which number or which letter I've done, so I know. But then again, that was with a friction pencil. It would have stayed if I'd ironed it. No good. So make sure you know. Okay, so I've told you what you need for block 1 and what you need for block 2. What you need for the inner section, which is the kind of the cross in the middle, and then the outer sashing, which is sort of putting it all together, and then I've bound it around the edge. I like an edge bound.
They look lovely,
with a,
don't they?
a cushion. If you just stitch it without the binding, it doesn't, I don't know.
I like it, and also, because it used to be really popular to put piping cord around cushions.
Yes,
it's
it did.
Bit fiddly, isn't
yeah,
it?
you do.
And I think this gives a similar effect.
It does, but it sort of
But
squares
easier.
it off.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it does.
Yeah,
It's lovely.
and I have to hand stitch it as well. I can't machine stitch. I'm a bit. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit like that. Anyway, so I've cut my pieces out. So block one, this, I would say do block one first. If you've never done it, it's not that this one's easier, it's just that there's less pieces, I think.
Okay.
And your half square triangles are a little bit bigger, so you can sort of manage what you're doing with them before you sort of move on to block two. So, okay, let's have a look at this then. So I've got my fabric A, some little squares here, and fabric B. They're the same size, those ones. So cutting it, please be as precise as you can. So just double check what you're doing. Here's my fabric, oh, that's fabric B, fabric C. Then I've got my D. My D fabric I've had to cut into little rectangles. And I've left them because I want to show you how you can sort of put them together without sewing each one individually. And then I've got the other side of the rectangle as well. So everything's there ready to go. So I'm going to do the half square triangle first. Half square triangles, it's these little corner bits. Now you notice when I've done it, you can see here, look, that even this is not exactly straight. So, you know, you do have to straighten them off a bit. But I wanted to put it in so you don't think that when you've machined it, you think, oh my goodness, I've gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's how they kind of look. So here we go, half square triangle. How would you do them? I've got the two fabrics together here, and on the back of one, I've used my friction pen and I've marked a line straight down there, okay? Now, a good thing to do before you start doing anything and manipulating fabrics is use yourself either your best press, or I've got the posh stuff, the flatter, because it smells nice. So give it a little bit of a spray, because what that's going to do, it's going to help sort of stabilise it a bit. Okay, I'll iron that one. I don't want to iron that one too much because I've got friction pen on it. I could always draw it again, couldn't I? But
You could.
but I don't want it. All right, so here we go, right sides together, right sides together. And the idea is that I'm going to use that line to help me, because I want to stitch this side 1/4 inch, and I want to stitch this side 1/4 inch. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, get to the sewing machine. And it's always best to check as well when you're stitching that your actual sort of allowance is 1/4 inch. So always do a little bit of scrap first, just to make sure, because if it's not, then your pattern pieces might not fit exactly. And we're after a little bit of precision here. So let's see if we can get it. I'm also going to turn my stitches down. They're normally about 2.5, aren't they, when you switch machine on? I'm going to go down to 1.8.
Why is that then?
Because when I'm cutting out and it's kind of stitching things together, sometimes you might have to cut across a seam you've done. And if the stitch is too big, it's going to start coming undone.
Okay.
So go a little bit smaller with your stitches. So here we go. Let's put that one in there. Notice while I've not really done a back stitch either, because my stitches are small. There we go. So now I've got my 2 stitch lines, one either side. Okay, so then, because I've best pressed it, it's got a little bit of structure to it, like a bit more structure. You would usually use a rotary cutter, but we know what I'm like with a rotary cutter on air. I'm going to do that's not. So I've cut it in, cut it in half like that. So straight over to the iron now, and I'm going to press kind of away from me, like so. There we go. Just make sure. I don't want to move it too much, because triangles can be a little bit unpredictable, can't they? And they start changing shape on you and all sorts. But we are aware of that, and I've given you a little bit extra because we've got to trim these to size, okay? So there we go. That's what they're going to look like. So I've got 2 half square triangles. So you see you've got these little bits, and it's not quite perfectly level. That's fine. What I've got, hang on a second, is I've got a little ruler here, so it's going to give me some sort of guides and some measurements. Again, I would probably usually just come in with a rotary cutter and go round, but let's do it so you feel comfortable. Now on my ruler, you see, I've got these lines, like 45 degrees. So what I can do, I can actually use that 45-degree line and line it up on that triangle, on that seam. And if I just draw around that little bit there, you can see I'm going to take very, very little off, but it's going to square it up. Let's just do that. Again, I would normally do this with a rotary cutter. But let's just, not everybody's got one, have they? And not everybody sort of kind of wants to. I wouldn't trust my mum with one, to be fair.
Yeah, but there's the option, isn't there? And that's quite nice.
Absolutely.
If you want to use a rotary cutter, you can, but if this is how to do it if you don't have one.
So then, look, if I put my ruler back on, I've got the tiniest little bit left. So I've done pretty well with that one. That I'm just going to trim those bits off There we go. One there, look. And one there. Let's just take that bit off. You do this like as a batch producer. You wouldn't just do one at a time. So there you go. You've got a lovely little square. So where are my others? I've got some there ready to go. See, so they're all sort of done. I say a little bit of batch production would do a world of good here. So look, I'm just lining my line up again. Just gonna bring that.
Yeah, and I
on.
guess with this you can use any size ruler as long as it's got those
You can, yeah,
diagonal lines.
you can. I mean, again, I've got my favourites, and this one's really good when you work.
I know it's funny, isn't it? Though, but I bought 2 new ones recently, and I thought, oh, I've got enough. But then I tend to use all of them all the time. Because you think, oh, that was good for that, and that's good for that, and
this is it, see. But you tend to use certain ones.
But you have, whatever your sort of what you like to.
Very little wastage. So I've got all of those. With my another one I wanted to show you is I've got to stitch these to these, and you know that I said, you know, you don't want to be sort of doing one at a time. If I take all of these over to the sewing machine, now again, I'm going to line them up. If you need to pin them, please feel free. I'm not sure if I've ever really pinned unless I have to. I'm factory floor trained.
Really? Oh, well, there you are.
So it's all on piecework for me.
Yeah, so it's
at
about speed,
production
isn't
line,
it?
absolutely. So here we go. So here's my first one. There we go. Then I'm going to come for the next one. Okay. So I'm going to put that one straight in, and then I'm going to stitch that one. It's almost like you're creating bunting.
Is that the same? Is that the ruler you had?
So you have
I'm just looking at the one.
It's the little, little.
Yeah, it is 2.5 by 4.5.
Yeah.
I've not seen that one either.
Oh yeah, it's really cute.
That's brilliant. Look at that. Only $13.99.
Yeah. Do you know what? It is brilliant. You know, when you're cutting little bits like this, because the last thing you want is a massive ruler in the way.
Because I like to use the smallest ruler that I can for the job, so then it's not too big, not too unwieldy.
It's not all over them. Can you imagine using your 24 by 6.5 inch ruler for this?
This is so cute. But like you say,
is it?
everyone has you have different rulers for different things.
Yes.
And some people might never use that, and everyone will use that all the time. That's brilliant.
It's lovely, isn't
I
it?
have to add those.
See, you're buying now.
Lethal. It's lethal at this place.
I know, I spend enough. It's a good job I earn a living, isn't it?
Good job.
That's right, too, anyway. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to see, I'm just lining that up again.
And it's got all of the, because it's creative grids, it's got all the nice friction things.
Yeah, it's absolutely, yeah. The last thing you want is a ruler sliding.
Well, especially if you're using your rotary cutter. So do these have to get cut then?
Yeah, you can check it, but I think I'm going to go without cutting.
Oh, okay, only because you said... Oh.
Only because if you find... You see, look, I've got a nice little row.
Oh, okay.
Because then what I can do, look, is just trim them off. So you see, it's not... You think this kind of thing's going to take hours and hours. It really doesn't, because you can literally...
Chain piece.
Off then, chain piece it off, and you find.
Oh, so you don't need to trim these afterwards. Then these are.
No, I don't think so. I think they're okay. But you find, you know, sometimes if you find they're a little bit wobbly, then yeah, you can do a little trim. But I think I'm going to go with these. Thank you very much. It's got teamwork today.
I know, teamwork.
So once you've done that, I'm then going to sort of imagine how it's going to look, and this is one of my steps in here. Because I think sometimes, certainly when you've got triangles and the different fabrics like this, you want to be sure that they all work together. Okay, so that goes there. And you're like, well, you've only got 4 there, Sandra. Why have you got another 4? That's because we've done both parts of the cushion at the same time. You're going to need 2 of these and 2 of the other block. So here we go. So this one, look, I've gone on the outside on that one. Oh, I've changed it as I've gone round to the finished piece. Doesn't matter though. Make your decision and stick with it. Like me. Thank you. Okay, there you go. But you know, you can have fun with these if you want to. You can actually twist it round and do it that way if you want. It's entirely up to you. That's how my finished piece looks. So I'll stick with that. I'll go in there that way. So that's exactly how my block's going to sort of see. You can see how you've got that lovely shape. So I'm going to stitch this one to this one to this one. So here we go. One into there, onto there, and
we have got absolutely loads of these are in baskets. So if you want one of these, you
that
do need to check out because we are way oversubscribed on these. It's in your basket.
To this one.
Check out. It's clever actually, this, because you don't see the grey. This is weird, isn't it? You see that red cross.
Yes.
Do you know what I
think
mean?
that's the thing, because if you think about the colour wheel and you look at red, it's always going to be the one that pops. But
the grey,
yeah,
because you've sewn it together with the grey.
yeah, because I've mixed it with green, the green actually wants to sort of come alive as well, because red and green opposite ends of the colour wheel, they're going to sort of argue the point slightly.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of thought gone into this.
There definitely has.
You know?
That's really clever.
It's not just
Yeah, because that red is just like standing out from the grey, but you need the grey to make the red stand out.
You do, yes. You've got to have some. I mean, I could have used plains, but you know.
How boring would that be?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to use plains, then you know it'll.
Well, the good thing about all of these is that I always think whenever you buy a kit, you've got the pattern. So you can make this over and over and over again using your own fabric.
Well, this is it. You could sort of
treat yourself to the kit, and then you can be really proud of yourself for being a scrap buster afterwards.
Absolutely. You know, so you'll go a bit further as well. So here we go. Thank you very much. So now what I'm going to do, that one.
No idea what direction you want them pressing. I'm just doing them. They've decided
see how it works.
Which way they want
They decided. So I know you've talked about this before, Rebecca. So you can see here at the moment my seams are going the same way, so I'm going to get quite a lot of bulk on one side. But if I fold one over the other way...
Yeah, see, I didn't know which way you went.
No, that's absolutely fine. Doesn't matter. You can see how it works. And a little tip as well, because we want these to be as close together as we can, so we want them to match. Rather than starting at the end and coming all the way down, if you actually did a little bit of a stitch across there to start with...
Oh, OK. So it's a hold in.
Yeah, if you really, really want to make it as perfect as you can be, let's just do that. Takes a little bit longer, but, you know, it's worth it in the end, isn't it? There you go. Now, that's pretty good. Hey, look at that. It's pretty good. But if it was a little bit off, then all I'd have to do was undo that bit.
Rather
than
such a good
the whole
idea.
thing.
So at that stage, rather than having to undo the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So
if you really, really care about points matching.
Exactly,
this is a brilliant idea.
Yeah. I mean, the nice thing about, you know, doing this, because it's not busy, but it's got busy fabrics. Here we go. If you don't quite match, it doesn't matter.
It's learning techniques like that. So when it's something where you really want it to match up, by doing that, it means... Because I think that's what puts you off, is when things don't match. You think, oh, I can't bother to undo the whole thing. You've only got... That's brilliant. Love that.
Absolutely.
Use that tip. Take that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can have that one for free.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic tip.
Brilliantly.
You can have that for free, that one. I'm taking that one. I always pin the seams together, but I've never thought of sewing them. That's such a good idea.
Not unless if I have to, I've got clips here. You know, I'll clip it.
I know, but I think that is more accurate than the pinning.
Yes, yes. There we go. So there's my first one. So let's have a look again. Just do a double check that because you don't want to be undoing it, do you, later?
No.
Okay, I'm just going to whiz this one through then, okay? Because time gives. Oh, so that one's gone a different way, but I don't mind. Let's put that one there. Let's do this one. There we go. So that's a very quick one, so it's not as accurate as it should be, but here we go.
But we've got
the idea.
Time is pressing. I'll give that a little press for you.
Okay.
Because it never looks right, does it, until you pressed it?
Tap dance for a bit.
Like, just hurry up.
Absolutely. I'll put the what's it on my scissors. Really sharp. They're really lovely, actually, those scissors.
I'm just going to give it a little spray so it looks perfect.
She just wants to smell it.
That's a lovely one.
That's the nice thing about using the spot starch.
Celebration.
Something's got a bit of a smell to it. It just makes the whole, either your utility room or your kitchen smell nice as you're doing it. And here we go.
There we are.
So, yeah, I've got a little bit off there. I'd probably come round and I'd trim that. Well, I wouldn't trim them until I've finished them all.
Right, OK.
Because then I want to make sure that they're all the same size. If I trim this now, you could end up with a little matchstick size.
Yeah, that's true. You do that afterwards.
So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yes. There you go. Oh, my
So
scissors.
these are your scissors.
They are my scissors.
What's fabulous
Well-
about these scissors? Because everything that Sandra does is fabulous. Honestly,
Fabulous.
because everything you make and create, there's a reason.
There is a reason for it, absolutely, yes. This one, I mean, they work, it depends whether you've got paper craft or you're doing fabrics.
Damn.
These for snipping in.
These are
You know, when you've
super
got a seam, you want to
snippers.
snip in. When you've got...
These used to be $4.99.
Yeah, but even look at this.
Why are they only $2.99?
Because you need them.
I need
I mean,
those.
look at this.
They are gorgeous.
Yeah. But, I mean, for threads, while you're at the machine...
Yeah, that's true, look.
Yeah.
Just little snippy.
Little snippies.
Snippies.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah, you need that because
do
they are
need that.
really
They are
sharp. That
super
point
sharp.
is really sharp. I think there's a picture on the website. It shows you the picture of the scissors. They go with, without, and the picture of the scissors.
yeah, they're lovely.
Handle on.
They are
So, yeah,
lovely.
Really nice to have. And of course, I've got them for paper craft as well because you can
Of
fussy
course,
cut.
yes.
So it depends what you want to do. So don't use those for paper and don't use paper ones for
No,
fabric, but
make sure you choose
absolutely.
which is
Great
which.
for snipping into things.
But they're nice. They're also nice and lightweight, so they'd be really good for, you know, if you were taking them away on a workshop
Exactly,
or
yeah. And
travelling or something.
this clips in, so it means that it's not going to fall out.
Yeah, because you
like
need that on it, don't you?
Yeah.
You do need
You
because
do need it. You do.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it
bits-
just feels nice, doesn't it, when you hear it click? You're like, yeah.
Yeah, like them.
Yeah, me-
like them.
yeah, we like them.
Now the pokey tool.
I know.
I love the pokey
Have we got one
tool.
over there? Oh, I got one here.
I'll go and get it.
You get yours. I think mine's
You got one then.
been used well. Yes, so it's
Oh, these are all here. They're all in here.
they're all bagged up, ready.
So-
They're all nice and neat.
I'm always looking at pokey tools. I said, show us your pokey tool. This is the pokey tool. Mm-hmm. It's brilliant, isn't it? It's very sharp. Well, not sharp, but
It is.
pointy.
Yeah, it is
So
sharp.
it has a
yeah.
protection.
Yeah.
Now, it's not for poking out corners. It's
No.
Because it's too sharp
It's
for
really
that.
pointed. Now, I think if you've got, you know, the plique, things like that, you're going to
Yes.
take the backing off.
I mean, this is brilliant for taking
That
the
is
backing
brilliant
off.
because sometimes, you know, you have to sort of run your scissors in it or
Yeah.
things like that. Now, you literally just put that finger and thumb, put that in between the two pieces and it comes away.
I tell you what I would use it as well. You know when you're like trying to press a seam allowance open?
Yep.
That's what I would use it for because you can never...
Get
you're like,
in and open
onion,
those.
but you could just get it in.
It's just a useful little tool.
For holding seams down.
Absolutely. Holding seams down. Put it
While
something
you're
that's
sewing.
small in the machine. That's it. Everything
So
like
it
that.
is like pin thin.
Yes,
Is
it
that a
is.
thing?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It is now. Shall I take that one?
It's pin thin.
It is.
But for just getting into little things. So
Yeah.
don't use it for turning for corner pokies.
No, because
it's
it'll
too
just go straight through.
It's too
'cause
sharp
it's
for that.
Really sharp.
But it's what it's used for is brilliant. I mean, for me, that's opening up a seam.
yeah, you're going to find so many more uses
Just
for
holding it down, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a brilliant little tool. I've got mine.
That's fab. And again, $2.99.
Yeah.
It's metal, steel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely.
It's good
It's
enough.
got a nice grippy bit on the barrel.
You need it, I think, when it's something sharp.
Yeah, you need that.
You do need
and
that.
it comes with a very safe cover,
Yes.
which you also need.
Because honestly, mine, I did put mine in my bag like that once. It's not good. Doesn't end well.
No. But it needs to be that sort of fine and that sharp. I think it's fabulous. It's fabulous. And it's these little tools that make the difference, isn't it?
Absolutely. And you think, I don't need one, but when you've got one,
you
you're like,
do.
how did I manage without it?
I know. It's like when I discovered friction pens. Absolutely brilliant.
Genius.
Anyway, do get one of those. Now, if you've got the cushion kit in your basket, you need to get checked out. We are very limited in stock, and we can see how many of you got it in your basket. If you don't check out, you're going to miss it. Now, we'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
Have a little break
Yeah,
now.
cup of tea.
Bags.
Bags?
Bags.
I love bags.
Bags.
I love bags.
love a bag.
Yeah,
Love a bag.
I
And you've
never
got lots
did.
of them.
I used to just like give my husband my phone and my keys
Really?
and whatever. But now I make bags. I'm like,
Oh yeah, I
no, which bags
love,
to use today?
Love
so,
a bag.
Yeah, all for different
So, and we've
reasons.
got a whole choice of them as well. So we'll see Sandra back here now. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes with Holly, who's going to start off with one of our first brand new patterns. It's amazing. It's 6 patterns in one. It's the most amazing value for money. And because I said this today is all about we're making it easy for you, we've got lots of fabric bundles that are perfect for the pattern. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes for a bit of dressmaking.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, deliver the hottest manager's specials. Mission accomplished, agents. This message will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone and scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and to Holly. Hello. So this is dressmaking extravaganza hour.
It is, yes it is, definitely.
So today is all about us making it easy for people. So I was saying that this pattern is fabulous, isn't it? Because it's got so much in it.
Yeah, it's so versatile. There's so many options. You've almost got a whole wardrobe in there.
Yeah, I know, because when I was reading before, yesterday I was checking up to see what we were doing, and it was like capsule wardrobe, and I thought, where are all the patterns?
All in there.
And they're all, and I expected a capsule wardrobe to be several.
Yeah.
So we haven't done this one before, the Protea pattern. It's beautiful. So this has got, now let me remember, it's got a blouse.
Yes.
Like this. So it's a really beautiful square neck.
Yeah, square neckline and just a real basic universal
really
top
pretty little sleeve.
yeah,
This is the sort of blouse when you've got a nice bit of fabric, you want to make and think like that, make a lovely blouse.
Yes.
This is the pattern,
Definitely,
isn't it?
yeah, it definitely does. It doesn't take up too much fabric either. So you've got some scraps
Beautiful.
left over, perfect, yeah.
But it doesn't just have one blouse. I'll show you the pictures because obviously Holly's made one. It has two blouses. So what's the difference? Oh, is it just the sleeve?
You've got the sleeve
and
and the neckline there. But I suppose you can swap those necklines around, mix and match.
So you've got a square neck with a plain sleeve. You've got a round neck with a frilled.
Yeah, like a floaty, drapey.
A floaty sleeve. Or you can swap them around. So that's your two blouses. You've then got two dresses.
Yeah.
So the difference is this one, this is the one that this lady here is wearing.
Yeah.
So it's a really, I love a dress like this, no waistline. Just a nice skin.
Yeah, stops at a really nice point.
Yeah, you haven't got any sort of like tight waistline, and it's also quite flattering because it's above waistline.
Yes.
So simple dress like this with a simple sleeve.
Yeah.
And then the other variant dress, is it the waist that's different on this one?
Yeah, we've got a tiered skirt, we've got a different waistline. It cinches in a little bit more, similar top to the blouse, but yeah, just a bit more of a floaty, a little bit more detailed, a little bit extra.
So simple dress.
Yeah, more fabric in it, more flowy.
Okay, and it's got that lovely tier because that's really in, isn't
yeah,
it? Everyone has a
in.
tiered
Very
dress.
in for summer. Yeah, lovely.
And then you've got a tiered skirt.
Yes, we've got everything in there.
So we've got two blouses, two dresses, and a skirt.
Yeah.
And then you can mix and match them all, and it's $25.99. Have we got what? A special? Oh, we've got a little special deal as well. So not only does this make it easy for you, it's deal day as well. $21.99. $21.99. That's ridiculous. Oh, look, and there's more pictures here. Gosh, doesn't it look different when you put in a different fabric?
Yeah, different fabrics. Like if you use it like more of a structured cotton compared to a drapey fabric.
I mean, I think these are gorgeous. We've always got quilting cotton on here, and I go, oh, I love that. That'd make a lovely blouse.
Yeah,
this is a brilliant pattern, isn't it?
Perfect.
Gorgeous. So you've got full instructions in here. Now, how did you find it to sew from?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, really, really lovely. You got your clear images, clear instructions.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really lovely. Yeah.
So it tells you what sort of fabric you need.
Yeah.
So what does it say? Light to medium weight shirt or dress fabrics. such as cotton shirting, voile, batiste, lawn silk, crepe, rayon, chambray and linen. So it's not stretch fabrics, it's...
No, you want a woven.
A woven.
Yep.
But there's quite, I guess, light to medium weight, so you've got a bit of choice there, a bit of variance.
You can use a bit more of a structured cotton, which give you a bit more of a crisp finish, or a drapey, like we're going to be demoing
Oh, that's
today.
true. So could you use a viscose?
Yeah, this is a viscose.
Oh,
viscose.
okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And it'll just give a slightly different look.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's why we love having experts like you on.
Oh, thank you.
Because then I can go, will that work? Because I think it will.
Yeah, anything that would be non-stretch woven would work.
No jerseys.
No
jerseys, but any...
And then depends on how heavy your fabric is and structured cotton or viscose, for example, give you a different look.
Right, okay. Yes. So all the details are on there, and then all the pattern pieces.
Yes, all the pattern pieces.
Now, are they double-sided? Do we have to trace them?
No, it's all on one. I think there's 2 sheets.
Right, but
so,
it's...
Yeah, you can cut it if you'd like to, or you can trace it.
Okay, but it's not like, when you get some patterns, because I was thinking, because there's 6, you get some overlaid.
It's when you open it up, there's...
It's all,
yeah. Yeah, with the 2 necklines, because you've got the square and the circular neckline, that's on the same top
Right,
front.
so it would probably be worth tracing.
It would do, yeah. But if that means, if you want to switch around necklines, compared to these images, very easy to do, because you're literally just choosing it when
I
you
think
come
this
to
is
cut it out.
I think this is fabulous.
Yeah.
I would definitely make this one. I like the round end, but I'd like the fluted sleeve.
Yeah, when we talk about the facings as well, there's a few different ways it recommends to do the facings, which will then give you a different option, different sewing style, your sewing level as well. We have got variations within your sewing level.
And it's lovely, because it's a capsule wardrobe that you can tuck this into the skirt, you can wear it on top.
Yeah, it's really
Amazing.
lovely. So if you have, normally you have some fabric, make a dress, and then you might have a metre and a half left over. You then make the top. So,
Amazing.
It's a real...
And the skirt has pockets.
Yes.
Most importantly.
All of it has pockets, yeah. So it has got the option there in the tier skirt and in the other dress that I'm going to hopefully get to do the pockets today as well.
This is fabulous. And sizes, because I know you will need to know sizes. So they've gone 0 to 20, because that just makes it simpler. That's not necessarily sizes, that's just their numbers. So basically, the smallest is a 32-inch bust, the largest is a 46-inch bust. Smallest is a 34-inch hip, the largest is a 48-inch hip. So that's the size range, if you want to see it. And then after that, it does tell you exactly how much fabric you'll need, whether you're using, and I like the fact it's got imperial and metric. You don't always get both. It will tell you how much fabric, depending on the width of fabric. So there's a lot of information on there. Yes. But it also gives you finished garment measurements.
Very important. I think that's sometimes more important than...
Well, because...
It depends, because it depends what kind of fit you like.
Well, I guess so. So, like, the 32-inch bust, the finished garment... 36.5. So you can then measure something you've got.
Yeah, to work out how, and it's also very personal what fit you wanted. So, you might want a more tighter bust or a bit more relaxed fit. So that's why it's so important to look at your measurements, not necessarily just what size.
Yeah, that's right. So if you've got a blouse already that's 40 inches wide, you'll think, oh, well, that's great, so I'll use a size 8.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter about numbers.
No, it doesn't matter at all. No. So it's all very personal, and that's the beauty of sewing.
Yes, absolutely. But the finished garment measurements, I think, is key. This is
definitely
brilliant pattern. Yeah. Now we've selected some fabrics because obviously it's really important that you use the right fabric.
So important. I think that can be a bit of a
it's quite
error
hard finding it,
when
though,
you start sewing. Is
I think
to find the right
unless
fabric.
you can go into a shop, it's quite hard. To know, isn't it?
Yeah, that's if you need to see it. But this one is so good because you can see how it moves. You always shake out your fabrics, and it's so interesting to see.
So what we've done is we've put together a 2-metre bundle, and so we put a bundle that's for the blouse, 2 metres, and then we've put a larger bundle, some are 4, some are 5, depending on the width, that will be for the skirt and the dress. So if you want to make the blouse, you're going to need the smaller. We've put both colours in both sizes. So just to give you the best value that we can. So let's start with the one that this pink. So now this is the 2-metre bundle. So this is the viscose.
Yes,
it's beautiful. Viscose digital print. Isn't that gorgeous?
Stunning.
So this will make the blouse. So this is a really fluid feel.
Yeah, really fluid, really lovely. We'll see later, but I've just interfaced it with a very lightweight fabric and it gives a nice structure, but it's still got fluidity to it. And it's stunning.
Beautiful,
it will
isn't
drape, and especially with the skirt where we're going to be gathering so much fabric, it'll give such a...
And it's vibrant, isn't it? But I like the grey that they've put in it to sort of tone it down.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Really,
gorgeous.
really
So that's the 2 metre bundle. So that was enough to do a blouse. Same fabric, but a larger bundle, 4 metres. That's enough to do the dress. And what we've done, that's the largest size. So if you're going to be a smaller size, then you'll have some left over.
Yeah.
So that's enough for the larger size, which is the 20. And we've only got 8 of those bundles left. So 4 metres, linen viscose mix. I mean, it's the perfect combination because you've got the beautiful structure of the linen with the fluidity of the viscose.
Lovely for summer. Really
perfect. I mean, and so, you know, no one else is going to be wearing this, are they?
No, it's not.
Gorgeous.
No, absolutely lovely.
Right, so that's that one. Should we do the green one next? Because the green one is the one with that you've made the blouse with. It's a beautiful, so this is just a pure cotton, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's absolutely stunning to sew with.
Like a cotton, yes, so this is the small one. So this is the 2 metre one. So this is what, this is 2.5 metres, so because of the width. So what we've done is, if it's a narrow width, we've put more in, so that it's basically blouse bundle, skirt and dress bundle. So this is the one that Holly's made this blouse from. It's so pretty. Cotton poplin, and it's a lovely sage green with a nice ivory print all over it.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So $22.99, that's enough that will make the blouse. If you want the same fabric, but more so that you can make either a dress or a skirt in the largest size, you're getting 5.5 metres of this one, $49.99, 5.5 metres. Now, all of these bundles are limited because there's quite a lot of fabric in each bundle. So we've only got 15 of these bundles. So if you want to make the dress or the skirt in this one, you need to be quick with that one. And then, I'm just going to go through them. This one, look at that.
Oh, that's lovely.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really lovely. Let me move that one out of the way.
So we'll go back to 2 metres. Oh, and you're going to have nothing left on your desk. That is just beautiful.
It's lovely.
This is the same as the first one I showed you, as in this is a linen viscose. Yes. But how stunning is that? And you can see, can't you, that the drape in it.
Yeah, I love a drape. I love a drapey fabric.
Look at the drape in that. You can really see it, can't you? But that is absolutely stunning. I mean, even if you just a blouse, £19.49. Make yourself a blouse, just a pair of jeans.
Lovely, yeah, and jeans, shorts,
gorgeous,
gorgeous,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a real sort of a statement thing. So if you're going on holiday, you want a new blouse.
Yeah, or like some white linen trousers.
Oh,
or jeans. It would be lovely, you know, if you're on holiday.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be stunning. Love it like it's been painted, doesn't it?
I know,
It
it's
looks like
gorgeous.
It's been painted. Lovely.
Now, if you want the same fabric but in the bigger bundle because you want to make the dress or the skirt, exactly the same, 4 metres. I mean, $37.99 for all of the fabric to make that big, long maxi dress.
Amazing.
Well, it's the tiered dress.
Yeah,
I mean, and it is gorgeous, isn't it?
So lovely.
I mean, I'm coming up with the summer, going on holiday, you know, if you've got a special occasions, it'd be great for a wedding.
It would be, because when it's all gathered up, it just would look beautiful.
You can just sort of see
yeah, because with the blouse, you see a very flat
Yes, but if
print,
you can imagine the tiers.
Yeah, but when it's tiered in the skirt, it will look stunning. It's completely different.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Right, the next one, this is really lovely. Ooh. So this has got a nice crisp white background. So this is a linen cotton rather than a linen viscose. So it's got a bit more structure to it, but it's got enough fluidity. So this is the bundle for the blouse, $22.99, and you can really see the linen weave.
You can, yes, and that would be stunning. That would really hold the shape of the blouse sleeve.
Yeah. So
and when that's gathered, you'll see more of a precise gather.
See what you mean,
yes. You see, like, 'cause it's a little bit more structured, so when you bring it in together, you can see a little bit more like that.
And it's lovely. So
Especially
if you know, if you're like a relative beginner to dressmaking, just take the pattern, take a blouse that you've got that you know fits, measure it, see which size it is on the pattern, and then just make it to that size. So you don't have to do all this fitting and everything. I think when they give you precise finished garment measurements like that,
that makes it so much easier. And when we're making that blouse, if you are a beginner, then go for your bust size. Use that as your guide.
Right, okay.
You don't want it too tight around that area.
So start bust size.
Start bust size and then move on.
This is the bundle for the same fabric, but in the 4 meters, so it's enough for the dress or the skirt. $44.99. I mean, these are amazing value because a lot of fabric there. $44.99, and that is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to hold it up a bit because I'm not sure that you can see it so well when it's just a little bit flat on the table. Ooh, maybe the right way round would be helpful as well.
Oh, stunning.
Look how beautiful that is. There's beautiful colours.
It's a nice line.
You kind of need to, hold it up. Which,
hold it?
That's sort of something, you know, like when you're in a fabric shop, it's not so easy, is it?
It's nice to see. Because you can see the print, especially when you have the long maxi skirt.
Gorgeous.
Lovely.
Right, so that's that one. Where have I got to? I think I've done all the... Oh, no, there's one more printed one. Now, this is a nice fabric because this is very fluid.
Very fluid and very different from the others.
Completely.
Yeah.
Look at this. I'm going to get it all out.
Oh, yeah, the flowy...
So this is a pure viscose. So it's still absolutely perfect for the dresses or the blouse, but it's more fluid because it's a pure viscose. But look at the print on that. So you've got a really deep sort of foresty green, which I think is very complimentary for a lot of
people
skin colours and tones.
Like jeweled,
but you know when you've got different skin tones and it just works, this green. But look at these big, bold flowers.
Stunning.
Wow. $14.99 for the blouse fabric. $14.99. I mean, that is gorgeous. And what's great about something like this is the accessorising. So you could wear it with red.
Anything. Yeah, white, anything. Like you said, jeans, trousers.
Oh, I think
absolutely
that's
stunning.
gorgeous. Should we hold it up?
Yeah,
I think if you hold...
Yeah, let me hold one side.
We sort of want to...
There we go. Have a good look. There we go. Ooh.
There we go. That's what it looks like. I mean,
I think it's so nice. It's good to see it.
Yeah,
as
it is.
a run, definitely.
And can you see the beauty? I mean, it's really soft.
So soft. The blouse with the more fluty sleeve would look stunning in that because you'll get this type of
And it is
effect.
almost like painted, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely. Really, really lovely. And all year round.
And so unusual. So unusual. So that's the blouse bundle in this. But if you want the larger bundle, so for a dress, $32.99. That, again, is a great price. $32.99 for 4 metres. Amazing. And it is a beautiful, it's like sort of khaki,
you can wear that all year
green.
round.
Yeah, definitely.
As well, summer, or then with boots. How beautiful.
I know, a nice little red
winter.
cardigan.
Yeah, stunning.
Really
nice.
Yeah,
that's
quite close.
That's what you want, universal things that you can wear all year round.
Because you could even, like with the blouse, you could put like a long T-shirt underneath.
Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely.
Just look gorgeous in a navy.
Yeah.
Wow. Right, so that's that one. And then we've got the last print. So this is pretty.
That's very pretty.
A bit Liberty. I'm not going to say that because it isn't, but it looks, it's like your really tiny floral print. It's very pretty, isn't it? So it's cotton poplin, so it's really nice and crisp, but it's very tiny, almost Liberty-esque print.
It is. That's kind of iron and so
Yeah, it is,
beautifully, isn't it?
I think as that little blouse, it will look lovely, won't it?
Such a brilliant beginner fabric.
Yes. So, and if you've not done much dressmaking, for $22.99, it's not loads, and it's a kind fabric.
Yeah, it kind of behaves, doesn't it? It kind of does what you kind of want it to do. If you pin it well, press it nicely.
So you would suggest
definitely
start with a cotton
I
poplin?
would say suggest. Yeah, that's exactly what I suggest. Go with
Right.
cotton
Okay. So
poplin.
if you're new to sewing, these cotton poplins are good. We've also got the bigger bundle, exactly the same fabric, but in the 4 metres, so this is enough. And again, $49.99, 5.5 metres, because this is a narrow one, so you need 5.5. Amazing. Right, so just recap the pattern quickly, and then Holly's going to show us exactly how it all works. So this is the pattern. Remember, you can make a simple dress, a tiered dress, a square neck blouse, a round neck blouse, and a tiered skirt, all from one pattern for £21.99. There's so much here. The size ranges as well go from a 32 bust up to a 46-inch bust, or a 34 hip up to a 48-inch hip. All the measurements are on there, the finished garment, the body measurements, everything. The pattern doesn't overlap. So you haven't got to be like tracing off all these different bits. But obviously we always recommend you do trace your patterns, because then you can use them again. And also you can use them in different sizes.
Yes, perfect, yeah. And it's kind of, because it's all in one pattern, once you've kind of got what size you want, it's quicker.
Yes, that's
because
true.
You've got your pattern ready. There's no like reassessing, remeasuring,
Yeah, then you'll know. So maybe,
yeah.
maybe again, if you are beginner, start with the blouse. You'll know it works, you'll know it fits, and then you can move on.
And then you can move on, definitely.
Right. So, how do we make it?
Oh, okay, right. So we're going to start. We're going to make the dress that's similar to the blouse. So on the blouse sample, I've done a square neckline.
Right.
And today we're going to be doing the circle neckline.
So that's this one here.
Yes, that one here. So we're going to be making this one, and the sample is that one. When we're doing the facings and the neckline, is similar techniques, but slightly different when you're working with a circle neckline and a square neckline. So, but we'll go through that.
Right. Okay.
So let's start. Let's move that out there. Right, there we go. So I've just started to prep this. So we've got, this is our front piece, and this is our back piece. So when we're going on the circular neckline, because it's cut on the cross grain, we're going to be needing to stay stitch this. So I've just done a 1.5 centimetre stay stitch along these bits, just to stop any unnecessary stretching, because it can be a little bit vulnerable on this curve. When we're making the straight neckline, you wouldn't necessarily need to do it as much. So those are sort of things we need to think about. So if you are more of a beginner, then maybe the square neckline might be a little bit more easier when you're learning. So we're going to start with this. So once we've done our stay stitching, we're then going to do right sides together, and we're going to make the neckline together. So I'm just going to sew this side on. So we're going to do right sides together, and we're doing our shoulder seams to then work on our neckline. And this sewing pattern has got a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance as well, which is also very beginner friendly, because it just gives you some freedom to, one, you've got a larger seam allowance, which makes it a little bit easier to sew if you are a beginner, and also gives you more options of your seam finishings as well. So seam finishings is, I find, a very personal thing. People tend to stick with the same seam finishings. There we go. So we got our neckline stitched into here. I'm just going to press these open. These are sort of things that, you know...
I can do that for you.
Oh.
I can be your presser.
Oh, go on then, yeah, that'd be fabulous.
I can do pressing.
Yeah, so while you press
you
that...
do sewing, I'll do pressing.
Oh, nice. I like that. I need you at home while I'm prepping. So while that's being pressed, we're then moving on to the facing. So the facing here is to give structure around the neckline. Because this isn't lined, this pattern, we need something around the neckline to secure it and just to finish that seam. So this sewing pattern does use a facing.
And does it have a separate pattern piece for the facing?
Yes, it has a separate front piece and back piece for both square and rounded necklines. So because we're doing a circle today, so for this facing, requires a interfacing it. This is used a lightweight interfacing.
Oh, now we do have that. So we've got the lights. And would that be all right for any of the fabrics that we've got here?
You just want something light.
So we've got the lightweight interfacing. Now this is interfacing. Oh my God, I suddenly had a Brummie accent. Interfacing. Interfacing, darlings. I've been working up in Reddit with you. Interfacing. That's the only word I can say in Birmingham. So this is available by the ½ metre. Yeah. I was trying to see, do you need more than a ½ metre?
No, basically I believe it's just the neckline facing that is interfaced.
Oh, yes.
It
So
may-
that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it may be another area on the tier dress, but I haven't made that one, so I can't say if it needs it or not, but I don't think it does. I
No,
think
it
it's
says
neckline.
25 centimetres.
Oh, so it's just neckline.
So half a metre, so get that one because this is the right one.
Yeah.
£2.99. It's worth having because it's the right one.
Yeah,
isn't
it just gives a nice little tiny bit of structure for when you're putting
Yeah, because I
one
guess
off.
if you used a really heavy one, it would be...
Yeah, it could be.
Right.
You know, you might get away with a slightly more heavier one on the crisp cotton, but really you want a nice lightweight.
Okay.
So it doesn't feel too structured.
It's quite a nice interfacing to have as well when you just want a bit of structure.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
£2.99, get that.
So when we have our two pieces, I've already started constructing our facing, but before we do that, we want to interface it like we're just talking about. And then we make our facing and then we attach it to the sewing pattern.
Right.
So to start that, we just go right sides together, like so. And we just pin that together and then we stitch this together. Again with our 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
It's nice once this starts coming together, you can see like how the dress is going to
Yeah,
look.
I think also with sewing, if you are a beginner or...
Stunning, this fabric,
I know.
isn't it?
It's
actually would suit you because it's similar to your
I
dress.
love it. I know. I was thinking.
you're going to have.
I'm going to wear this after.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you made it in your size?
Yeah.
Perfect. Because it's really
yeah,
going to
I always
suit
make
you.
everything in my size.
No, it's really going to suit
yeah,
you.
yeah, when I was cutting out this fabric, I thought, ooh, this is really nice.
But it's got a nice strong colour, isn't it? So
anything, it'll be beautiful. Right.
yeah, I think it will suit all skin tones.
Will do. Right, I'm just going to. Could you press that open?
I can. Yeah.
So yeah, I think with these. Pressing the seams is key to it's one of those things you think, do I need to do it? And yeah, we always try to maybe sew a bit quicker.
I think it would suit Levi. It'd look lovely on you, Levi. This lovely pink.
Stunning.
I like the fact that it's got a few different tones with it as well. That
Yeah,
really
it
helps,
does.
doesn't
It really does, and it kind of elevates it a lot. So with the facing, so in the sewing pattern, it does give you a few options to finish it. So on the sample, can I just grab the sample of the blouse, please?
Yes.
Is that it? Yeah. So it gives you two options, which is a great pattern because it does give you some information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can see on this facing here, I have pressed it under.
Right.
I've just rolled it under. I haven't done a double hem, and pressed it. So it gives you the two options. You can either do it like that, or you can interface and just run a stitch or overlock around the edge, or zigzag.
Or pinking shear.
Pink and shear.
I love a pinking shear. I'm so lazy.
I don't think I actually own any pink and shears. I don't know why. I know. I counted I had.
need some.
I know. I don't know how I've not managed to have any. Because I've got...
Well, somebody told me once that when you buy vintage dresses, which I have a few of, they always
say
yeah,
pink shears.
and they use them, and I think that's it. That's my answer
that's
now.
what I do need them. I was counting my scissors the other day, and I was like, well, I haven't got any pinking shears. Anyway, so yeah, you could easily do that.
Yeah, but that's quite. I like that finish though.
It's a brilliant finish if you again beginner sew on a straight.
Yeah.
If it does say obviously you can do the same technique on this curve.
Or just like a zigzag.
Yeah, that would be a slightly more elevated skill level. If
Right.
you are a beginner. So it depends on your personal finish. Everyone's got their own finish that they
Yeah,
like
that's
to
true.
do. But yeah, for this one I have hemmed it.
And I guess you could sew it down if you wanted a feature.
Again, this is again in the sewing pattern.
Oh, is it?
It says it as well, yeah. So you could either, which we're going to do, understitch it and sit it there, and then just tack it in, which I have it on here, or it says to stitch in the ditch along here,
Right.
and then it just holds it in at the shoulders, or it says to do the top stitching to
As
hold
a
it in.
top of-
So it would be depending on the design feature as well.
Yes,
so you've
that's
got quite
true.
a lot of skills that you could
No, but
want
it's
to learn.
lovely that.
Yeah.
This is what I think is great about it, is that it really is. It's given you loads of patterns, but also skills as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of thinking, okay, I've done, you might have made the dress and gone, actually, I want to make the blouse, but I'm going to now try out this skill or not. So here we go. So on this sewing pattern, we've got a back and a front. So it's always good to remember which one's your back and your front. So, and I always like to visualise everything. I think it makes it so much. So I do tend to hold things up and go, okay, well that's the front, that's the back.
Yes.
'Cause sometimes you just think, oh, pin it on. You think, oh, right sides together, and then you're thinking, why is this not fitting? Because it's the wrong
So
way round.
visualise it first. That's a really
Visualise
good
it. I always
tip.
like to be like visualise. So we're then going to add our facing to here. So we're going to go right sides together. Now I always line up the side seams. Sometimes it does shuffle, you know, we're not all perfect with our cutting and our sewing, you know, by the mill. You know, no one's going to pretend that everyone's, you know, no one sews absolutely perfectly. But I do start by lining it up, and then I might find, oh, actually this side, you know, and we're cutting on such a curve, there may be some stretching.
Right, okay, so get those seams
and then
sorted
once
first.
they're sort of in, and then I run my pins, am I in the right shot? Yeah, under here, and just keeping it flat and not manipulating it too much. Sometimes you think, oh, this doesn't look right, but remember we're working on the 3D body.
Well, and I guess because this has got a bit of viscose in and there's a bit of fluid.
Yeah. And then we're going to run that around there. So, and then sometimes it's trust the process, I think, with sewing, isn't it? You think, how is this going to end up?
How is this going to work?
How is it going to work?
How is this
and it's
gonna
like,
work?
yeah. And that's when
It looks like a toilet seat currently.
I know sometimes when I'm thinking, wait, is this right? I pin where I'm going to be stitching, and then I can sometimes manipulate it and visualise it.
Or just believe, trust.
I don't know.
Trust in the process.
Yeah. And normally I think if something's not quite lining up, it's never okay. I always think, oh, it'll be fine. And I go, okay, no, that's why it wasn't lining up.
Yeah.
So again, because we're working on the curve, make sure that once we've got it in, I think it's always good
And I think
to pin
because
in.
the facing is in the same fabric, then it's not going to show up. It looks quite professional, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It gives a nice finish. And yeah, when you're using the same fabric, exactly, you haven't got any, you know, sometimes when you use a plain fabric in the inside, you've got to make sure that you're pressing it exactly. So you got, you know, just all those sort of things. So now we're going to be stitching with a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance around the circle. And that's attaching our facing to our top. Now I do like to, there we go. Jump that under. Let's go this way. So I'm faffing around, like, which way should I go? I don't know if you find it that you have a way that you want it. And so I was like, I need to line it up.
You can only sew one way.
I know, then sometimes I'm like, oh, actually, because when I'm making a dress or like in a skirt, for example, I do like to sew the direction of how it hangs, but then when you're working out the way, I'm like, oh gosh, no.
No, it's not going to work that way.
Yeah, I got to work it out the way. I did that actually on the jacket that we're talking about later. There was so much binding that I ended up binding it my wrong way, but it isn't, it's the right way. And I was like, oh God, there's so much fabric with binding as well, which you want to be, you know, you do see it. So we're just running a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance along here, taking our pins out as we go. And because we're on the curve, we don't want to be pulling it straight. Sometimes think, oh, well, it'll be straight, or pull it this way, or push it this way. So we're just going to slowly drive the machine round, basically.
And if your machine is needle plate's imperial, then just mark it on there.
Yeah.
Because my needle plate is metric. It's got a bit of imperial, but it doesn't show up as well, so I tend to mark it.
Mine's got some funny,
Mine's got a bit of both, but one doesn't show up as well as the other.
Yeah, but this is different to my brother. My brother's got like another line fruit, exactly like yours. And then it's just trying to remember which line is.
So I always use a bit of like washi tape.
Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a really good idea.
Because otherwise, you know, when you're sewing fast, you think, oh, I can't remember what line I was sewing.
Yes, I know. And that's what I was saying, like when you're thinking putting the facing on, no one's going to be sewing by the exact mill. No. So sometimes it does need to be moving around.
Sell like 2 needle plates, only metric and only imperial, and then you could just
that's so true.
Nice?
Yeah, that'd be really, really nice.
Phone these machine manufacturers.
Yeah.
And then you could buy, or you could swap them depending on what pattern you're doing.
Yeah, I've got an idea. Why don't you do this?
Well, because they mix them.
Yeah, exactly, just for,
Which is fair enough, but then it's not always easy to follow it, is it?
And that's again such a personal thing, isn't it? You know, you might what you prefer to.
Well, some patterns like this is metric, and then another one will be a 5/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
So
when we get to like these points, we're just going to pick up and then move it around. We're not going to pull it because it is a bit of a vulnerable area being on the curve. And especially around the neckline, we want it to sit nice. So some areas is worth just taking an extra minute or two. which sometimes I get also very impatient and be like, oh, I just want to make this really quickly. But then I'm like, no.
So we've got some fabric bundles in plain, so we've just run those through. But if you go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live, there you will see them all. So if you want a plain one, we've put together the smaller blouse bundles and the larger dress, but they're in plain. So if you want to have a look at those, we've just shown you because we want to spend more time on demo. So we can see how to make it. But if you want to see the choice of the other fabrics that we've got in plains, they're all there. And we've bundled them together just to make it easy for you. Oh, yeah. Have we got any of these left, Ben? This fabric, this beautiful pink, our favourite. No. So the big bundle of this one is sold out. But we do have 3 of this blouse, the blouse size bundle in this pink. But the dress bundle's gone.
It's gone, I'm not surprised.
And there was 11 blouse bundles in baskets. And there's 3 left.
Right. Wow.
Good job you've got this.
I don't know, I've got it.
Yeah,
Yes, this is mine. Yeah, this is mine. Yeah, so we stitched along.
Okay.
So with this pattern, a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance for your neckline, for your facing is a larger one. So it does mean we have to snip in.
Okay. So how do you know how much and how far? And
yeah, this is a bit of a trial and error. You can't touch the stitching, and we don't want to get too much because of the fraying. But in areas where I got this, yeah, you can see a tight corner, we do want to get quite close because otherwise it won't sit right.
Okay.
We want it to sit flat.
Yeah, so this is such a useful thing to see, isn't it? Because it's really hard. It's nice to see like how you would do it.
Yeah, so the sewing pattern does say to snip in and then trim the seam allowance down. So depending on the fabric weight, you might have to be, you could snip it in, pull it around, press it and see how it's looking. You know, you might not need to, but.
So would you normally trim it as well as?
Yeah, I think I would definitely assess how we do it. Oh, I've got my biggest scissors here, which is scary, snipping in. I didn't think it through. A smaller pair of scissors is slightly easier.
Okay. I would offer you.
No, it's okay. I can do it, but it's absolutely fine. But I'm just, saying. So we do want to snip in.
I've got some smaller ones.
Oh no, it's okay.
You sure?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. But some people like to do triangles, or the sewing pattern does say just to snip in. Okay. So you can see here we've already got a nice bit of movement.
So would you just snip?
Yeah, I would snip. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do then.
Yeah. Again, it's all just, I don't want to say.
I guess like
it's
you
a lot
say,
of like
if
how.
You're using a heavier fabric.
Yeah,
Then
it might bunch. You might want to trim it down or grade your seams definitely because you're going to see it when it presses flat.
Right.
But again, it's always good just to it's nothing stopping you snipping it in, turning it around, having a look. Just assessing your situation. Again, everyone's probably got their own ways of what they prefer and think actually.
One blouse bundle left. 14 in baskets.
I think there probably is a theory of how far apart you need to do your snips, but I just
so if you're I think anyone who's done a lot of dressmaking they'll have done, but if you're new to this, you try and encourage people. If you've not made yourself a blouse, today is the day.
It is. It sure is. Yeah.
Experiment with your snipping.
Yeah, definitely. Just give it a go. Just if you're really worried about this, you can always test it out. Get a scrap piece of fabric, sew 2 pieces together on a curve, and just give it a little snip. Before you snip right into a nice fabric. All those sort of things of just learning. It's all experience.
Yes.
With sewing, isn't it? I think, and then you do learn from your mistakes. So it's easier to learn from a mistake on a sample than your nice fabric you bought. I always think that. So I'm just going to run the snips along here with the square neckline. You don't. Well, I'll just show you quickly. Because it's straight, we only do 2 snips in the corner here, which does need to be very in the corner. So we do need to be with a smaller pair of scissors, maybe like, those very beautiful embroidery or small ones would be more ideal or more controllable than a massive piece of scissors.
Yes,
but you do need to be quite close to here. If we don't get close to the seam, it will pull and pucker. So if you snip it and think, I might be close, test it, pull it out the other way, and if it's slightly pulling, it will pull here like this. So if you think, why is that pulling? It's not sitting flat, then turn it back round and do a little bit further snip into that corner. So yes, that's my technique for that. think we can see here.
So these are the ones.
Yeah, they would be.
You
Yeah,
need.
they would be much better.
Little but sharp.
So if you can, yeah, little and sharp. Yeah. So it will look like that
Oh, I
inside.
see. Can you see?
So it's very, very close.
Wonderful. It's hard
Yeah,
to see, isn't
yeah,
it?
hopefully you'll be able to see. But it's very, very close. But it's just, again, it's one of those things that just maybe do it when you're not rushing or tired.
So just to get that
because
little
it's
snip
vulnerable.
in there.
Yeah. But so if you pull it round, you're thinking this isn't sitting flat. Why isn't it not sitting flat? It's probably because you haven't gone further enough.
Oh, okay. Good
and
tip.
to do with your, but we'll get to understitching. But it could be that. So anyway, so that's that way. So I think I've snipped in. I've been talking and not thinking where I'm snipping. Yeah, so I've just scattered them around the circular area. And then we're going to press. So we're going to turn this around like this. So this will sit nicely inside like that. And then we're going to press the seam to the facing side. So it kind of sits like that, ready to unstitch.
Shall I put that here? Do you want to show?
Yeah.
Or if you show, then I can finish it if you like.
Yeah, yeah. I need to stitch it anyway next. So I tend to. Now it's one of those things. Again, everyone's got a bit of a way of how you position it, but I tend to. You pull that like that. I just have a look at where we're doing. Push that seam. Oh, see, I've caught my understitching, my stay stitching there. But okay.
So do you have that seam right on the edge?
Yes, right on the edge there. Yes, I've got my stay stitching there, which I might snip off because the pattern does say to do your stay stitching at 1.5 centimetres and the seam allowance is 1.5. So I did it obviously from the pattern, but you might be able to see it if you're not exactly perfect. Yeah, but it's okay, we can take it out, but just maybe stitch inside your seam allowance.
Okay.
Yeah, which I did on that one, but for the demo, I didn't want to go rogue on the sewing pattern. So yeah. With the circle neckline, it is harder to understitch, so you might not understitch all the areas because sometimes it's just harder to get in there and we don't want to stretch it out, where for the straight, it's slightly easier because it's a straight line. So there's some differences between the necklines, but not a lot. The techniques are all the same, it just needs to slightly adapt to the shape that we're sewing. These little irons are perfect.
And they're great,
They're so good, aren't they?
Just get into those little bits.
Yeah, because that really helps when you've got a small little iron.
It does press beautifully as well.
It does, it really does, yeah, it really does. And that's when that lightweight interfacing is coming in, like to be helpful.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not, you can see it's not too structured. If it was super structured,
yeah,
it'd be sticking
it's not,
out.
because you think quite often with interfacing that's stiff, isn't
Yeah,
it?
especially when
really
on these curves and the snips.
So you only need half a metre of the interfacing.
Yeah, you don't.
If you want to get some. If you've bought the fabric, it really is worth getting this. But also, I think sometimes these specialist things like this very ultra lightweight interfacing is worth having.
Yeah, because once you've got half a metre, then you've got it ready for if you want to make.
For all other.
And it's always nice to have things in your room or your drawer ready to go, because that's the things that you think, oh, actually I've got 5 minutes to sew, and you think, oh, I haven't got my interfacing.
Got any interfacing on.
Yeah, that's always annoying, isn't it? And you find some time and then you're like, oh, I haven't got a button, I haven't got interfacing.
Right, over half of the stock of the pattern has gone. That's so over half of it is all of you people have got your capsule wardrobe sorted.
Lovely.
Amazing.
Right, so we're pressing that down. Again, when I was saying visualising, I like to hold it like that. So holding at the shoulder seams, how it would naturally sit. So that's what we're kind of looking at, so like that. So we're now going to be understitching. So we understitched the seam allowance to the facing. Now we do this to basically keep it in place as much as we can. So if we didn't, it would flap around a little bit. We'd have to make sure it's pressed every time we wear it.
Oh yes.
So if it's all stitched in, it
sometimes
just
you
helps
buy things and then they keep coming out.
Yeah. Again, with the interfacing will help with that. If you didn't interface it, it would likely to move around a little bit more. Not loads, but there's all those small things that just help it sit nicely. So we're just going to run a stitch along here, and when we're understitching, we want to be close to the edge, but not on the edge, but catching our seam allowance.
So not on the front.
No,
at all.
I'm then going to be how I'll sew. I'll pull it out like that, and I'm going to be stitching. I like to stitch on the right side so I can see what it's going to look like. Some sewing patterns does say
Yes.
it that way, but it's completely up to you.
Right.
But as long as you can feel that your seam allowance is attaching your facing, then we're good. And it just, you just see where you're sewing.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So just keep checking underneath.
Yeah,
all
just
the
keep
time.
checking. So I'm going to start on the back neckline. I may not stitch all the way around here. The sewing pattern does say just understitch the areas that you can access easily, because if you don't, you might end up pulling it out of shape, and that's when we might get some stretching.
I see. So it doesn't, you don't have to do the whole thing.
Not all of it, no. For this square neckline, it's easier to do it all, but for circular, we just don't want to be done all this nice work and then pull it out of shape with your understitch.
I think it's lovely, this pattern, though, because if you made the round neck to start with, then, you know, you make the square necks completely different.
So different, so different. And then you don't have to, because obviously I'm making the circle neckline on the dress, but we could easily use the square neckline on the dress. It's mix and match. Basically, when you come to cut out the pattern, it's which neckline you prefer, really. So I'm just going to run that under here. So you can, I don't know if we can see here, it naturally wants to ripple, and that's okay because it's a 3D shape sitting too.
Okay, so don't panic.
Yeah, and that's when you're thinking, I want you to don't push it, don't pull it, you know, because that's when I'm just going to line it up. Now, when I'm understitching, I know it says understitching, but I'm stitching on the top, but we just want to use this, hopefully you can see. Let me just rearrange the fabric so you can see nicely. This line of stitching here, I'm just using it as a guide. I'm just running it along my foot. Once it's under the machine, I just check that the seam allowance is sitting where I need it to sit. And we do our forward and back stitch. Oh, my pedals run away from me. And we're just running it along here. And just catching that in. This is when sometimes, you know, using a matching thread in these areas is, you know, if it's matching the fabric, it's not so obvious.
Okay.
You know, so completely up to you. Here I'm using contrasting just so we can see everything. So I'm just going to get to a corner, and I'm just going to stop there. This is a very tight corner, and we don't need to be stretching it if we don't need to. So anyway, just move this. So that's along there. And then I'm going to run it along the front here. Again, this is actually a skill that you can easily practice on a scrap piece of fabric before you come to sew on your main make. You literally just sew 2 pieces of fabric, press the seam allowance to one side, and then you can give it a quick test. Doesn't have to be big. So around the corner. So again, another way, if you do want to go all the way around the corner, is to pivot. Don't pull your fabric. Again, this is when using a cotton fabric would be a little less vulnerable than a nice floaty fabric. There we go. I think that should be even, but we'll have a look. I think so. Just going to turn that round like that, and you can always do a little bit of a press. So I'm just going to press this now. You can see there. I'm just going to move this stay stitching out the way because that has got in the way. But so it doesn't matter if you see the stitching, just literally just get your snips.
Okay.
Cut it away. I won't cut it all the way now because it's not the most
But you
interesting
can
to see. But
right,
yeah,
okay.
if you know, these are sort of things when you think, well, actually, why am I seeing this thread? Do I need it? You know, just unpick it. It's fine.
Yes, because it's only to stabilise it while
was literally,
stitching.
yeah, exactly. So it's.
But it's such a neat finish, isn't it? So you can really get the idea of that.
Yes.
That's such a nice, neat neckline.
Yes, I'm just going to press that so then we can get the real.
And although
effect.
this fabric has sold out, we've lots of the other fabrics that we had, the floral ones, are very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
That rose, I can't remember what that one was called. The one that had all the roses on. That was lovely.
Yeah. Yes, there we go. So it gives you there's all these small techniques. Just pressing really gives you. There we go. I'll show you to the camera.
Oh, that's lovely.
There we go. So it's like a nicely. It needs a bit more of a press, but you can see.
Yeah.
So with this, you can, how you would then attach it to, you'd pin it like this, completely flat, press it completely down, and then you would run a line of top stitching along here if you wanted it to be.
Yes.
Or,
and sometimes you see that and it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it depends. It would definitely secure your facing down. So if you're a person thinking, it's all personal preference, saying this facing's always in the way, stitch it down. Or you can just stitch along the shoulder seam here, which would hold it very securely in here. Or just hand tack it down, which I do tend to do. Just hand sew it. So yeah, so that's the facing.
Wow.
So once that's done, we then move on to the construction of the top and adding the skirt.
That's fabulous. Well, thank you so much. Yes, because that's, well, it's really nice to focus on a specific area, because obviously all the pattern has got all of the other information on, and I know you've prepped doing the pockets and everything, but it's really nice to spend a bit of time on facing.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
different options
and
and
this
different
is,
ways.
Something that's in all the top variations.
All of them.
So I thought it would cover everything. So yeah.
So if you want to get the pattern, we are limited now because over half of the stock has gone. Remember, we've got more people who've got it in baskets than we've actually got in stock. Remember, there are 6. I'll just show you you've got the picture there, but there are 6 different items in there, and obviously you could probably make more than 6 by really mixing and matching, couldn't you?
Way more
because
than
you could
6.
do the square neckline with the fluted sleeve, the round neckline with the fluted sleeve, the square, you know.
Yeah, you could mix and match it all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, different skirt options.
So you've got 2 blouses, a skirt and 2 dresses. The size range is from a 32-inch bust up to a 46-inch bust, and that's 34-inch hip up to a 48-inch hip. The fabric bundles that we've got there, if you have a look on the website, there are loads of the smaller bundles. We'll do the blouse, the larger bundles, and that's the biggest size because we've worked out the size, the 46-inch bust size. That will do all of those. The larger bundles will do the dresses or the skirt. So that's all of there. So we will see you back here in an hour.
Impressed. Yes.
Quilted jackets.
Jackets we're going to be doing now.
Very
yes,
lovely. And
quilted
again,
jackets.
it's by the same company that we're going to be doing. So again, it's one of those amazing patterns that has 6 different types of jacket. We've actually got the patterns in 2 different size ranges because they wouldn't be able to fit them all into one envelope. So they're in 2 ranges if you want to get ahead with them. And we've got bundles of fabric. So we're going to be talking jackets, quilted jackets, and how to bind them and everything. So we'll see you back here in an hour. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Sandra, who's got a whole hour full of amazing bags. So if you love a bag, I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, deliver the hottest managers' specials. Mission accomplished, agents. This message will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's the bag hour.
I know, I like bag. I say I
Love a
never
bag.
did, but...
I can't believe you didn't like
No,
a bag.
I never bothered. But
I like making a bag when I go on holiday, a new one.
Well, yeah.
There's nothing lovelier. And I have as many pockets as I can possibly get in it. And I have lined pockets. And you know when you're on holiday and you open your bag and you've got a little zip?
Yeah, zips for everything.
Oh,
and then you forget where you put everything.
Oh, I love a new bag to go on
yeah,
holiday.
yeah,
So
I'm
this is the
pleased
new
with
bag. So Tell me about this. I always love to know the bag story.
The bag story.
So this is your new one.
Yeah, no, I do have a bag that I use every day.
And this is called my everyday bag.
Yeah, and it's nice. I love it. It's a tote bag kind of thing. But sometimes, I know this is going to sound really daft, but if you're into, it's a bit too deep and not too wide. So everything's in there. It always ends up at the bottom. And I know everything's in there, but it's all jumbled.
And you can't find it.
I can't find it. Whereas this one, because it's wider than it is taller.
Yes.
It means I can get my sketchbook in it, because of course that goes everywhere. But then I can get everything else in it as well, and it's got a nice and really wide bottom base. And then if you wanted to,
so it's got nice long handles.
Yeah, and do you know, I've put sliders on.
I think that's great, because then it can be a handle or a shoulder.
Yeah, so you've got options.
Or chunky coat, need it longer.
Yeah, this is it. See, so yeah. Yeah, sorry.
A bit of housekeeping from Ben. Sorry, Ben.
That's it. Put isn't
Right, just to let you know, every single item that's in this hour, we are reducing the price on. Just as a little
it's
gift.
happy, isn't it? This is it, yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Right, with this kit, the orange everyday bag kit, pattern, fabric and hardware. Everything. Worth £54.95.
It is of anybody.
Once made, once you've made it, worth about £500 probably.
Well, this is it.
Your time, isn't it? Your time.
It's unique. It's your time.
But we're going to reduce it to... So exciting. £34.99.
I know. Again, you need this in your life.
Wow. So £20 off. So you've got adjustable straps.
Adjustable straps. It just looks, I just like a square base, you know.
It's lovely. You've got an outside pocket.
On both sides.
Oh, on both sides.
Both sides.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Foam, all sorts, chocolate, banana.
Yeah, everything.
Whatever you might
need.
Not chocolate bananas, but, you know, do you like a banana? Quite a good place to put a banana because it keeps it nice and safe. It has a strap.
Yeah, you've got to be secure, haven't you? If you want it wider, you've got poppers.
And then
it's an optional thing.
Look at this. It's got... Oh, I'll show on this side. It's got poppers, so you can have it wide or you can pop them together. Yeah. It's got a lovely internal zip pocket.
And just the fabric inside is just as nice as the fabric outside.
Really nice, deep base. Well, let me show you the bottom, then you can see.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely loads you can get in this.
There
is. Perfect for holidays, for shopping, for taking to the office, for taking to school.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch out my bag now, and I'm going to use I don't know whether I'm going to use this one or the green, or maybe I'll just have both. Depends what I'm wearing.
I would.
And just
so let me show you the kit. So this is the kit, and this is because I want to show you all what you get in here.
I know. The other nice thing as well, if you prefer the inside fabric, have it on the outside.
So you've got the same
amount for both.
You've got the full pattern.
I do like a full pattern. I do like to know.
It's got pieces.
Yeah. I like to know when I'm putting my pieces.
So it's got lots of photographs. Very, very, very in-depth.
Yeah, and this
clear.
is me making that bag, so it's all my clips and it's all
exactly
my
how
little
to do
notes
it.
and things on.
And then look at this. So this is only £34.99, this kit. Amazing value. All of these pieces.
Yeah, we've given you suggested layout on this one as well, which is nice.
That's really useful.
So for fabric A and B, but I mean, having said that, you could turn that round and take it in. You know, you could really sort of narrow it down. I've got a little bit left I can make a purse with.
Okay, so it's nice. You've got
have a look
layout.
at it. We know it works that way.
And also, once you've cut all these, you've got them, so you can just keep them, can't
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Then you get the outer, or because the fabric is the same quantity.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't
You've got
it?
this gorgeous orange.
Well, summer's coming.
It is.
You know, we're all going to wearing our whites and our bright colours.
Yes,
and this is just, it's just summer.
Yeah, we need that, don't we?
Yeah.
And then you've got
this one. I love this.
We need it.
Look at this. It's going to send your eyes a bit funny.
I think that's gorgeous. But, I mean, you could, like you say, you could swap them round.
It's entirely up to you, absolutely.
But I love a lining on a bag.
I do.
Even on a pocket.
And I know it's nice to be a bit frugal and have a plain, but there's just, when you open it, there's just something special, I think,
But I always
about
feel like that. I always
a nice
put something
fabric inside.
And sometimes I'll put, like, one of my favourite ones in.
Yeah, because it's just for you then, isn't it? Yeah, just you.
And
love it.
And hardware.
Yep.
So you get the zip for
Giving you a zip for the
internal
inside,
pocket,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
you're getting your sliders, your
little rectangles and
rings,
your
your
Ds.
rectangles. It's all in there.
It's all in there.
All your hardware,
Yeah.
everything. So the only other thing you'll need is like your stabilisers.
Yeah, absolutely. I know everybody has their own preference with
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
I'm a very serious Decaville girl.
You're a Decaville.
I love the Decaville light, and that's what gives it the structure. But you
Right.
can use Bosal if you want,
Yeah,
or you
or
can have it
just
without,
wadding
or
or-
just wadding, whatever you want to do. I've got interfacing one side and Decaville on the other.
Right,
so
and
I've
that
got a
just
nice
makes it
structure.
stiffer. Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely loads of these in baskets, but we only have 35 kits left.
Oh, gosh.
Only 35 kits, so you need to be quick. It's $34.99, £20 saving. You get all the fabric, all the hardware, full pattern pieces as well. Not sizes or anything, but full pattern pieces and really comprehensive instructions. But if you're not an orange fan,
Well, this
so
is...
not
yeah.
everybody is.
But this is kind of... It depends what mood you're in.
Yes,
You know?
or
'Cause
what
we don't
outfit
always have nice
you're
summers,
wearing.
do we?
No.
You know?
Or what outfit you're
Yeah,
wearing.
or if you go into an interview maybe, or you're in
Yeah, maybe you think
you're in a
that's-
posh office.
Yeah. Or yeah, you work somewhere really classy.
Yeah.
And they'll think orange is too much.
Absolutely.
And everyone wears
Whoa.
neutrals.
Absolutely,
you
yeah.
know.
But this one's got a bit of
Yeah.
sass with
so
it.
if you're
but-
if you go into an interview or a really posh office and you think orange is too much,
yes, look
or
at this.
it won't go with your outfit,
This is just
then this one,
beautiful.
look, so you've got this beautiful sage green.
It's beautiful.
And then you've got this gorgeous grey.
Yeah.
But it could be grey and sage, or it could be sage and grey.
Absolutely, yeah. You can choose whichever way you want it to be, really.
So with this, obviously, you get the full pattern.
Yeah, same as ever.
Full pattern,
Yeah.
all the pieces, and the hardware,
Yeah.
which we've
Hang on,
there.
I've tidied up.
lost, and the hardware as well.
Yeah.
So, and remember, you can choose which side you have the green and which is the grey. So
Of course.
that's very
It's
sophisticated.
nice, isn't it? Yeah.
You're going to be demoing in that as well, so we can see
I am,
what it
yeah.
looks like
Yes,
in
you can
action.
see what it looks like. Yeah.
Again, $34.99. $34.95. You need to be quick though. We have got so many of you got it in baskets. You need to check out. We also have the pattern on its own. And we're reducing that little reduction for you on there.
I'm being good to you today.
Why are you being so kind to
Well,
us?
do you know, I know a lot of you out there are sandtanglers, so we've
Right.
done a lot of papercraft, and I know a lot of you have come over and trusted me to actually get you into sewing.
Oh, okay.
So it's one of those things that you've all spent out. You brought your sewing machine, you've had a go at different things. So if I can bring you products, because we've not got that middle person, that's affordable, because we're doing it ourselves, then it gives you a bit of confidence. I'd hate you to buy something that is so expensive you don't cut into it.
No, I know, but we do
know,
have
it's-
things like.
I-
See, I mean,
yeah.
I've seen things like curtain fabric where you think, well, yeah, I think it's worth that, but I don't cut
That is it. Then it ends up in your cupboard,
Yeah.
doesn't it? You don't want to do that. I want you to get it out and use it and not panic
Right.
about
Yeah, I see what
doing
you
it.
mean.
So absolutely. But yeah.
So if you want the pattern on its own, $12.99. Obviously, you get the full pattern with all the instructions and the photos, and you will get all the pattern pieces. And look at the size of this, just so I can show you what amazing value this is for $12.99. Look at that. That's all the pattern pieces. So once you've cut them all out, clip them together and put them inside the pattern, and then you've got them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Would this be okay for beginners? Yes. Yes, I
Remember,
think so.
I'm a teacher at heart.
trust.
So my instructions there, and I know somebody did ask me about one of my other patterns about the zip and how I put the zip pocket in. I will get round to doing a video. I just get so busy. But if I don't, whatever I don't finish on this one today, I will actually go back onto my page and do a video.
Okay.
So you'll see how the whole thing's made. It might be sort of a, you know, if my husband's holding the camera, because he did last time and we lost the internet. So 45 minutes later, after he'd been on the phone, we came back and carried on, and you can imagine how miserable he was.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of light-hearted fun at the same time.
Excellent.
But what you see is what you get. So yeah, because I do want to use this bag, you know, so I will finish it. But,
Right.
Yeah, I'll get to him. I will.
So don't forget to check out. Remember, if you buy the kit, then you get the pattern, so you can use the pattern again. If you only want the pattern, we've got that as well. So there's the orange one, the green one, and the pattern. Right, Sandra, how do we make
Okay, I have made a start because, of course, there's so many different things, and I kind of wanted to sort of show a couple of bits. So the front and the back pockets, you've got this little piece here, outer pocket, cut 2 in fabric A, 2 in B, 2 in interfacing. Now, I think there are no spelling errors on. If there are, I do apologise. My husband is dyslexic. So sometimes he writes it as he sees it. It's quite.
What, in the pattern?
Yeah, in the pattern. So, yeah, actually on the pattern. I write the instructions.
Oh, on
him.
here.
He does the pattern.
Oh, I'll let you know.
But I think it's fine. But yeah, please, avoid it if possible. So all I've done there, look, I've took my fabric, I've stitched across the top, across the bottom, turned it out, pressed it, and then I've stitched it on the bottom here. So at the moment, look, you see, it's not attached. It's literally just stitched at the bottom there. Now, I've done the same on the other side. How have I done that? I've measured up from the fold up to where my pocket's going to sit, and I've put it in the middle. So if I look on the other side, I've got the same sort of thing going on there. Now, to check, to see if you are in the right place, if you put a pin through your fabric, you'll find it'll come out on the other side and it'll be at the same place as the pocket. So it's a really nice way of checking things. I'm all for, I don't measure, but I'm all for checking if possible, or pin. I've got 2 pins in there. That's literally just to hold it in place. So then you definitely need the fold at the bottom. That's the most important thing for now. So if I open it out, and this is my outside piece, so I've used my Decaville light. So what have I done here? You don't want to watch me creating handles and things, but what have I done with this? These are my connectors. These are what's going to connect the handles to the bag. But if you're carrying loads of stuff in, the last thing you want to do is your handle to break. So this is going all the way around the bag. So what I've actually done...
Yeah, because the thing is, you can get a lot in this bag.
Yes.
There's the problem.
That's it.
You get a lot in, you put a lot in.
Yeah. So what I've done is my piece, I've actually folded it in half, and then that one's gone in half, that one's gone in half. And so I've got this like little tube, and I don't need to stitch that until it's on the bag. So let's do one side and see where we end up. So, okay, remember I found my fold. So if I fold this one in half as well, there's my fold. Now, remember what we did earlier? And rather than use pins, look, we've got these wonderful things called friction pens. I can put a line on, and then I know that's my sort of centerpiece. Again, if you've got the quilter's tape, it's like double-sided tape for sewing. It's amazing. You can put a little piece of this on, and it's going to hold it in place for you.
Oh, wow.
What I have done, though, I've lined up my piece.
Do you tend to use that, then?
I do like that, yeah. I found it for zips. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I won't do one without now. Honestly.
Would you use, because some people use that and then some people use the glue.
Yeah, oh, glue. No.
Don't like glue, okay.
No, don't like glue. Wet and horrible.
I know, but it's really interesting because everyone has some people use one thing and some another.
No. So what have I done? I've marked the set. I'm sorry if you can't see it that well. I know it's a bit of a darker fabric. So I've got my middle and I've got my middle. And my positions for this are on the pattern, so you're good with it. But what I've done is I've used my friction pen and I've drawn a line on my fabric so I know that I'm going to be okay, and that's going to sort of all work. You see it goes over the pockets, so that's why I've not worried about stitching the pockets in, because it's all going to get sorted. So just for this occasion, I am going to put a pin in, just in that bit there, just so I know that it's right, because I can use my, here we go, I can use my lines to help me out there, so that's okay. Now, on the ends, I've not done anything with the ends. They're a raw edge, because what I'm going to do with those in a short while is I need my rectangles. Hang on. Now, when I say the rectangles, it's literally a rectangle. It's a slightly different colour. No, because this is a rectangle as well, but it's got a slider in. You see, so it's not this piece. This piece is going to go on the handle. It's this piece you're looking for. And what's going to happen with that is it's going to sit over there like so. And I'm going to come back in a minute and stitch it on. Okay. So that's something that we need to sort of think about. Having said that, I don't want to be faffing with that while I'm trying to sew this. So let's do one job at a time.
One job at a time.
So what I'm going to do...
Put it back in its bag.
Thank you very much. I'm going to sew down both sides. So the first side I'm going to do is obviously the side where the pocket is. Okay? So let's go for it. Now, try and make life easy for yourself. You don't want to be sewing on this side when you've got to get all that under the throat. You just want to be doing this little bit. And of course, because, hang on. See, this is because I won't use pins. There we go.
But tape.
Tape would be fine. Tape would be good. I'm going to start stitching sort of just above the pocket because remember, I want to put that D-ring, that rectangle on, and I don't want to be faffing with that while I'm trying to stitch this in place. Just make life easy for yourself. Okay, here we go then. So I'm not too worried about trying to hold it in place as such or back stitches or anything like that. But let's go down. So that's going to take hold of that pocket plate and put that in place for me. That's it. I'm just checking that I'm okay with my line. Here we go. Just take that pin out. I think what it is, I don't know what it is with pins. I just don't.
Well, then I think if you say because you were factory trained, then
Yeah.
if you didn't use pins, then
Well,
it
no,
wouldn't feel right.
Time is money, isn't it?
Yeah. What did you make?
I did a couple of things. I started at 16 doing national cold board jackets because we used to be, of course, mining in Stoke-on-Trent.
What were they made from?
Very heavy wool.
Oh, like donkey jackets?
Yeah, that kind of thing. So I used to put the sleeves
I had
in.
one of those. Oh, I loved it.
Oh, they were
in the 80s, weren't they?
They used to come in the factory though. You used to find that there were bugs in them and things because of where they'd come from, you know, in the wool.
Yeah.
You used to go home scratching.
So were they for coal miners?
Yeah, yeah.
What were they, just thick wool?
Yeah, yeah. And then I went on to I worked for a company called Slimmer. They used to do trousers for Marks and Spencer's.
Oh,
So I used to do the darts in the back of those. So I'm ever so good at a dart, I don't have to measure. And what else was it? So yeah, I did from there, but then I went into the cutting room and I did digitising and I did pattern grading, things like that as well. So I went all the way through. Okay, so I've put my little D ring on, see there, and what I'm doing is I'm just folding my fabric under so it touches the pocket and then pulling the D-ring out the way. Okay, so I've got that in situ.
Okay.
It's all about trying to do it in one go.
Yeah,
rather
yeah,
than-
no, that makes
yeah.
sense.
So I'm going to sort of come along a little bit, taking my time now, just up to just above. Let's go a little bit more. So I've got my ring in there and I've got that sort of stitched. Now you have got to get this under the throat. So this is why I don't like pins. What you want to do is sort of roll it up so it's out the way and then you can get it underneath. Don't worry about everything else, you're just worried about what's going on here. Okay.
But then it's like all in one then, isn't it?
Yeah. Taking my time because I'm going through quite a few little bits and pieces there, you see. So I'm going to do a back stitch. I'm going to go back to where I sort of started there. Okay. And then back down there. Okay. So then I have got a bit of a dilemma. Do I want to turn it round and do it? I want to keep it as one, so yes. So let's bring it round, roll it this way. It's nice, I think, that you see this because you're going to have this issue.
Well, you're going to have the same thing and you'll be going, I don't know which way.
How do I do this?
And you can actually just turn it round.
It just looks neater all in
Yeah.
one. Oh, hang on. Let's just go back there. It jumped off that one. I want to go on to there. There we go. So down we go. Again, don't rush this. Take your time. This is something else you must see us on TV. Me sort of like speeding through, and you think, oh, never so straight. You know, on most machines today, you've got a button that says double fast, or you've got this one.
Yeah, or you can go really slow.
I mean, you can go that slow if you want. That would just drive me nuts, but you can do that.
I know, but I think if you're doing something where it's got to be perfect, you're very keen.
You're going to take your time,
slow it
yeah.
down.
Absolutely.
I know it takes longer, but it's worth it.
It is worth it, yeah, it is. Okay, so here we go. So again, look, I'm coming up to doing something with a bit of pocket, maybe. Let's go along. All right, so I'm going to sort of come up a little bit more. Right, use my scissors, look. I'm going to trim that little bit of thread off. I don't need it now. Just put it there. Because I want my other rectangle. And then I'm going to do the same thing, look.
It's nice that I like
over.
it that it's all in one like this. It looks really professional.
That's what we want, isn't it? We don't want a bag that somebody goes, oh, that's nice. Did you hand make it this weekend? And you know, like, I actually brought it. You know, you want somebody to go, oh, that's nice. Where did you get it from? That's what we're at.
Yes, and you go, oh, what this? Oh gosh, yes,
just
I made
yeah,
it.
just something I made.
Yeah, just something. Yeah.
So, okay.
It
So
didn't take me hours and hours and hours or anything.
yeah, so this time, like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it this way. And I'm going to back stitch it. So I don't have as much underneath the throat, look.
Right.
Come on. There we go. There we are.
It's like
Now
parallel
forward
parking, this, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you can't get it around the way, just reverse in.
There you go. One more back. Remember, I want to use this. It's got to be right. Let's put that back down.
Yes.
And I'll
You go for an interview then?
yeah, I've not
Yes,
told
when
my
you want
boss,
it-
though. Yeah.
Maybe when you come here, because we're so sophisticated.
Well, this is it, yeah. I'm not sure which door you come in. But
Yeah,
there you go.
definitely not sophisticated. I've tried that.
Okay.
That's sophisticated. And decided it didn't suit me.
So, right, now what you've got now is you've got this sort of, you think, well, that's not a handle, what's going on there? But this is going to give you structure and support. It's also going to protect this a little bit because it's going to sit on the base of your bag.
Right.
And then once you've eventually done this, it'll fold. So I've got my little marks for my fold there, look, and you can tell in the pattern. So you can see where your pocket sits, where this sits, and then your handle.
And that's all on the pattern. So that's
is
the
all the
best
pattern,
thing
yeah.
about the pattern piece.
I mean, I can't
Marks
stitch
on
this
there.
together because I've got to do this one first.
Yes.
You don't want to watch me do another one. I will sort of talk through the sides.
Okay.
But your handle then, see, I mean, it's got a slide attached, but you see how it goes on there? So that's the very last thing you do. Look how nice that looks.
It's really nice. And I like the way it goes over the pocket and the fact that, like
Holds
you
it
say,
all.
even if you've got
Yeah.
6 bottles of wine in there,
Absolutely,
which you
yeah.
might have,
Do you know me?
one might have,
Yeah.
it won't matter because the
No,
handle
not,
goes all the way
not
around.
this is it, see. So it's all about a bit of structure for you there. So the sides, now they're a little bit longer or wider at the bottom than they are at the top.
This is the beauty of buying the pattern.
Yes.
Because it's not rectangles and squares.
No.
There's shapes to this.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half because I need that, okay? Let's just give that a little mark. There's the mark. All right. Now, of course, you won't do this until you've done those. You want both connectors and both pockets. As I say, you don't want to watch me do that, do you, for the whole show? And I can see, look, where my half is there, or my centre is there. You see? Mm-hmm. So what I would do then is turn it that way around. So I can still see, look, that's my middle. And I'm going to join that to that there.
Ah.
All right? With clips. Like clips.
Clips?
I like clips.
They're not pins,
Okay.
so it's okay.
So the next thing you are going to do is you're going to stitch your seam allowance there, which is all in the pattern. It's all on there. If I show you, look.
Oh.
There it is.
It's all there. It's all
So you're only going to stitch to here. So you're going to leave your seam allowance there.
But that's on the pattern, so it's easy
and
enough
there.
to
It's
mark.
easy enough, yeah. If you've got a little ruler, you could do the same. I'm just sort of sketching it because I'm not going to sew it, and I will measure it before I go home and do it. So you're going to stitch from there to there. Okay, so that's going to give you your side piece. Okay, once you've done that, you're going to take those wonderful little scissors.
These are great scissors.
And you're going to snip up here. Okay, so make sure you really secure those edges. Don't go into you're going to snip here on that line. And you're going to snip on that line. Okay, because what that means is going to do then is if I lift this up, just imagine for a minute. So imagine let's put another clip in there. You're going to bring this one and this one. You see, because I can't do it because I haven't snipped.
No.
So it's going to come here and it's going to go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so you'd clip it in. But what you'd end up with is like a little square there you can see. And it shows you on the instructions, because this has been snipped, you have a little square you're going to stitch up there. Now, one thing I do want to just bring to your attention, I'm sure it works, so I'll give you an idea of it, is this is a bit shorter than this. Okay, like so. So you're going to have a little bit hanging over. That means because, can I just borrow that bag just for a second? Once you've actually stitched it and you've gone all the way around.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's not because I made a mistake.
No, I thought you were going to go because and then you trim it.
No.
But it's supposed
because
to
if you look at
of course, because it won't fold
side
otherwise.
there, see there, look, it's actually a little bit higher up there.
Genius.
Than
That's
it is
genius,
there.
Niels.
Oh, let's do it overhead.
Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't fold.
Yeah, you see, you've got that little bit, but it means that you get a little bit of a snippy to the lining. And it's also, you've got just a lovely little shape there. And then once you've done it, of course, you can see, look, I've actually...
And does that help it to fold
stitched.
better?
It just, it just folds better.
And it does look nicer as
It
well.
just gives you a neat
Yeah.
edge at the top. And you see here, look, this is where the handle's been attached.
Yeah.
Yeah? So hopefully that's giving you some sort of
brilliant
information there, because of course, unless I actually sew that other one on.
Which you can't, otherwise you won't be able to use the bag.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough.
Hope that gives you a start.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Right.
All the instructions are there.
Yes. So we should. So we've got.
I know, so many things.
The kits one more time. So the orange kit, which is this one here.
Oh, it's which one would you have? Which one would you?
Oh, I'd go orange. I told you,
Go
I've been
orange.
sophisticated.
It does go with that little pop of orange on your dress, doesn't it?
Yes. Look, see if I had that. Look.
Yeah, but if
How
you
that,
wanted it
actually
longer,
now
you could-
that's all the orange on my dress has just
It's just
popped.
popped, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
look
just
at
not.
that.
I tried being neutral and beige.
No, it don't work. Just
sophisticated.
be you.
I did it for about a week and didn't suit me.
Just be you.
Just decided I'm not sophisticated. So this is the orange one. And with that, you obviously get the full pattern. With the large pattern piece, you get the... Right, we've only got 20 of these left. Not many. Only 20. You've got the orange fabric for the outside, the orange check fabric for the inside, or you can swap them around. And you've got all the hardware, so you've got the rectangle rings, the D-rings, the sliders, and the zip for the internal pocket. That's the orange one. If you want to do the sophisticated sage green and cloud grey...
Ooh!
Felt like I had to have another word in there.
Is that absolutely, yeah. And also if you're going to make this, somebody else is going to want one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to be able to say, do you know what, it's high end, I've got to charge.
High end.
Absolutely.
Those, obviously, but you can have either grey on the outside or green on the inside, vice versa. Obviously, you get the full pattern and you will get the hardware as well. If you want just the pattern, we have just the pattern. With the large pattern pieces, full size with all the markings on them. Only $12.99. Right, crossbody bag.
Oh, these are lovely.
Have you got one with you?
They're just, yeah.
Oh, they're
yeah,
there.
I'm
No, I think I can't see.
I'm coming.
These, so let's have a talk.
Yeah, now, these have been on air before in this fabric, but because I'm doing different fabrics, I just thought you've got to.
So in the pattern and the kit, you can make both.
Yes, you get everything that you need to make both of these.
Right.
I mean, I've put some little beads on. You won't
They're
get them.
pretty.
They're quite sweet, aren't they?
So the bag, oh, this is nice. So you've got a zip across the front.
Yep.
So you get into that side. And then you've got on the back.
Well, yeah, because you know what? This is a
little
security
slippy
thing.
pocket.
You know, you have that crossed over, and you've got your bag. Okay, you've got a zip. But if you got something like your phone, or you don't want anybody to sort of get hold of, you put it in there, and that's always against your body, isn't it?
Yeah, or if you just want to put your keys in or something.
Yeah, so you can feel it there all the time.
Brilliant. And then it has a slider, so it's adjustable.
Absolutely.
And then the little
you can
tabs
take little
here.
handles off if you want to. Whereas this one, it's got little tie handles.
Oh, so that's little. So this one is brilliant for travelling, isn't it?
It is, yeah, phone and everything. But again, on the back, a little pocket.
You could also, you know, you could put that under your coat, couldn't you?
Yes, it's well hidden. And do you know what's really nice about this is the bottom. You've got this little box space, but look at the side. It's got like a little triangle on it.
That's so cute.
Just because you
isn't
pleat it rather than...
Yes.
And it's just so pretty. But I thought, I'd bring different fabrics.
So we've got it in two colourways here.
You have.
Not this colourway.
Yeah.
New colourway.
New colourway. Look at these.
So in this kit,
tell I like the
for
fabrics.
I know
so
they are
much fun.
lovely.
They have so much
for
fun with it.
$22.99, you get the full pattern.
Sorry,
There we go. It's got all of the information, everything you need to know in there, and then you get orange.
But it's a slightly different orange.
Yes, it's tangerine.
It is, isn't it? And
That's more pinky orange. That's blood orange, isn't
yeah,
it?
Yeah.
Whereas this is tangerine.
Yeah, I mean the difference between the two.
I know. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I thought that was bright. This is tangerine.
But imagine this on the beach.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And you get the same
Yeah,
amount.
you get the same. So again, what I've done with the crossbody, I've got one in one fabric and one in the other.
Yeah, so you can have the out or
so,
both.
yeah, so this one underneath will be blue.
Yeah, so you can have them
That
both
one
the same, or you can swap them over.
Pale.
And you get the hardware,
Yeah,
so you get the zips.
Yeah, 2 zips. slider.
And all the rings and
bobbins
everything.
all.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. $22.99.
It's really sweet, isn't it?
Full pattern and everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
There.
Right. Now we do have 2 colourways.
Well,
So
we do.
you've now got.
We do.
It's decision time.
I know, but again, this one is a cool sort of summery one.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I think I would struggle with whether to have them both the same or one in the lining and one. I wouldn't be able to decide
Do
that.
you know? I don't know. But they're just nice, aren't they?
Yeah, no, that's my problem. I'd think, shall I
Yeah.
have them both exactly the same or shall I? Oh, I would be struggling with that.
You'd have to go 2 different, I think.
You just have to sort of
but then you'd know that whatever you've got inside.
Yeah, it is the same.
Is
and
not,
honestly,
you know?
going on holiday with a new bag is just a thing of joy.
Yeah, and these are they're just little enough to carry little bits and pieces.
Yeah,
in.
and it's lovely, like little features like this.
Yeah,
little
of
pocket
course.
here.
And I mean, I've just used interfacing in that because then it's really lightweight. It's going to fit with your body. But if you want
Yes.
something a bit more structured, then of course you Decaville again, or whatever you want to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's have that orange.
So what's it? I can't hear me.
Yeah, let's have a look at that orange. Look at that.
Ooh, what? So have you got both kits?
Oh, you could, yeah. So you could mix and match, couldn't you? I mean, look at that with that.
Oh, that's tricky, isn't it? Now that's making
that would work
that's made
with
it even
that look.
worse. Well, that's made it even worse now. I was struggling to decide whether I was going to have the same 2 outers or linings.
Do you know?
You've given me a choice of 4, so if you get both kits, even worse.
Oh, it's decision making, but it's really quite good, isn't it? Yeah.
Now, if you've already got many colourful fabrics in your
haven't we
stash,
all?
we have got the pattern on its own.
Yes.
There we go. I'll move it out of the way.
Yeah.
$12.99.
Now, you know, when I said with patterns, I love to have actual hand patterns.
Yes.
With this one, because they're rectangles, there was absolutely no need
Yeah,
to
that's
give you
fair
a full
enough.
pattern because that's price-wise, we could, so
Yes,
here it
because
gives
they're
you-
not, whereas that other bag had shapes.
Yeah, this one, honestly, you don't. So all the sizes are there. But
Yeah.
what I have done on the inside back cover, oh, here we go, is I've told you how you can change the size. So if you've got, I don't know, if you've got a phone or a
okay.
little tablet that you wanted to sort of make this bag, but it was going to be
to
your
make a bag
size,
to fit your phone.
I've given you how you would do it.
Oh, that's great.
All right, so
Because everyone's phone's different.
Well, exactly. So it might not fit in that, or you might want something different, but it means you can still use the pattern. You could still use the instructions.
Fabulous. That's
but
amazing.
You make it fit.
Great
yourself
value.
around.
$12.99.
I thought I was.
And
being
they are
nice.
lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a nice day in my garden.
I have a little crossbody bag that I use especially for dog walking.
Oh, really? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, because in the winter it's fine. I've got my phone,
Yeah,
I've got my
yeah.
tree, I've got everything in my pockets. But in the summer,
you've got nowhere to put it.
I'm like, and you've not often, my pocket isn't very big and I think I'm going to lose my phone. I've often
Yeah,
got my phone,
that's
my
it.
headphones. So I have a crossbody bag.
There it is,
for dog
absolutely.
walking.
So, everybody uses them for different things, don't they? And I like them under my coat. I like...
I do. When
like
I
them.
go to London, London, scary.
Yes.
I get out of Paddington and that's it, bag under the coat.
Yeah, you've
I don't
gotta
know if
be,
things going to
yeah.
happen. But I'm just like, you get out of Paddington, you think, oh, that's
Yeah,
it.
it pays to be safe these days, doesn't it? I really
But I
does.
do use
and I
mine-
try and put that into my bags.
Well, it is great for just, or if you're just going out and you
Yeah.
only want a small bag, you
Yeah.
don't want your great big one.
Yeah,
so
it's all there for you.
nice gift
Nice.
as well for somebody,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Right. Tidy up. One more. Is there one more? There's one more.
One more.
Do you want to show the product?
Should we show the product?
I took this on my retreat with me. And I had one of my A4 essential folders in the same fabric. So I could open my folder. I got all my pens and my
nonchalantly
sketch.
open it as
And
if
you
going-
open it.
Did you just sort of go like that for left and going,
Look at
oh,
this.
yes.
I know, but it's so lovely. I had my scissors in here, and then here I'd got like little pencils and my friction pens and things. And my pencil case had got my rotary cutter in, my tape measure.
Brilliant.
But the great thing about this is, it comes off. So you could put that to one side and you can just work with this.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to like your evening meal, you could actually have your phone and your keys in here and take it with you because it looks quite nice as a little club.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or your pens and pencils as you're sitting on the sofa, or your little sewing needles and your scissors.
Well, I think it would
and
also
all
be
the
quite
rest.
good for holiday because you could have your jewellery,
Yes.
your cosmetics, your hairbrush, or,
Also,
you know.
do you know I forgot my hairbrush when we went? I had to go and buy a comb. And the thing is, she didn't want to charge me like a lot for this comb, and I'd got no money on me. So somebody brought it for me. I was so embarrassed. I bet they thought it was that woman off the telly. She's a right scruffy madam.
And she hasn't got a comb.
I didn't even have a brush for me. Oh,
but it is really, because it's got this slippy pocket there.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry,
got the
let's
zippy
be
pocket
serious.
there.
Yeah.
It's got the zip section.
Yes, absolutely. So it's just lovely, isn't it? And then, of course, your little magnets at the top there. And then you carry it.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And then you just carry it like that.
And again, it's nice and square.
Oh, I think it's lovely.
I quite like that squareness about it, so really nice.
Where's the... so now, let's talk fabric.
Colourways. Yeah, because again, I can't help myself. The fabrics are just... I'm getting a bit addicted, I've got to say. But here we go.
Right, so here's the kit.
It's just lovely, isn't it?
I know, it is lovely.
Just
So,
really
full instructions.
Yeah, full pattern.
All big pattern pieces.
Yeah, we like that.
I mean, look at the size of this.
Yeah, seam allowances on there as well. Yeah. We print these in-house.
Do you? Must have a very large printer.
Yeah, we have a big printer. Yes.
Because that's a big piece of fabric.
There you go, there's your pieces.
I know, but I would like to see... You like to see what you're getting, don't you?
Yes.
So look at all of that.
Yeah, so you can pin them on and all that kind of thing. You've got
That's a massive printer.
Yeah.
Does it fold it for you as well?
No, it doesn't. It leaves them all on the floor.
Yeah, I'd imagine
Rolls off on
is that not quite hard to fold?
We do all right. We've got big desks.
A big
and
desk,
stuff.
yeah.
So, once you've sort of folded the first one, it's fold and fold.
Yeah, I
and
guess
fold.
so.
Yeah.
I suppose you get good at it, don't you? I'm rubbish. I can't even refold a map.
Shall I do this then?
Yeah, like that. Yes, probably, yes. I'll go through the...
I'll take it off you.
Right, Ben's got... What is the special happening, Ben?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Price. So this whole kit should be $38.46, but it's not.
Now, again...
$24.99. That's silly.
Could you imagine going to your class and you've got this?
Oh, I know. I absolutely love
Yeah,
it. I think
it'd
it's
be
lovely,
lovely.
but I would take it on holiday as well.
Yeah. I'm going to go to more classes, I think.
Just so you can
First
take your
sewing class
bag.
I've ever been on.
Yeah, I've not been on that many, actually.
No,
I've been on a
first
lot of
one.
bizarre
Yeah.
classes.
I had a good teacher, though. He was all right.
Was he?
Stuart.
Oh, he's all right.
It was all right. No, he was great. But yeah, anyway. So this we've seen this earlier in the show.
Yes, this white on white.
But yeah, it's just so beautiful.
And I love this pink.
With
It's
that
a
pink,
real
yeah.
peony pink.
It is, isn't it? And you've got the lovely white coming into
So
it.
obviously you've got, so where you'd have the outside to be this beautiful.
Yeah, unless you wanted it
beautiful.
white.
Or you could change it round and
change
then
it
you've got
round.
that on the inside.
Exactly.
I mean, it is fab.
It's really
It is
pretty.
perfect for a workshop, but honestly, it's great for a holiday.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's not going to take up too much room.
No, it's a really lovely thing. $24.99. You've got the pattern pieces, the pink fabric, and the white on white fabric.
Yeah. So, of course, you're going to have to put the zips in. But the zips are relatively inexpensive these days anyway.
Yes,
And,
yeah.
of course, I've got some little sewing machine zip pulls on that. I thought it was quite nice. And, of course, if you want to use magnets, then a couple of magnets.
Yeah, because you've got...
I've got magnets on, but you might want to use poppers,
Yeah,
or
you could
Velcro,
do-
or buttons.
Yeah,
Again,
that's true.
it's that choice thing, isn't it? I mean, I've
Well,
got
yeah,
poppers
use what
here
you
for
want
the-
to use for it.
Yeah, so it's your choice there. You can make it whatever suits you, can't you, in that sense?
So that's the lovely bright version, only $24.99. What a bargain. But we do have, as with all of the others, we do have another version.
We do.
Got to make sure I
It's
get the
there
right one
somewhere.
now. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, do you know, I've got all these...
Here,
I've got all of these bags mixed up now.
No. I'm going to take them back to the office and just say, sorry, Sarah.
I would just put them all in a box.
Yeah, just give them a back.
So we've mixed them all up now. We tried ever so hard.
I know, but yeah, here we go.
So again, with this one, pattern, large pattern. Now this one, green.
Yeah. This sage green's been a real thing for me this
It
time.
is lovely,
It's
isn't
really
it?
in my mid, but look at this.
But this is lovely. Look at this one. Let's have a look at this one. This is it ivy?
It kind of
Feel
is,
like it's
yeah,
ivy.
yeah. And when you look at these little pieces here, I mean, just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to get my pen. I'm going to draw it. I'm just
going to draw on it.
I'm not going to draw on it. Let me find a bit of
But you imagine these two together.
my fabric.
Really classy, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, hang on. You can never find a piece of fabric when you want it. Oh, here we go. Use a bit of this.
And your pen.
And I've got a pen. Right, so if you look at this leaf, you ready? So what we'd do, we'd come up with a line, and then you come out and put a loop, a little bobble on, out, a little bobble on, and then you're going to come round and up, and round and up.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
And there's your little leaf.
Yeah, there it is.
That's lovely. I think that's
really
lovely
pretty, isn't it?
Particularly because these colours are exactly the same.
That's the beauty
So
of it.
that is the
match
beauty.
Everything completely
Because
match.
it really works, doesn't it?
Yes.
That you can really see. I mean, that is such a lovely.
Yeah, it's got that bit of lightness to it as well because I've sort of slightly ombrayed the colour throughout it, and then these feathers just sort of work.
It works so well together.
Beautiful that.
Very lovely. $24.99 for that. It's absolute bargain. So you get 1.5 meters of fabric in total. You're getting the pattern and that big pattern piece, so everything.
Absolutely, yeah. And this will go, because it's green, it'll go with all other things as well, won't it?
Yes,
so if you have got other bits and pieces, it's not going to sort of look a little bit...
No, so you just have to choose between
absolutely.
the pink and the green.
Yeah.
Fabulous. But we've also got the pattern on its own.
I'll wander up and set something up.
Okay. We have got the pattern on its own as well. So if you want just the pattern on its own, $14.99. But obviously, we will reduce it. Because we have today. Well, when we say we, Sandra has, actually. $12.99 for the pattern. Remember, you're getting this massive pattern piece and the pattern. And it's just great. It'd be lovely to take on a workshop, but it doesn't have to be that. You can just have that at home. Maybe you want to, tidy everything away at the end of the day, but just your certain tools. I have mine like all in a bucket, and it's nice to have. Well, not a bucket. It's a fabric bucket.
I've got this vision now.
Yeah, like a cement bucket.
That'll never leave me.
No, it's a fabric bucket, but the tools that I use to hand, and it's nice to have something like this that you clear everything away in. Even, just on your own sort of work table. So I think that's brilliant. Also, it'd be really good if you're a knitter or a crocheter, because you can keep your crochet hooks or your circular needles in. You could put your, your stitch markers and everything in there. So it'd be ideal for that. You could put your patterns in. It'd be a very good sock knitting carrier, because you can get the whole lot in there. $12.99 for that. So, Sandra, you're going to show us how to make it?
I am, yes, absolutely.
The whole thing.
I was looking for my tape, I can't find it.
You only got 10 minutes then.
That's okay then. I can talk you through a few bits.
Okay.
So here's my main outside. I've covered it in Decaville, and I'm going to leave that to one side because I don't need that till almost the very end. You're going to be working on the inside. So again, I've sort of put my pockets in. These are kind of self-explanatory. It's a piece that I did like before, the pocket, stitch top and bottom. Turn it out, I've stitched across the bottom, and there I've put a line down, so look, I've got two pieces. I did demonstrate this last time it was on, because if you look at my poppers, I've put them in before I've actually fastened it, so you don't see the popper on the back, which means as you're putting things in and out, you're not going to feel that, so that works nice. And look, having that little bit of contrast is lovely, isn't it?
I know, I think that's lovely. Those colours work really well together.
So let's have a look at what bits I've got here. I'd like to get into the zip if I can, just bear with me a second. So there's my pencil case. Top facing, I don't need that just yet. Top facing I have Decaville because of course it's going to have a magnet on it. You want a bit of security there. Okay, so let's just have a look. Zipped pocket bag. So we've got a couple of pieces here. So I am organised. Look, I've got it all cut out.
Are you going
and
to finish
everything.
this off for yourself as well?
I am,
and
yeah. So we've got.
I think you should, because it's lovely.
Yeah.
And it'll fit in that green bag that you're going to do.
It will. I could take it all out together.
Oh my God, you'll look amazing. You just have to do it like... Oh.
Yeah, I just need a new shirt in it and everything now. Zip pocket bag back is bigger, look, than my pocket bag front pieces. So I've got two of those, one of them. Let's move that out of the way for a minute. Because putting this in, it looks really tricky, but honestly, let's not worry about it at all. If I'd got my tape, this is what I'd be doing. So what I want to do first of all is I want to put my zip in. Now you can see here that it's a little bit bigger, so I could use a scrap piece, and I think I have done that in the instructions, or have I? Yes, I have. Just bear with me a minute. Scissors again, handy scissors. Okay. So you will have little bits left, because what we want to do, you want a nice sort of neat finish at the edges of them. So what I'm going to do, see, I'm going to put a little bit on the end there. So it'll look like that when it's done, and a little bit on the end there. So if I turn that over, now you see there where it's got a bit of metal, I don't want to be stitching in that. So I'm just going to go across to my machine and stitch that bit on there. Now I usually use zips on a roll.
Okay.
But of course, because of putting them into the kits, we've sort of had to switch to zips. But if you wanted to keep your zip for something else and use your zip on a roll and make it
that's
fit
true. Yeah.
the exact one, just makes life a little bit easier sometimes. Okay.
What, they're having it on a roll?
Yeah, it just.
Well, it's more economical. I hate putting the ends on though. I'm rubbish at it.
Do you know what? I'm a lot better after having a zip. One of my zip, the zip tool.
Yeah.
What's the lady's name that brings them to air, and she 3D prints them?
Really?
Oh, what's her name? Because I brought that one. It's amazing. She does.
I'm absolutely, and I look at and I watch these things, and people do them so easily.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm so rubbish at it.
Okay. See, so you've got that.
That looks lovely.
You see how that just finishes
nice.
it?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do with this one then is what I want.
Do you want it pressing?
Oh, go on then.
While I'm here.
While you're here. I want that piece and that piece.
I'm here all week. Well, I'm not. I'm just here all
Piece
day.
and that piece. So I've got the two that are the same size, okay? And ideally, I want this one, if I just fold over the seam there, I want that one to look like that, the zip to it, and I want this one underneath to look like that. So it looks really neat. So how do we do that? So this one, imagine, look, it's going to sit there with my seam allowance. So if I turn that over, I'm going to stitch that across there. So when I stitch it back, see, you're going to get that?
Yep.
But then also, I might have to use pins. What's going on?
Audible gasp.
No. Let's put one in there for a minute.
I've
I've usually got my tape there, see, but So what then I need to do is I'm going to put this on the top, like that, and sew it all at once. Because why sew it 3 times when once will do? Yeah?
Yes.
So let's put that pin in there, look. And come over here, just making sure my zip is straight. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move that to the middle.
Okay.
Okay, because I don't want to sort of be worrying about where that is. Okay. Please get some tape, everybody, because it's easier. Okay. I use it all the time, see, so it's on my kitchen table. All right. So, we're just going to need to change the foot. You need to use a zipper foot for this. So, if you've don't know what a zipper foot is, it looks completely different, look, to the other one. You see, you've got these little bits either side. It means you can get closer to your zip. But don't lose that one or leave it lying around. I mean, my little...
I know, but it's a weird thing about feet, isn't it? When you take them off and you put them just there.
Yeah,
and then you do the sew and you look back and it's gone.
I know.
Why does that happen?
Put it in the pins because I borrowed the pins.
Then I think, well, I don't know where that is. I constantly lose them.
Okay, here we go. So, get into that pin. See, what I've got to constantly do now is check that my zip's level. Here we go. Okay. So, I'm hoping I've done this right now, because I've done something live on air before and I've done a casing, but I did it the wrong way round. So I hope I've done it right. Right, as I'm getting towards the zip, I can feel it. I'm not going to be able to sew round the zip. So you're going to have to lift the needle, lift the foot. Let's just go on the inside, find the zipper, and I'm going to move it out of the way. There it is, out of the way. And then I can come back in, make sure everything's lined up. Let's put that back down. Here we go. And then, see, if I'd got tape, my zip would be in place, wouldn't it?
I remember the first time I put a zip in on air, and I went, you do this, and then you turn it right side out, and it looks like, and I did that when, and it shouldn't look like this.
It's completely different.
I just got it all, but I'd done this sort of big, and then it looks like, and it didn't.
Doing it on a factory floor, it's completely different than doing it like this.
It's just awful.
So if I open that out, look. There you go. So that's what you're going to have. Look at that.
That's lovely.
We like that, don't we?
Yeah, I like that.
So rather, I don't want to sort of spend too much time pressing it. So you think, well, okay, what's going to happen to this top bit and what happens to the bottom bit?
What's going to happen to this top bit?
That's a good question.
And what's going to happen to this bottom bit?
I'm looking for the pieces.
I'm asking the right questions for you, see.
Right, okay. You've got a couple of facings. Here we go. It says zipped pocket bag lower facing and zip facing. Okay, they're both exactly the same, so it doesn't really matter which so you use them. But the idea is you're going to use this one. See, I've already pressed it ready, but don't worry. You're going to stitch that one to there. Okay, I'll put a couple of pins in so you can see it, because I'm aware that we
clip instead.
Oh, clip instead, yeah. Oh, because we're running out of time a bit.
No, it's fine. Start the clip there.
Okay. So you see, once I've stitched that in place, you see when I open it up, you've got this
Let me
lovely
get the
sort of
bag so
finish in
I
there,
can show.
and you'll see it. And then, of course, this bit we could top stitch.
Yes, I'm going to just
Here we
show,
go.
because it's nice on here to see what...
It is. Yeah, let's take that off as well.
We'll take that, okay.
That's it. Then you can see it.
So this is what we're creating.
Here we go. So that's where you've got your zip piece. Look, you've got a little bit
So that's
there.
the little bit there.
Yeah, which is that bit there.
This
Here,
is
you're
that bit
facing.
there.
You see, I'm stitching across there,
Yeah.
and then you bring it up like that. So you see, you don't see any stitching. And then this top piece, look, I've top stitched it there in place. So all that's doing is hiding all of that raw edge in the top there.
Yeah, I see what you mean,
Yeah?
yes.
And then the rest of it, so you've got a larger piece for the pocket. So this will sit on there like so. You see? That'll be sat there like that. So you've got that.
Oh, it's lovely. It's so fresh.
It's lovely. It's lovely. And then your bottom section, which sits here. Let's just move that a bit. So this again, what I'll do is I'll stitch that to the bottom.
Right.
Fold that over.
And it just keeps that pocket contained.
Keeps it
doesn't
contained. It keeps it neat because you don't want a big bulky section there. You can put your poppers in place quite easily before you stitch it on. Onto there, and then here. Now you'll notice, look, I've got a bit of cardboard in there.
Okay.
You don't have to.
What sort of cardboard do you use?
It's a heavy weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of mount board kind
Yeah,
of
it's
thing.
bigger than cereal boxes.
Yeah.
isn't
Oh,
it?
well,
Thicker.
if you've got a cereal box, if you cut, say, 4,
Oh, yeah, that's
and
true.
a little bit
yes.
of tape, stick them together, and you've got this very same thing. Keeps your base sort of level. But yeah, so that sits there. You put your poppers on like that, and then you'll top stitch down there, and that just gives you a nice little spine kind of thing.
Fabulous.
Makes everything neat. So I hope I've covered that question.
You have. No, it's really
The
nice to
zip.
see in detail how to do
How
that.
you do, but it's going to be beautiful, isn't it? That green.
It is. It's beautiful. I love that one. So I'll just go back to the kit.
Okay.
Thank you, Sandra.
You're welcome.
So the green one that we just that Sandra's just been demonstrating with, you get the light green with the ivy on. You get the darker green, the sage green. You get the full pattern and the pattern pieces and everything for only £24.99. Now we've only got 25 of those left. Loads in baskets. You need to be quick with that one. If you would prefer the... Where's the other one gone? Oh, the orange one. Here it is. No, where's the other one gone?
What have you... Oh, it's there.
There it is.
It's the pink, yeah.
Yeah. I knew, I was thinking, I'm sure that was the other one. If you prefer the pink and the white, so it's a pink and like a white on white, but sort of grey on white, that version, gorgeous. You get all of the fabric, you get the pattern and the full instructions. Oh, you've got the everyday bag kit there. I was thinking, how is that one?
Oh, you know, can't get the staff, can you?
Yay, that's better. £24.99 for that. All of the other, do you want me to go through the other kits, Ben? No, we haven't got time. So all of the other kits that we talked about, they are all on the website, but they all really low in stock now. So you need to be quick with those. So remember that we've got the new everyday bag in the 2 colourways. We've got the crossover bags and we've got the Carry My Craft Tools. Thank you so much, Sandra, for being
Oh,
here.
it's been a
Yay.
pleasure. Could you imagine us in a pub? We'd never get anything done.
We'd never get out.
We'd put the world to rights.
Yeah, we would. And everyone in it.
Absolutely.
When are you back?
Oh, gosh, I know it's next month. It's about similar
June.
time.
Back in June,
Back
then.
in June, yeah.
Who knows when?
I have no idea.
No, I don't know.
No, middle-ish, something like that, yeah.
Well, hopefully it's with me.
Yeah, that'd be lovely, yeah.
Brilliant. So I will see you back here in a few minutes' time with Holly, who's going to show us how to make an amazing jacket. If you've ever wanted to make a quilted jacket This pattern is the perfect thing for your patchwork quilted jacket. We've also got fabrics for, so you don't have to do the patchwork or anything, but if you want to make a normal jacket, a quilted jacket, or a patchwork one, this is the show for you. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, deliver the hottest manager's specials. Mission accomplished, agents. This message will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, we're trying to get in the middle. We're both moving in opposite directions. Anyway, now, if you were with us at 10 o'clock, Holly did this amazing pattern that was like your capsule wardrobe of blouses and dresses and everything. This is by the same company, Megan Nielsen, but this is your ultimate coat pattern, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you've got a lot of options in there, like the dress earlier. Yeah.
So you've got 6 different coats. Because the pattern pieces are quite big, there are 2 different size ranges. So you've got sizes. Well, I'm going to give you bust sizes. 32 to 46 is this one, and then the bigger size is bust size 40 to 60. Okay, so just ignore the sizes here because I'm not sure that, well, it doesn't matter really what the numbers are. It's better to talk about bust size. So this is the smaller one, which is 32 to 46. Now, in here, it's nice actually that they give you other pictures, isn't there?
Yeah, the pictures are really good.
So explain the different styles of jacket then that we have in this.
Yeah, it's got 2 variations. Basically, there's 3 lengths to it. So we've got a cropped, a mid and a long, but the mid is quite long. The mid sounds like it would be to your waist, but actually it can't see because of the desk's in the way, but it comes just to your upper thigh, so it's quite still a long coat.
Right.
And then there's slightly different variations of pockets and the front, and there's three of them are bound and these are not bound.
So there's
a lot of variations.
3 different lengths,
yes.
some are bound, some aren't, some have got ties, some haven't, but you've got 6 different jacket styles within the pattern.
Yes.
So, I mean, if I show you the pictures on here, you can see the different styles. It's a fantastic jacket. What I love about it is that you can make it lined or unlined. You can make it using pre-quilted fabric, which we've got some here of. So the jacket behind me that Holly's already made, this is a pre-quilted fabric, so which saves loads of time because the quilted jackets, they are all the rage at the moment. But for me, I think this is fabulous because if you want to make a patchwork quilted jacket, this is the perfect pattern.
Yeah.
We are also reducing the price. So instead of £25.99, we are going to reduce it to £21.99, say £4. Nice. So if you can see this picture here, this has been patchworked. So I know everyone's sort of thinking, oh, I want to make a patchwork quilt. You've got to find the right pattern, haven't you?
Yeah.
This has been decided. Now, they do explain about how to do the quilting part.
Yes, at the very start of the pattern, it tells you if you're going to quilt yourself, if you haven't got the pre-quilted fabric, and if you want to quilt.
Oh, I see.
There's a tutorial on there, and then there's a tutorial for the binding. So it starts off, gives you all the information, and then you can...
use your fabric scraps or upcycle fabric from old clothing.
Yeah, so if you had scraps left over, you know, sometimes we have like maybe half a metre left over from a project, and then you've got some fabrics that sort of go together. You can then make your own
Try
fabric.
using your favourite quilt pattern in combination with this.
Yeah, you could do... options are endless with this.
And then it explains exactly how to do it. So you can make it from normal fabric, you can make it from pre-quilted fabric, you can quilt the fabric yourself, because quite often if you want to make a patchwork quilted jacket, the patterns never include that. You just have to work that little one out for yourself, and there's nothing little about trying to work that out.
No, that's not a little job.
That's not a little job,
That
I know,
takes
because I've done one and it was really hard, because I had to try and combine a patchwork with a jacket pattern.
Yeah, you got your placement and very difficult.
But this is the perfect pattern for that.
Yeah.
So there's two sizes. Now this is the smaller, which is bust size 32 to 46. The other size is the bust size 40 to 60. And we're going to match the price on that one. So you need to just choose which size you want. And remember, it can be 3 different lengths. It can be bound, or it can have ties.
Yes. Oh, this one's got a waist tie as well. Yeah, there's so many options. There's a waist
loads
tie.
Of different
and
options.
There's a smaller tie here, yeah.
And it can have pockets or not have pockets.
Yeah, and you can divide the pockets if you want to. It's got so many options.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
So if you want to get with the trend and get your patchwork quilted jacket, this is the perfect for this. However, we have got some pre-quilted fabrics to save you loads of time. Yeah. So the first one we're going to do is the... so now this is broderie anglaise on here, but pre-quilted. Now we've got them in 2 different size bundles. This is the 5 metre bundle. So you can... Let me just show you how this works. It's a broderie anglaise. This will work for any size, any length, anything. So it's quilted, so it's got wadding back, it's got a plain back, and then broderie. It's amazing.
Yeah, it makes everything so much quicker and easier. It takes like that extra element.
Because it's already lined.
It's already lined. Yeah, it's such a simple make.
Wow.
If it's just like when you first want to learn to make a jacket,
yeah,
it just takes a few steps out of it.
So you've got 5 metres of this fabric, and it's £64.99. So this will make any size, anything. Right, and there's only 3 left. Now, we've also got it in a smaller size. So we've also got it in a smaller quantity, which is 3.5 metres. And this will make up to size 20. So if you've bought the smaller pattern, in any of the lengths up to the size 20, this will be enough. £47.99. You just need the bigger one if you're doing the 34. So £47.95. Right, we've got the same fabric in the pink. Levi's now looking for the pink. Any of the pink, it doesn't matter which one. So we've got the larger quantity, 5 metres. So this is enough for if you're doing the 20 to the 30, the 14 to 34. So this is for the larger 14 to 34 sizes. £64.99 for this one, and that's and it's the same. It's pre-quilted, so it's got the pink lining on the back and then the print broderie anglaise there. That's your 5 metre bundle, £64.99. Now, if you want the smaller bundle, which is the 3.5 metre bundle, that's enough for up to the size 20, which is your 46-inch bust. So if you're over the 46-inch bust, you will need the bigger piece. But if you're up to a 46-inch bust and you've got the smaller pattern, 3.5 metres is fine, and that's £47.99. Okay. And now we've also got the same fabric, the Broderie Anglaise pre-quilted, in white. So in pink, blue or white. So again, you've got the Broderie Anglaise on one side and then just plain on the other side. £64.99. So that's for the larger size, so that's up to the size 34. And if you want the smaller bundle, which is 3.5 metres, which will make any of the coats, whether it's the all the different lengths, that is £47.99. Right, now we've got the navy. Now, the navy isn't a Broderie Anglaise. So this is the one that you started making the jacket in.
There's half the jacket. Yeah, that's what we're going to be sampling later. But I have.
So we'll show you in a moment. But this is this one here. So this is just a plain navy. This is fabulous. Let me show you this.
Really lovely.
So this is your 5 metre option, £54.99. So this is just your plain navy. And then that's enough for the larger version. But if you want the smaller, you'll need 3.5 metres. That's any size from up to the 20, which is your 46-inch bust. 3.5 metres of it, and that's £39.99. There we go. So that's the navy. Remember, that's not the Broderie Anglaise. The other colours are. This is just your plain navy. Now, we've also got some corduroys. So I presume you can use a whole range of fabrics with this.
Yeah, I think you probably could. Yeah, you could use a look.
Light to medium weight fabrics such as cotton, linen, chambray are recommended for the quilted versions. Yeah. Yes, you wouldn't use thick fabrics.
No, I think, very versatile. You have to choose the right fabric for whatever style
so
you're going to be
if you're going to quilt, use like a cotton fabric. But if you're going to do non-quilted, then you use linen, cottons, medium to heavyweight coating fabrics, such as boiled, felted or suiting wool, or like corduroy. We've got 4 different colours of corduroy. Right, we've got 4.5 metre bundles in them. 3.5 metre bundles, and they will make up the largest size, which is 34. So we've got all different colours. So this bundle will make any coat in any size, £44.99. This is your ochre 4.5 wale, so it's like your real sort of jumbo elephant cord. That's a lovely.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It feels really nice.
Yeah.
£44.99 for that. So that's 4.5 metres. Then we've got it. Sorry, 3.5. It's because I read the 4.5. Too many words. Camel. That's lovely, isn't it? Nice and neutral. So go with everything. And I guess if you're going to put the binding on anything, you can use contrast binding.
Yeah, you can go contrasting, or you can get patterned binding. You can do whatever you want with it, yeah.
And I guess,
or matching, it depends what
look
you're wanting, really, yeah.
So that's the wale corduroy, the 4.5 wale corduroy. This one is, again, your 4.5 wale corduroy in green. This is very nice.
Stunning. Oh, lovely.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Lovely.
Olive green. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Perfect for country walks.
Yeah. Look very chic in that.
Very chic.
Very chic.
Very chic. Country walks.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, so that's the olive green. Oh, and we've got teal as well.
Ooh.
This is nice, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Just got to open it all up because it's quite wide. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's very nice.
Beautiful. I love this real jumbo cord as well. Isn't that gorgeous? £44.99. That's an absolute bargain for 3.5 metres of corduroy. Amazing. Right, so that's the corduroy. Now we've got 3 pattern fabrics because it says if you're going to quilt them, then use a lighter weight fabric.
Yes, because we're going to be adding the quilting.
These are 3.5 metre bundles. Right, so you obviously would, you can use these for quilting. You could use these for the lining. You could line them and not quilt them. But this bundle, 3.5 metres, is enough for any of the 6 styles in any size. 3.5 metres. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
So it's a linen viscose print. It's got almost like a grey, like a lilac grey background, but with really bold lilac flowers.
Yeah, lovely.
And obviously you will need to line this or quilt it. It's too lightweight to use on its own. But isn't it beautiful?
Yeah,
Imagine making
lovely.
a jacket from that.
Yeah, it'd be really lovely. Really nice. Yeah.
Gorgeous. $32.99 for that one. We've got it also in the pale pink. I like this. This is like those sort of, it's like sort of papery flowers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. It's really nice. Lots of texture to it.
That's really pink. So that would just make a beautiful, particularly if you made like the crop jacket. If you look at, where's that one? Yeah, if I show you what the jackets look like this one, if you, like this sort of length.
Yeah.
Particularly if it was quilted.
Yeah, it would look lovely. It would be really nice. And this is what you see everywhere in the shops at the minute.
It is, isn't it?
Floral quilted jackets are everywhere.
I know.
Absolutely everywhere.
Absolute bargain.
Yeah.
$32.99 for that one. And then we've got one more in this print, but this one has like I don't know, like an oatmeal.
Yeah, oatmeal.
Do you think?
Yeah, I say oatmeal.
An oatmeal background.
Yeah,
That's
lovely.
gorgeous. Very autumnal, that one, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that would see you through spring, summer, autumn.
With those sort of oranges and purples.
Yeah,
They look
lovely.
a bit like crocuses.
Yeah,
but in
really
orange.
nice. It's a nice size print for a jacket as well.
Yeah, I think that's gorgeous. And it's when you put the jackets on there and you think, right, okay, so, and it will do any of these, but if you think of the style, I mean, that would look beautiful in this, wouldn't it? And great price as well. Right, and we have some fabrics that you can use for lining as well. So this is the teal, 5 metres. So that's enough to line up to the largest size. So if you are doing a quilted one or you're using a lighter weight fabric, you will need to line it. And this is perfect for the lining. So it's just a cotton fabric, teal, £33.40. You save £4 on that one as well. But that's enough to line any of the jackets. Yeah, this is a bargain. So 100% cotton fabric in teal, say £40. And then we've got some other colours. We've got these, I'll just show you them, but they are all on the website rather than going through them individually because we want to use the demo. So if you want the cream, the pale blue, well, not pale blue, it's actually cornflower blue, or the silver grey, they are all on the website. And these are perfect for lining. So the most popular pattern so far is the 0 to 20, which is up to the 46-inch bust. Right, I think we've covered all of them. If you've got any questions on sizes or what you need or anything, then just message in and we'll be able to help you because I've got all the details on the pattern. So, right, sorry, that just took so long.
No,
didn't it?
that's okay.
Right, so where do we start? Well, I guess you've got to decide first.
Yeah, you've got to decide what you want to make, basically. There's so many options in there, and some optional lining, some need lining, some don't. So really, if you buy it, you can have a look through it and then decide what you want.
So have a read and think about what you want.
And I think when you get the pattern, it's also good to look at the finished garment measurements because it does come up on the larger side, I found. Yeah, it was larger than I thought it was.
So again,
so
measure
yourself and go by the finished garments.
And measure a coat or a jacket
Because also we know also what we're going to be wearing it over
Yeah,
person.
that's
Some people
true.
are colder than others. You know, some people don't.
Yeah,
like
so
winter
you
coats.
might be making a sort of a lighter weight spring jacket, or it might be winter with a jumper
I think
underneath.
I might put a jumper underneath, so just always think about that when you're choosing a size, definitely.
But there are the finished garment measurements on there as well. So
Yes.
have a flick through, because there are other photos, and decide first of all which pattern you want to make.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
So the one that's made is option
Let me show you.
B.
So this is the one that Holly's
Yeah,
made
so it's good to talk
already.
about which options so you know what we're doing. This is option B. So there's 3 jackets that has the binding detail and then 3 jackets that haven't. So the sample's in the binding, and I'm going to be demoing the one without the binding.
Okay.
So yes, these are the difference in you. And obviously we've done the contrasting binding, which is lovely, but you don't always need to do that.
And you can see this fabric because it's already pre-quilted,
So
and you don't have to do
yes,
anything.
so this style jacket is a very quick make. Maybe if it's your beginner, your first jacket,
Okay.
it comes together so quickly.
Right.
Contrasting binding does add more time on it because you're going to see it. But if you opted for matching, you know, you might be able to get away with it a little
Right.
bit quicker. But
Okay.
yeah, so that's lovely. And then we're going to be then demoing view A. These are all the mid jacket. They say it's mid, but I found it came up quite long.
Oh,
So
okay.
it
So
says
again,
mid.
measure
Yeah,
it.
so I'd imagine the long is going to be quite significantly long. So yes, so on these, they all come with pocket details. So it's working out what type of pocket you want. This pocket is quite nice because it's just a bound edge.
Yes.
So it's very
Nice and
simple.
deep as well.
Yeah, very deep and very simple. So you basically just bind the edge of that pattern piece and applique it on. The one that we're going to be doing now is a slightly more involved pocket. So, you know, that's the sort of thing that you might want to distinguish between. So on, as we see on this one, let me just turn this around and you see where my camera is. So on this one, you can see the difference. We've got a bit more of a detail to it. There's more sewing to it.
It's got like a deep hem.
Yeah, deep hem. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And it's still appliqued on top of it, similar to that is, and then constructed, but it takes a little bit more of a detail.
So if you were doing a patchwork jacket using your own patchwork, you could do a separate piece of patchwork for that pocket,
Yeah, this is a
couldn't
very
you?
separate bit. Yeah, so definitely, yeah. So you could work it in with your pattern that you're making or scrap fabrics. Because that's also, look, we've done the same fabrics all the way through, but you know, a lot of people do mix and match, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
So yes, that's what we're going to be doing today.
Right, okay.
So we'll move that over, and then hopefully we can get this side of the jacket
Right, I'll
on.
move that out of the way for you. So
then
how
we
do we
can
make
see-
the pocket?
Okay, so the pieces are, so there's a pocket there. And this part is the facing. So this part of the facing, it is interfaced. And you have to be quite careful with your heat of your iron on this. So how are you going to do it? So basically it's a facing. So we go right sides together, like so. Let me just double check where I'm going. Yep. And for quilting, I prefer to use clips. I think it's quicker. I normally do pin, but for this, it's a bit quicker with clips. So we go right sides together. So we're going to stitch along here, and then we're going to fold under, and then we're going to do some top stitching detail.
Okay.
So yeah, this pattern does have a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, which is a nice seam allowance with quilting. So we're just going to attach these two pieces together. And it does work quite nicely with using the quilting as your facing as well, so don't worry about that too much either.
Yeah, so again, if you're using your...
Unless if it's really, you know, super thick quilting and you've layered it, you know, got thick, you might want to assess if you want to use it as your facing.
Okay.
But that was down to you and how thick the quilting is.
And then there's loads of tips in the pattern about the quilting and how you do it, isn't there?
Yeah, there's also an option to line your pockets as well. So there's like, you know, there's
well, it's nice, isn't it? Because sometimes you see patterns and you think, oh, I prefer that. But the beauty of this one and the dress pattern we did earlier in the day is that they give you loads of different options.
Yeah.
I think for $21.99, the fact you're getting 6 coats.
Yeah, it's great. So then also you can tailor it to what you want and your skill level.
Yeah,
I think that's so important, isn't it? And then if you think, oh, actually, I want to make another one, maybe I can do this next thing, and you've already got it cut out, you're not using that bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, oh, where's my snips? Right, fabulous. So we've got our facing attached. So this section's going to fold over here. and then that's going to sit nicely like that. So to be able to do that, always put the iron on, I haven't turned it on. We're going to press it very gently, the seam allowance. Now in the sewing pattern, it does say to grade your seam allowances, especially on this, but I did take a bit of trial and error and I didn't grade.
Okay, so what does that mean if you've
It
not
basically
graded
means
before?
when you have your
there we go.
Yeah, when you
Brilliant.
have your finished things like this, it can be quite bulky. So in certain things, if you want it to sit flatter, you may cut one side of your seam allowance a little bit shorter than this side. So when it lays flat, it's not got a step. So I think depending on your quilting and what finish you want, always do a little sample, little test. I found with the binding, it was actually a bit nicer to have that bulk for your binding to sit nicely around. So I think it just depends on your fabric.
Right,
But in the pattern it does say to grade it, but we won't on this one. So I'm just going to press this very gently towards the facing, ready to understitch. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, let me check how hot this is. We don't want to be melting anything, do we? Oh yeah, it's melted, it's too hot. Turn it down a little bit, there we go. We'll wait for it to cool down. But yeah, we'll push it like that. And then for all these small things, we're then going to understitch under here and stitch along here. And that will help like give the strength to this pocket, because this area of the pocket is going to be, you're going to hopefully be putting stuff in and out, your keys, you know, you're on your walks and doing whatever. So that's the part that's going to take a little bit of, what's the word? Traffic? I don't know. What is it going to be doing? Use is the word.
Have the most use.
Wear, there we go.
That's the word, and you would get there.
Cool down a bit.
Wear, traffic, use.
Yeah. So
wear.
I'm just going to dab that down, just so it's like pushing that way. And then we're going to understitch along here. So when I understitch, I tend to do it on the right side. I'm just going to run the stitch line close to here, and I'm making sure that we're using our seam allowance, and that's attaching to our seam allowance along there.
It's quite nice when you start using if you use a brand of pattern and then you use it again, because they tend to have the same techniques, don't they? And you think, I did that on the last one.
Yeah, they do. I think it comes down to
which is fair, which is bound to happen.
Yeah,
it's the same designer, but it does.
It is.
So if you've bought the dress and blouse pattern from the early hour, then just from what you're saying, there's a lot of similar.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it does. When you're drafting a pattern, you all have your own way of doing it, and your preferred seam finishes and
seam allowances.
Seam allowances, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this brand is 1.5, which is a more beginner-friendly seam allowance. Some are 1 centimetre, and you know, you're very limited of your seam finishes that you might be able to do.
I presume that's 5/8 of an inch, is it? 1.5? Must be about that, mustn't it?
Yeah, I'll have a look at my sewing machine. But yeah, I work in centimetres. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, because half an inch, I think, is 12 mils. So I think it's similar. It's not exactly the same, but similar.
Right. Just snip this off. So you already, with the patchwork, it gives such a nice structured feel once.
Oh, that's nice, isn't
yeah,
it?
It's starting to, think something comes together and you think, oh, that's nice. So for this pattern, this section here is, you press it up 1 centimetre. Because we're using the quilted fabric, it's not as, if we're pressing a cotton, for example, it'll be very solid. So we're just using it as a guide, because just the nature of the fabric.
Okay.
And then this comes down like so.
So I guess if you had an old quilt or something, you could just use that as
Definitely,
fabric.
yeah. I've seen loads of people do that.
Just pin all these pattern pieces on, and then it's like almost lined already.
I've seen so many people do that online. Yeah, use them, quilting that you've got or found, or someone's got a quilt and you think, oh, actually, I can use that.
Or just make, I guess, or you can make all the pieces individually, because you've got the pattern pieces, you can see. How big
definitely.
to make them.
Oh yeah, use what you've got as well as using the pattern. And then once you've got this pattern, you've got so many options. If you do then want to make another one. And also the fabric type gives you such different looks.
Well, it makes, I'm thinking those linen fabrics that we had, the viscose linens, such a completely different look.
So different look, yeah, so different. Like this is more of a, plainer block chic look. And instead of like a fabric which is patterns, is more of a fun, quirky look, isn't it, for summer. So I'm just pinning that down. So I'm pushing the 1 centimetre seam allowance under, which edges this facing very nicely. And because it's quilting, I'm just sort of controlling it as I'm pinning it. Making sure it's nice and flat. Again, depending on your fabric, this would be an easier or quicker process. And also depending on, again, like we were talking about, how bulky your quilting that you're using. Because you're then going to be sewing through quite a few layers of quilting.
Okay.
So just think about that when we're choosing a quilt. So yeah, so that's the inside of our pocket. I'm now going to top stitch along here, close to the edge, but not too close to the edge, but within our 1 centimetre, because we've folded it over 1 centimetre. And that, so when we do that, we're going to eye stitch on this side, but be very aware that the top stitching is going to be on the outside.
Right.
So it is a design feature as well as functional. So just something to think about when we are stitching
I guess
along.
you could hand stitch it if you were scared.
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah. I'm
Well,
not,
particularly with the quilting.
yeah, I'm not a very hand stitching person, but
No.
actually I believe there is. I think there's a few options of finishing.
Okay.
Now
if
thinking
you were like,
about
oh,
it,
I just don't think I'm going to get that straight.
Exactly, yeah. So it definitely is worth just to double checking that it's all straight before we sew. And then this is when we want to be using like matching thread, because it's not as
It's
obvious.
really going to show.
Yeah. If you're being really bold and want to do contrasting threads, then you might want to take some time on it. But
Yeah. I guess you could.
You could
I'm
use
trying
it
to
as
think
a
what I
design
would do. I guess
feature.
you could tack it and then top stitch from the right side.
Oh, you could, yeah, exactly. So you could
If
top
you
stitch from there, but
I think I'd do that. If
I think
really
it's all,
wanted to.
yeah, I think it's all a personal preference. Everything
Yeah.
in sewing is a personal preference, isn't it?
Well, also it's for different abilities, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You know, some people would be very confident about top
Yeah.
stitching from that side, and
Yeah.
I think I would.
Yeah, actually, I just naturally did that side from this side. But yeah, it all depends on what your personal preference is. But hand sewing is definitely an option as well if we're worried.
And again, like you say, the pattern gives all of these options.
Yeah,
for
it
you,
does.
which I
It
think
gives
is
you so
brilliant.
many
It's
options.
so
Yeah.
they are so comprehensive.
Yeah, it gives a great binding tutorial, and I
does
believe it
it?
tells you how to cut the binding, if I am correct.
Well, it's nice, like
As well as-
ideas. It even gives ideas for customising it.
Yeah.
Try adding
And
buttons.
sometimes
or
that is
snaps
with
or-
sewing, it's just seeing the vision, thinking, what do I want, how am I going to
yeah.
do this, you know?
And there's even a section in here about how to do the quilting. So if you are quilting it using wadding properly,
Yeah.
how to quilt it.
Which is lovely, because then you are in control of how
Yeah.
thick you make it, you know, your wadding thickness, you know, again, options. But when you think jacket, you do think, oh, big make, that's going to take me for ages,
Yeah.
you know, but this comes together really quickly. I was really surprised when I made the sample. And it's a great, you know, first jacket to make, because we're making
I think
a
so.
jacket.
The fact that it's got like lining, unlined, bound,
Yeah.
not bound.
Yeah. It's making a jacket without the tailoring.
Yeah, I think that does sort of feel achievable.
It does, it really does, definitely. And they're everywhere in the shops, in fashion. It's having a
It's
real
funny
moment.
how it's become a big thing, and the whole patchwork thing as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice to see. It's a bit like crochet getting its little-
moment.
its
Yeah.
moment. There is patchwork. Brilliant.
All right, there we go. What's that? Got some threads. So there we go.
Beautifully
we can
neat.
see-
Is it cooled down?
Yeah, no, just move that over. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's what you see what we mean now.
It's nice having that really deep hem on it.
Yeah,
at the
it's
top as
nice.
well,
It
isn't
feels like luxury. It feels like it's sturdy. You know, when you're out putting your phone in your keys,
Yeah.
it's going to take it. So now once we've cut that down, I'm just going to cut this edge off. So just naturally, as we fold it over, it's going to, you know, just how it is. We're now going to be attaching it to the jacket. So for all the jacket options, if you want the pocket, you applique it on and then make the jacket.
Okay.
So we've got our jacket piece here. Do I need this? I don't know if I need this now.
So I can take it over.
You take it over there?
Yeah.
I don't want to burn one of us on it. when
I
we
know. I
need
just want to move it out of the way.
So on the jacket piece, we have got our notches, And this is where notching, I always forget to put my notches on, always. I always do it. And I go, this time I'm going to be good and do my notches. And you think, do I really need these notches? You do need your notches. Yeah, so because this pocket...
Oh, it's not on the bottom?
No, because this one's going to be lined, because we haven't got the lined version, this bottom section then acts up to attach your lining.
So notches.
So yes, so especially if you want to pattern match your quilting, something to think about. But like this one it sits right at the bottom because it's not lined.
Self-lined.
Yeah, so yeah, a bit easier to cut out as well.
Okay.
One. So yeah, so we're just going to line it up. So we've got our notches there. And we're just going to place that in there, and we're going to attach it to the main body. Might go for clips. Let's go for clips. And to do this, we basically stay stitch it. So the seam allowance is 1.5. So with this stay stitching, we don't want to see it when we finish wearing the jacket. So we're going to sew within our seam allowance at about a 1 centimetre. I think that's, if I cut that a little bit larger, yes. Got a little bit extra there. Let me cut it off. I think I cut it. I laid it on top of the pattern, and then it adds on meals.
But that's fine.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But I was saying if you do that, because obviously the size of it, the thickness, sometimes happens. Yeah. So then we want to stitch the pocket onto the front of the jacket within our seam allowance, so we don't see that extra stitch. And then we work with it as one, not as 2 pieces. So we're just going to clip this together. Do you use clips or pins? What would you do?
If I was doing this, I would use clips.
Would you do clips? Yeah.
Just because it's really hard to pin.
Yeah.
But I would use pins if it was lighter weight, because then the clips are quite heavy, aren't
yeah,
they?
yeah.
Because they sort of weigh it all down.
Yeah, and then you've got to be a bit careful if you're using a delicate area and you've got these clips.
I know they're sort
around.
of quicker, but they sort of weigh it down.
But it does weigh it down, yeah.
So
it's interesting to see what everyone has something different.
Yeah,
that they
completely.
do.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's really interesting, and it's nice seeing how everyone does it, because you think, oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, exactly. No one knows everything. I know people ask me, say, oh, how do you do this, or how? I'm like, everyone's still learning. There's no always wrong way to do it. It's how you like to do it, really, isn't it? For this stay stitching, I'm just going to up my stitch length to about 4, just to tack it in. So
okay, so this is just tacking.
Yeah. It's not the actual stitch that's going to keep it on. And when I'm attaching the pocket, I run downwards the way that the jacket's going to be falling.
Okay.
Instead of going upwards, in case if there's any drag or anything, you don't want it dragging up.
I always see what you mean.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. And also when I'm putting the pocket on, I'm going to do the 2 side seams and then go along the bottom. So the sides are all nice and even. Sometimes when you go along that, it can shuffle, or you know.
And that's a really good tip.
Yeah, because sometimes when you do things, you think you get to an area and go, why is it slightly bunching? And it's slightly migrated unintentionally. Yeah. I'm just going to roll that.
Problem with fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all just experience of working with different fabrics, isn't it? You just learn how some of them are going to behave or not.
That makes sense. But it's these tips that are fabulous for you to share.
Yeah.
Because when people then make it themselves, it's just
sometimes it can be like, oh gosh, or suddenly worry, like, why is this happening? Oh, I'm really bad at it. It's like, no, it's not. Anything is just sometimes the control of the fabric.
Yeah. Brilliant.
So we're just going to sew within our 1 centimetre seam allowance down the other side. And then when you get a bit, roll it up inside.
Oh, I guess because you're having to work from the wrong side.
Yeah, when I was making that, I got all caught up with the binding, but I was like, I've started, obviously, this piece of binding runs all the way around.
So you do end up...
I committed, and I was like, I can't stop now. We're sewing this way. But I think with binding, if you are going to make this version, definitely test the binding out and do a good sample. of it, just to make sure before you get onto binding the jacket.
Do you mean the colour or how?
Yeah, or just the technique of how it behaves, because this is a very long strip of binding, and inside, these are a little bit easier because they're straight, but this is on the curve, so it is one of the last parts that you do bind of it, so you've got some practice.
Okay.
But I'd say just practice your binding before we go on to the nice fabric. So the two sides are done, and then like that, you see, and then we're just going to stitch along the bottom, and then we're able to work with the jacket as one. Right, there we go. So we've got our pocket on. So now it's on, we're now going to start constructing the rest of the jacket. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yes.
Here it is. I was like, where's the jacket? So we're going to...
You've done half a jacket.
We've done half a jacket here, yeah. So we're going to continue. So this side, I'll just map it out for you. So how this jacket, again, the difference between these jackets of the construction slightly does vary, because this jacket, how we're going to hopefully, we'll have time to do it, we put on the front and then we put the sleeve in and then sew up and down the edge. But this one works with, you do the front and the back, stitch it together and then put the sleeve in as a whole.
Right.
But I'll show when we get to the sleeve.
Yeah, so this is like a flat sleeve.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, there are some variations in it, and two very good you learn different ways of.
Yeah, so there's so many, you're getting a lot of jackets, but you're learning techniques as you go along.
Yeah.
Because an inserted sleeve and a flat sleeve is quite different.
Because I was about to, when I was prepping this, I was about to do it like this, and I was like, oh, actually, no, I need to do it.
No, it's a different way.
Yeah, I was like, because I haven't actually...
And is that because it's lined?
Yeah, I haven't actually, I always tend to do this method, and I was like, oh, even I'm learning for this one.
Okay.
So this is nice. But yeah, the lining's constructed in the same way, and then you put it on. And this jacket does have an extra section that runs all the way down the front, which then the lining attaches to.
Oh, I see.
So
okay.
yeah, it's got an extra section to it. Right, so I'm just pinning these. I'm doing these right sides together. And we're going to be attaching the front to the rest of the jacket.
So if you want to get the pattern, half of the stock of this one has gone now. So it comes in two sizes. So just while Holly's sewing that together, the smaller size, which is called 0 to 20, but is a 32 to a 46-inch bust. So if you're within 32 to 46, then you need this pattern, £21.99. The other version, which is between a 40 and a 60-inch bust. So there's obviously an overlap. So what I would say is if you are a 40-inch bust, I would get the larger one because they are constructed slightly differently, and obviously you've got more room for manoeuvre. Whereas if you're, say, a 42, you're going to be just on the cusp of it. So get the larger one. So this larger version, that's the one that's on the says size is 14 to 34, but who knows what the numbers mean. So, but in reality, it's a 40 to a 60-inch bust, and that's the larger one. Again, they're both £21.99, so just pick the size that you want.
Yes.
Okay, so you've shown the shoulder seams.
Yeah, so we've shown, this is in, and now we're going to be attaching our sleeve pattern. So this is what, I hope you can see this is the shape. This is our sleeve. So for this one, we're going to be attaching it flat. For this one, we would make our sleeve up and then attach it in.
Right.
So two different methods of construction. So we're now going to put this in here. So we're going to do right sides together, and it says to, let me just finally snip that. I'm just finding the centre halfway through this, the sleeve, so I can line it up with there. So it just makes it a little bit easier to, if I can find my snip, there it is. I'm just going to clip that in. So when we're putting it together, obviously you think, this isn't straight. So it's going to pull, so we need to make sure that it's nice and even. There's no ease in this sleeve.
Right.
So it should
It'll
line
just
up
fit.
easily. Yeah, it will just fit. So I'm just going to take a minute to make sure. And this is the sort of thing where you just might need a little adjusting, a little moving. I know we're lining up nicely. Get my clips. I'm going to stitch that. You clip that in there. Pop that in there as well. You can see we're just lining up nicely. And this is what I'm... Oh, I've got lots of fabric going on here now. The quilting is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But yeah, it lines up.
It's nice to have the two options though, whether you have it lined or not
Yeah.
lined, because sometimes you want to line a jacket.
Yeah.
With the other one, I guess the seams are bound on the inside. But
Yeah,
does that make this jacket then reversible?
Yes, this can be reversible. It does.
Okay.
Say, yeah, it does say. It does mention a way of binding the inside, I believe. No, it was saying maybe if you wanted to hand stitch it, if you wanted it to be reversible.
Right,
So
okay.
yeah, it gives you all the options, so
Oh,
it can be
wow.
reversible as well.
Because that's a really hard thing to find.
Yeah.
Because I made a patchwork jacket, but that I wanted to be reversible.
Yeah.
And it was a nightmare because I was using a pattern that really wasn't for that. And
No,
it's
so it was
just-
trying to
I had
adapt
French
it and-
seams, I had flatter seams, I just...
Yeah, I believe if I remember, I completely forgot it was a reversible.
Yeah.
You said that. It does mention a way of.
This is
doing
perfect. I
yeah,
wish I'd
doing
had this pattern.
Yeah, doing this
It was
seam.
really... I had
Yeah.
to sort of make it up and it wasn't quite so...
Oh, because it has got options for like a hook to put your jacket
Oh,
on
okay.
and stuff. So that's what it was saying. If you want reversible, you wouldn't necessarily want to put the
Yes.
hook on it.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got our sleeve clipped in. I'm now going to stitch along here a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, and then we can construct it together. Actually, hopefully we'll have time to do that. So, no, I'm popping clips. Did you make your jacket in the end? Or?
I did. I made it for my daughter, and I decided, and it was a really stupid idea because I did patchwork for the front and the lining, and I quilted the front, and then I quilted them together, but all the seams had to line up, so that took me ages.
That's a project and a half.
I know. And then when I constructed it, I wanted it to be reversible, so the seams had to lay flat.
Yeah.
Absolute nightmare.
Oh.
I
Is it one of those projects is like I've started it, so I
know,
have to
and
finish
then
it.
it also had a collar as well that had to be reversible.
Oh.
And then I had like loops, rouleau loops, and cut buttons.
It sounds.
Do you know how? Have you ever started something and you think, I've now got to
to do this? Yeah, especially if your daughter's like, "Where's my jacket?"
I made it until the fabric, so it was like turquoise on one side and like autumny browns on the inside. I mean, it was just. I just wanted to put it in a carrier bag and put it under the bed.
Yeah, and just
walk
forget
away.
about it. It doesn't exist.
And the pattern really wasn't the right pattern to use for it. You know, just I learnt a lot.
Yeah.
Like I will never ever make a reversible patchwork.
No, it does sound a bit.
Yeah, I've made 2 jackets. The first one was better because it wasn't reversible.
But you learn from your mistakes. Everyone goes worried about making mistakes, but you've learned so much.
I've
from your
learned a
mistakes.
lot. I was overly ambitious. I was sewing beyond my capability.
Oh, well, you've
Definitely.
learned lots. You've learned lots. I know. I've got some offcuts of this. I was thinking I might make my daughter a little jacket. So I'm going to
smaller version?
Yeah, a small version. Yeah, so she'll love it. She's got red hair, so it might look quite nice.
Yeah, well, mine's got red hair as well, actually.
Right. So
I can recommend a jacket not to make.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it actually looks all right. She wears it all the time. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness it was worth it. Oh, that's good then.
But it was hard
oh,
work.
imagine
So
if-
I wish I'd known about this pattern because this is the perfect
Oh, I'm
pattern.
done.
Right, we have 5 minutes to
Oh,
go.
sorry. Yeah. So here we go. I'll show you.
Oh gosh, this looks like it's like
There you
whoa.
go. Whoa, I know. It does
But it's beautiful, isn't it? It's such a
Yeah.
beautiful shape.
It looks really nice like this, yes. So we've got our sleeve, our front and the back, and then how it comes together. You go right sides together. So it comes together.
So this is
quick.
quite a simple
so
sleeve
simple.
insertion.
It's very simple. As I say, it's such a beginner. If you're thinking, I want to make a
Yeah.
jacket, am I there yet with my sewing skills? Give this one a go.
Yes.
So so this is how we're looking. So we're going to pin and sew so that it has one long stitch that goes along there.
Right.
And then it's come together. See, it comes together so quickly.
It really does.
Yeah, it really, really does. So if you're an experienced sewist, you'll be real quick.
Well, I suppose it means then if you are doing something patchworked or whatever, you can put your time into that.
Yes, you could.
And then the actual jacket.
You know it's going to come together really
Yes.
quickly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I made that jacket it was only a couple of hours at the most. And it was the binding, you know.
And I guess with this one, you then make the lining in the same way and then just put the whole thing together.
Yeah, that's how you do. You have a collar section. I don't know if you can there's a little line seam along there. I don't know how I don't know what they word it as in there. But yeah, then the lining
It does say.
Yeah, the lining does attach to that area.
It's called a collar band.
A collar band.
A collar band.
That's it. Yeah. But yeah, so that you, I believe you then attach it to this,
Right.
and then you fold it.
Okay, no, that makes sense.
And then the lining attaches in.
Yeah, so it just depends on how you want to do it.
All depends. You've got
Okay.
all the options in the world. Make sure that's lining up. No, what's going on here? So when you have like something slightly out and it's like, it's the problem with it being such a long area. Gotta make sure.
Yeah, but I can see what you mean about, you know, that you've almost spent as much time getting that pocket perfect as sewing the jacket
exactly,
together.
yeah,
So
it only comes together
that's
really
nice, isn't
quickly.
it?
Yeah, really quickly. There we go.
So if you want any of the fabrics we've got here, so this navy one, that's all available. You just need to go onto sewingstreet.com, watch live bit, and then you can scroll down from there. All of the fabrics are on there, or whether you want one of the pre-quilted rotary anglaise, everything that I've shown you before, it's all on there.
One tip I would say if we're making this, because you see how these pockets come up to a point.
Yes.
So obviously we want the bottom and the top to line up, but when we want to line up, we just want to make sure that it does sit right, because that's when you're going to notice if they're going up.
Okay.
So you might be able to have some movement
So
in this
just check
seam.
that.
So
Well, that's
double check.
brilliant. You've shown some great tips.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Holly. It's been brilliant. This is
thank you.
gorgeous. I hope you finish it. then
I
you
will
can
do.
wear it.
Yeah, I will do,
But thank
yeah.
you so much. It's been lovely to be with you.
Thank you so much.
Today.
It's been great.
So tomorrow on Sewing Street, wow, look at that. It's the same thing every hour. Who's presenting tomorrow? Oh, it's the TV's John Scott tomorrow. It's Managers Specials. So we've got Scott Stone on at 8, Paul Ranyard at 9, Hayley Marshall at 10, Hayley Bryan at 11, and Ian Monroe at 12. So get ready tomorrow for some super, super savings, special deals, special project. I mean, it's what I love about these is they all compete with each other, all those managers. So they'll all be going, oh yeah, and then they get really competitive about who's got the best new things, who's got the best deals. So it's not just about saving money tomorrow, it's all about new products, new items, so you can have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining me and Holly today. It's been lovely.
Thank you.
And I will see you back here next week. Have a wonderful afternoon.